Hmm. Fantastic. There. Wait, what? Why? Where is chat? Oh, there you go. Why is chat not working on YouTube? Hey YouTube chat, it's not working. Okay, there it goes. Dude, YouTube is Windows really dumb. KJ Dojo, hello, 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 hello. Get everything pulled up in my end here. The first match just started, so we'll only be a few minutes late, which is nice. I had a no-show for a session, so we were able to start a little bit earlier than normal, which is always nice. Turlins, hello. Thank you, Garl Goffer. I guess we're good to go then, yeah. Join the official sponsored OWCS co-stream. Yeah, welcome guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's the volume? Can you guys barely hear? Fix my headline here. Why am I freezing there? Forcing Faith into a position he doesn't want to be in. Orbital Ray does end up expiring as Kai's life is about the same. Faith, although going down, is Twisted Minds. You look ungroomed. Thank you. Who is playing Ultimates and Twisted Minds? This is the playoffs, so for EMEA, aka Europe. Not just Europe, but you know, Middle East, Europe. I hate all of you guys. Thank you, Pickle Rick. Malgahane Shake. Venture's kind of cool. Could be louder. Okay. I want it to be like, you know, quiet. Is that okay? I'm rooting for Chris or for his wife. What, is that just like a meme? Like, I haven't watched all the recent Uncoachables. I mostly just skipped to some of the more interesting things for me. So I must have missed it. Hey, Poopkip. Good, Michael? Okay. Howdy, Dust Mite. Toxic. Hey, Dojo. Seriously, what the frick is going on with the stream lag? If Chris just loses his wife, is sorting divorce halos. Ah, okay. Hey, Bob. I feel like, based off of no scouting of my own, the Ultimates feel like probably the better Malga team. I trust the Chris theory, but I guess Twisted Minds are probably pretty good at it too, given the fact that they have Hottie and you know, Psycho Quartz. I trust these guys in the mirrors as well. But yeah. No, you can do an unserious session, Coral Tank. That's fine. You go out with this little wonky double speed composition. You're trying to it's slingshot theory. Yeah. I don't think they were under any pressure whatsoever that round. So Ultimates, you know, they're pretty happy just playing. So I guess I'm curious to see what Twisted Minds will pull out to win the Amalgamir if they force it. Probably more DPS picks, like utilize like Quartz superiority versus Kai, and maybe Psycho whipping some stuff out. I think I trust. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like Psycho's probably currently more flexible. Why is this lagging? It's probably more. Is it doing it? Stream isn't saying anything. Maybe it's just me. I feel like Psycho is more flexible than Kevster currently, but I don't know if that's true or not. Try the YouTube? Oh frick, guys! I should try the YouTube, shouldn't I? Hang on. That's actually... Why haven't I done this before? Am I dumb? Don't answer that question.
They're going to make the first move, and now you're in a tough spot against Kevster.
So shut the frick up.
Looking for someone to chase, 33 HP, jumps on the mega health.
That's so much better. Also, I can skip back. How's the volume levels? Okay. Yeah. So if you guys haven't been here for a co-stream, we start a little casual. We'll get more into the nitty-gritty as we go on. Of course, Jacques. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for your support. Good to be here. KSA is a slight edge, yeah. To me, it's probably not just about the individual player performance as well. I generally would trust Chris when it came to Malga theory with this kind of stuff. Quartz with the angle, though, I loved it. Cage fight catches Hottie. Hottie will live. And yeah, what an angle flex there. That's a really big fight for Twisted Minds right there. Bunch of ults used there. Nice little clean retake. I appreciate that. How's everyone's weekend going? Everyone doing well? My weekend's been pretty good.
And the crucial player there was Quartz coming in off the flank and really put the ultimates in a bit of a weird spot, like in between main and...
Malga Brainrot is back, only probably for this match. I would be surprised if we saw Malgamirs throughout all the maps for any other series. These are teams that like the Malgamir and are like the region that's more likely to handshake Malgamir than anything else. Counter slam. Angles, superiority. Kai pops the Sojourn ult, but like if you don't have space for Sojourn ult, it doesn't matter. Like opening the Sojourn ult through that choke just isn't the play. If you're gonna open with Sojourn ult, I think you actually have to open with maybe not necessarily open with an angle, but you do need to open on a choke that at least offers you better vision. Yeah, this is too broken. I think if you wanted that, legitimately go to main. I don't know if that's too bad versus the Pharah stuff, but man, that feels bad.
They end up losing that fight, and Twisted Minds only used the single ult.
Hey, Mashed Potato. Happy birthday.
A lot of ultimate value here, and now if you're looking at the ultimates, you will have a pretty similar support ultimate timing here for Twisted Minds and the ultimate. So this round could go the entire way here, Jack.
You're gonna try to force point where rally is really good. So I think Ultimate's got to play this one really cautiously. Play nice and slow, build your support ults, and I like their position if they can do that, but they got to be patient here. There's the Juno ult, they'll pop it, speed ring. They're actually gonna wait. What are they doing? Okay, yeah, that was weird. Oh wow, Hottie just gets murked.
Nice little bash onto Hottie to start off with, though. In front of him, that was Astro just trying to get the shield, so he didn't take infinite.
They need that trade now. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. Ultimate's just a little bit better, a little bit more patient, a little bit better fight planning as a whole. And the Ultimates, I think, just squeeze it out. Yeah, don't worry. I don't expect us to see Malgamirs all day. We might see it for this match, but as I listening to Uncoachable talk a lot about some of the other metas and stuff behind scrims, as predicted, I don't think Malga's particularly OP. It's more of relatively strong if you play him correctly. He's relatively strong versus the other Brawl tanks that are strong right now. And these guys just don't have the hero pulls to play otherwise. So Zarya can counter Malga? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's really tough, like coming back into an orbital.
I think so. I think it could be, especially if you can get a targeted ban, like a ban on Juno or Brigitte. Zarya feels like she does need the speed, but yeah, this absolutely. I mean, it makes sense. Zarya being strong on certain maps makes more sense to me than Malga being strong. It just comes down to, can you play the Zarya? And I think the same thing applies to the D.Va as well, where like, I just don't know if these guys want to play D.Va Zarya. I don't know if they can play D.Va Zarya, you know? You know, feels like a mechanical skill check, you know what I'm saying?
Times will change though. Twisted Minds obviously picking this map, Johnny.
And it's weird too, because this is like the first time with Zarya in a while in pro meta where I feel like Zarya is being played for like herself, you know, and not to enable somebody else because of the alt fire buff, you know, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Malga's the comfort pick for this region and has been for over a year. Almost a year and a half, a year and 3 months. No, I think Goats is definitely more fun to watch than Amalgamir, depending on the DPS.
And then it was pretty straightforward, you know, finding picks on Quartz early.
But I think if you look at Korea, who is the other tank? I saw Hanbin. Was it Bernard? I mean, we talk about two elite off-tank players. Maybe two of the best off-tank players of all time. Probably in the top 3 for me, top 3 or 4. And so, like, you know, you're not going to have people playing Zarya and D.Va to that level in this region. You're not going to have people playing Ball to this region. Like, we're in the inferior region when it comes to the hero picks, guys. We just have to suffer. Gaming on YouTube is CSGO. Game on YouTube is CSGO. What does that mean? Why are they lights of heaven? Dude, I'm sorry. I opened my window. I like daylight, okay? I got some feedback forms, which were legitimate criticisms. I understand about, like, oh, the lighting is kind of hard to see. I know. I understand. I respect that. I agree with you. I don't disagree. But also, no. Sorry. The window is open. It's 69 something degrees outside. It's nice. No. I did not watch the MFC game, no.
Ultimates though, where would you really want to go?
Well, if I was Ultimates,
What mag is by far the best ball playing?
And I think that's where we're headed. Because I think Peps, they really came out with the
What does that
recipe
mean?
for success when it comes against the Ultimates.
Open it more, let it shine. Yeah.
It is one of these long-range maps, right? And you
Vistola's not going to play Malga? Maybe. I mean, maybe. Vistola's really good at Malga. I don't know. I don't know what VP, right? Yeah, I don't know what VP's plan is. So I don't give a frick, Deacon. I don't give a frick. What camera angle do you want, dude? I'm like in the freaking dining room, man.
The Ultimates in a pretty uncomfortable position. They can no longer play that.
I don't know. Maybe one day we'll clean things up. Maybe if I end up getting... See, this is... If you guys want me to fix my setup, you guys need to pay me, like, a lot more money. And I'm talking about, like, oh, subscribe here. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. And then maybe I'll move, you know. And then maybe I'll have, like, a proper streaming setup.
So that is going to clear,
Oh, why was it CSGO? What? Dude, YouTube, are you dumb?
We might just stick with the Brick Juno here.
Why does YouTube do this?
Feels like it. Not sure you'd want to run the Lucio here.
Why would it say CSGO? I've never selected CSGO in my life for anything, ever. Thank you. Thank you. I finally understand now. I've seen the light.
Would rather play something more.
And so have you guys, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds are
My
pretty
bad.
comfortable playing this double.
The unkempt setup suits you. Thank you. I think. Okay. Zarya ban, which is kind of funny. Which, you know, maybe they're scared of KSAA on Zarya. If they run something funny, Zarya could be pretty good on 3rd point. I would be surprised to see Zarya in 1st and 2nd point. And then they ban Tracer. That transition. Enough verticality here to encourage no Malga. And so Ultimates are going to roll out with the D.Va. D.Va's pretty good here. They're going to run Ram. Ram can also force point and not take too much damage. I also like Ram's matchup versus a Sigma. The question is Ram going to have any interaction with the Sigma anyway? Because Sigma's just going to sit up top, pocketed with hard DPS. This is pretty good here. Like, the question here is Brigitte probably falls off here in terms of space versus what the Ultimates are playing a little bit. So does Astro stay or does Astro swap? Like, I don't even know what Astro's hero pool is outside of Brigitte, Lucy, like the usual main supports. I'm not sure how comfortable he is. So nice little angle here from the Sojourn. Ram's just going to keep forcing point, and it's really important that Psycho is able to keep the pressure on Ram so they're not allowed to push point. Like, I love the angle here from Chords. I like this from Twisted Minds. This is a smart map pick. This is a smart comp. The Ultimates comp is also fine as well. Like, I think it's pretty reasonable, all things considered. I don't think you really want to make any swaps here necessarily. Sojourn Genji really good at taking space when you don't have space. KSA is running Ram just to kind of force card, and then when you can force it onto backline. D.Va would be okay here, but I don't think D.Va's that good versus the Sojourn on a Brig toward backline, because Brigitte is just going to deny a lot of your dives. Like, D.Va doesn't quite have that punching power, nor does she have the ultimate power. So, no pun intended, I think this is a pretty reasonable mirror from both teams. So this is going to be very execution-based. But I like this from Twisted Minds. You know, they didn't win the Amalgam mirror, and so even a team like Twisted Minds, which is comfortable in the Amalgam mirror, is like, well, we're worse. Let's make this happen. Nade does not hit. Come on, Irony, you got to hit that, my friend. Inano Genji closes distance. Kevs replaces life. He needs to live. Oh, they got the trade. Okay. And that's where the Ram's really good. These Deval fights, the ability to close the distance there. Oh, Quartz? Quartz is him. He's gonna get the skill. I just have so much faith in this gentleman. Big fight. That could have been a lot worse with Twisted Minds. Like, you need to keep your space with Twisted Minds. Sigma, walking out of a choke, a Sigma, and it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all.
Yeah, I mean, they look really
That could have been really bad. Major thing there was like freaking Irony needed to hit that nade. That nade makes that fight so much easier if you hit it. Yep. Bans aren't perfect by any means, but they do allow for opportunity. So it's nice to see. Angle there, good pressure on the ram. They really need to whittle this ram down. That's more on the Torb than anybody else. Are we going to see a flux here? Oh, no, 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 no. How do we get 2 for the blade? 1 for the blade is understandable. But 2 shouldn't happen there. Yeah, they just blow the ult bank, and the rally, I didn't see where the rally happened, but that felt unearned. It should be too hard for the Genji to close the distance there. I'm not sure if he got speed ring or maybe Juno support. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, Astro is he's gonna go Mercy. Unironically, chat. Unironically, I think Mercy's pretty okay here. Open space, heavily pocket your DPS. It fits your hero pool. And there's nothing that's going to close the distance on you as much. Legitimately, not bad. You will not play Mercy on third, likely, but legitimately good map for Mercy. Good map, good comp. Wow, what happens to... yeah, TVNT needs to... TVNT should not have been there. TVNT needed to play more open space and trust his Sojourn. TVNT has to maintain distance here. He has to maintain distance. If he doesn't, he freaking dies. Even Psycho here is... I don't like Psycho's angle. Even with Overload, that's scary. Oh, they baited, they overpushed, and Irony actually hits a nade. Beautiful. So Irony's still holding top. Okay. Sigma, really bad at retaking space, basically, but really good at holding space because there's a lack of verticality here. And also, he's close to his major perk, which could be pretty useful here, that jump. I don't know which perk you'd use here. Okay, so Diva, a little bit of pressure versus the Mercy now, and pretty good at matrixing the Sojourn. So, but Aster has Valk. That's a big deal. And he hits the accretion, and KSA is just melted. Huge. I like the Mercy, man. Freaking Mercy's good here. There's a Juno ult, but oh no, Kai gets him. Huge flux. They need to get the kill. Irony gets the oh no, the remake. No, the remake. Oh no, I would have Valked that. You needed to Valk that, I think. I actually think you stay Mercy here. I actually think you stay Mercy. Valk is really good at keeping yourself alive. It's not good at anything else, but that's really good.
They are holding on. I mean, they are just fully invested in Quartz and Psycho here, right? Because you got the damage.
TVNT needs to live until they retake space. I think he's going to. Look at that turret positioning. Freaking love that turret off that back wall. I don't know if you guys can see that. I don't know. They need to get a trade here. Val can keep... the Irony's freaking dead. Irony's freaking dead. There's nothing that he can do. They're going to Nano Blade the Sigma? Okay. They need one more trade, though. Aw, that's sloppy from Quartz. You're going to lose your Sigma if you get Nano Bladed and, and naded and everything. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. But you would like to hold your space and maybe win a 4v5. Astro will swap. He'll probably go back to Brig. But KSA will probably go back to Ram. Check this out. Check this out. So KSA is going to go back to... and I think Faith will probably swap too. Maybe, actually. Yeah, he's going to swap. So KSA should swap, I think. They're playing rock, paper, scissors right now. TVNT goes Diva. So maybe KSA actually stays? Yeah, okay, so yeah, okay, so he's going to stay. So there's an early Sojourn ult here. Then big nade from Irony. That's going to kind of delay the push here. And so, oh my gosh, Quartz, come on. That's a bit of ego there. He didn't have rail, I don't even know. Hey, Rat. Big nade from Twilight. Angle is taken. Can they keep Irony alive? The answer is yes. And this is just a mirror here. A little bit of verticality, a little bit of choker watch. And Twisted Minds just doesn't have the ults here. So KSA is able to play pretty aggressively with the remake. His DPS are getting space. This tends to snowball, right? Where like you get an early advantage, which means that your Sojourn has space, which means that your Diva takes more damage. Things get messy. There's the Nano, though. He has the Nano perk here. He's going to go for the bounce nade. Doesn't hit it. I think that was completely blind, actually. I don't think he had anything. Oh, that's big. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. That could have been... that was so close to being completely disengaged there by the ultimates. That was so close. They almost... that Nano would have been a disaster if so. And they get the bomb. Does KSA swap? KSA might just swap. I wouldn't hate Ram here.
best you can really hope
Okay,
for
he's going
here,
to stay.
because
Ram just because
Kai
it's very
knows when
compressed.
to get value when there's a deal
And
in
Ram
the
isn't
as well.
bad versus what we're playing into. It's not terrible.
You kinda just pop off
Okay,
the
Ultimate's got their turn. We might see a Nano on maybe just Diva for early space, and then go from there. They're going to try to rotate to Brute Force top. Really, it can't. If Irony can squeeze a nade in here, this would be big. It's hard with the Matrix, but if it happens, it could be big. There's the nade. Nade hit. Oh, huge nade. It's actually Twilight that fits it. They get the DMAC because of it. They nano the Brigitte? What? What happened? How did TVNT get that? What? How? That was a remake bomb. Did it move on the platform? What?
Wow.
It just... What? I don't understand. Wait, they showed the replay. So there's the bomb.
This bomb from TVNT?
What?
Decent
No, Faith. It's Faith. They're trusting Shield, I think? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
This bomb from TVNT?
It's bugged. Chat, I think it bugged.
This bomb from TVNT?
Where's Kai?
Ultimate timing there as well. This bomb from TVNT?
Or maybe it didn't bug. But I don't think Kevster should have died. Should Kevster died?
TVNT?
How did Kevster die?
Ultimate timing there as well.
How did Kevster die? Somebody explain to me. He was behind.
Were they betting on the ratio?
Moving.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Moving play away.
Big. Well, the
I don't know what happened there, chat. I don't know what happened.
Don't see that comp.
That's tragic. I think they lose the fight. Oh, listen in.
It's fine. It's good for us.
Yeah,
Yes, good.
maybe mirror.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not too hard.
Yeah, it's easy. They have break. I see break. Don't see diva.
Yeah.
They're maybe not spawn camping.
Yeah, they're bringing them out.
Yeah, I'm just swinging left.
Diva close. I'm gonna fight left side, right
Right,
side.
they are,
We might actually see a mirror chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk right. I'm gonna walk right.
Close the entire map.
I try Divan A, I try Divan A.
Swing right side. I can't go back line soon. Wait, go back line soon.
Diva. No, no.
Yeah,
We
they're
have point. We
coming.
have point. We have point. They're going back.
They're playing left
Get
side, by the way.
you
I'm going to come now, wait. Can't tell
Yeah,
you.
look at Arnie. Look at Arnie.
Yeah. Link low.
Wait.
Diva. I'm just pushing down. Yeah, push down. Go to the right side.
I try later top, okay?
Okay,
try.
can't go to
No
No, I
nade.
can't. It's fine.
Thanks for the
You have.
Get you.
Genji one.
They're pushing. I'm with you, Astro.
Get me out. Bring in.
I tell you.
Help me. Yeah, I go.
I tell you.
Give me no shift.
Look for again. Get on. I'm meeting heals.
I'm walking.
big nade there from Twilight to start that fight off. Hits
Yeah, big nade diff there. I feel like with Irony it was a little telegraphed, which is tough. You know, they saw the nade again, another one on Quartz. Like the thing with the nades is it's not so much about the direct follow-up, it's about forcing that person back, which then isolates the diva, and then allows you to focus, or even the Genji, and allows you to focus that target down and clear them out. So it's very rarely will you see a nade immediately get value, at least at this point in the fight, but it does allow you to either push cart forward or hold the cart forward. Nano Diva, oh no, the sleep misses. Like that right there, if that hits on TVNT's DMAC'd. The Nano is about zoning backline so that you can quickly punish. Kind of a weird sleep. I don't know how impactful that is. I guess... Okay, so there's the Nano. Okay, that was it. A lot of space off of that, and there it is, right? So KSA gets bomb. Huge sleep. There's the bomb, but he's in a bad position. He's going to get traded. He extends just a little too far with his backline, and honestly, just a really clutch play from Twilight here. Have you heard about New? Yeah.
Tough spot for a lot of teams this season. It has been this first point.
Yeah, I mean, Twilight is so comfortable.
Twilight is honestly popping off right now. He has defender's advantage, which definitely helps, but... Good eat there from TVNT on the disruptor shot there. Aggressive Genji angle, aggressive Brigitte angle. The value for Twisted Minds is going to be their ability to kite this out and then, okay, that's a good catch with rally. Astro needs to live. He should live. Response with rally, and then the blade. I actually think that's okay for Twisted Minds. I really do. That could have been a lot worse. You rally to catch the Sojourn ult because they popped an anti-nade. You almost just lost a neutral off of anti-nade. So you took a 3-for-1 ult trade. You should be happy with that. You should be happy with that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can quite.
So that one was like, that's a good rally by Astro, honestly.
Another nano here, which will be a great tool for them.
And so then you're gonna come in with your own nano blade, and with the cart. Oh no, that's criminal. That's the backbreaker right there. It's another 20 seconds. You know, it's like you really need this to be clean. Drake, can think of the sub. I hate this skin, man. Yeah. Congrats on the new badge, by the way. All right. What's Ultimates have to know this is coming. So how do they space? Nade doesn't hit this time. Angle's there. Genji gets the nano. Gets the right click. Good deflect. That's going to be able to get the reset. Huge sleep. This guy is just... What? Oh, okay, so they do get the trade on KSA, though, so the nano is still there. But the fact that they got the trade in Genji is a big deal. Look at the cart. They're going to have a recontest here. They should have a recontest here. The blade was fine. I would have preferred... I would have to look at the micro a little bit more than that, but I think it was okay. But just, what a sleep, man. That could have been a lot worse for the Ultimates. That was fine. And you're going to walk back out here... Where's Quartz angle here? Quartz is late. Quartz is very late. Where was Quartz? Was he far right? This angle for Sojourn is pretty good, though. Can they disengage? It's going to force KSA's bomb almost certainly. Yeah, he gets slapped. He gets naded. That's fine. Can he live the bomb? He gets the perk for the overhealth. It's not the end of the world. And Kevster catches Psycho. And they demech TVNT. The Ultimate's going to win this. Poor angle. He doesn't have space. There's no way. Twisted Minds trying. Astro with a good rally. Faith with the response. Kaya's high ground funny. Astro gets naded from the top. Yeah, it was just bad. Like every little detail there. I think you got to give credit to Twilight there. I don't know exactly what happened last fight there. Twisted Minds took the trade correctly.
Unbelievable Twilight performance there. The Ultimates, they play so well around these.
You really hate the micro of Pro Genji blades? What do you mean, like in terms of the dash usage?
The Ultimates are playing the best Overwatch they've done.
Yeah, so let's look at this really quick here. So I want to see what happens, because this looks normal. Okay, Sojourn ult isolates D.Va. So basically, what this means here is Sojourn ult for Sojourn ult. Okay, so Sojourn ult clears out space here. Everybody hides. Okay, D.Va's isolated on cart. We isolate D.Va. The question here is it must be that they're able to isolate Kev, or no. Like, you know what it is, chat? Here's what it is. I think the supports from Twisted Minds are out of position. 2 trigger happy with dash, yeah. Because if you look at this here, the fraud here is that this should be, okay, a DMAC D.Va force bomb, that's fine. But why are we not killing Kevster? Kevster's right freaking here. So Psycho goes in for the dash punish on Kevster and fails, I think. Yeah, Psycho tries to go. Psycho thinks he's him and just goes and then ends up losing the trade. So Kevster wins the mechanical 1v1. But despite that, this fight is not lost. It's okay. TVNT gets the bomb trade and they actually demet KSAA, I think, here. Okay, they don't. But this is just really poor spacing from, I think, Irony. I think Astro being on point to support D.Va is okay. But given the fact that your Brigitte or your D.Va their D.Va, sorry, has to stay cart, I just don't like Irony's positioning at all here. And then because Irony doesn't have the angle, Quartz is really scared of Genji. I do agree with the chatter that said that, who said that Quartz shouldn't have dropped. I agree with that. But I don't like Irony. I think Irony just got kind of dumpstered by Twilight this match. Twilight just made so many plays and controlled so much space, and Irony missed a lot of nade value, and I don't like Irony spacing there. Yeah, Irony should be on high ground. You have to trust your big D.Va to handle cart. You don't need to be with them here. You're not scared of Blade. You're not scared of D.Va diving you because she has to worry about cart. And even if she does dive you, it's like at 3 boosters away, so you're going to get a lot of packs. This is not great. This is positioning diff for backline. Like, imagine Irony just parked here shooting Kev, and just pocketing Psycho. And then even if you lose that, look at what you could have been doing to Psycho right now, or Kevster right now. Look at how much more relaxed this would be. And then Astro would be fine. Like, there just isn't any sightlines. There's no space control at all. The thing that annoys me is the Nanoblade will not fail if you outplay sleep and distance cooldowns. There's 0 risk to commit early dash for a burst. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Actually, let's go back and look at that Nanoblade. So yeah, we can look at this one. Why not? So this fight was fine. And then this is the Psycho Blade here, right? So, okay. So the angle here from Psycho is good. I think the setup is fine. He blades. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because this angle alone with Nano is enough to force slide, right? So right there, if he just chills, he can absolutely kill Kai. 100% start right there. So he actually, this setup is perfect, but then he commits dash on Faith, but Faith already has bash and defensive Nano. So what you would do is you'd force defensive Nano on Sojourn. You not even, you just stand there, blade, panic, let the Nano come in, and then dash with a non-nanoed, or even if this target's defensively nanoed, I think you can still potentially kill him. But yeah, that he shouldn't have taken him as long to kill there. But yeah, I agree. I think that this was that the dash usage there was not great. You can play passive with rally, yeah, especially if you're catching an ultimate. If they're using an ultimate, and you just kind of catch. Like the rallies from Astro were fine. They were fine. Well, yeah, it's a gamble, right? It's a gamble. I think the reason why so many pros get Genji Blade wrong is that there's a lot more pressure on the pros to kind of set that up. And I will be honest with you guys, a lot of those micro details I don't expect pro players to nail. Like, I trust pros to do the macro basic fundamentals and generally be, but I don't actually, like, I don't think pros nail the micro of every single thing correctly better than a really, really high ranked player would. And I don't disagree that hindsight criticism of a Genji Blade is a waste because it's Nanoblade. It has to work. It has to work. It must work. Like that's a fight. Like, not you getting traded there is a huge deal, right? So yeah, I mean, Ultimates just looked better. Twilight played really well. The comp mirror was pretty cool. Let's see what I assume that the Twisted Mind's going to keep trying to avoid Malgamir maps, and the good news is that they have a lot of, even if they get a relatively Malga friendly map, they have a lot of bans still in place where they can play with them. How much time do they have to practice the micro meta characters? I don't know. Probably not as much. Let's see if we can skip forward a little bit here. If you use an ultimate but it doesn't result in a kill, doesn't mean it's a waste of ultimate. No. An ultimate is a waste if it doesn't get you a kill, doesn't force an ultimate, and doesn't get you space. In other words, a better angle, push up, more objective pressure, more high ground, forces them off of an angle there, and so on. Like, for example, Funny Astro's rally allowed them to survive an ultimate and then forced 2 more ultimates. And then so they lost, but it's a great trade there. Yeah, we're in between rounds. Do you think Blade and Tank could be an underestimated idea sometimes? Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was actually the Nanoblade's success for the attack there from the Ultimates was a Nanoblade on Sigma. Because they got the kill on Sigma, they forced a lot of resources, and then he used the dash reset post-Sigma to get an additional kill, which guaranteed the fight. So no, I don't think it's a waste. How is Hazard in this meta right now? Not that great. I think Hazard didn't benefit as much from perks as some of the other tanks. And also, you know, again, a little bit of an I told you so moment for me versus Twitter. The nerfs were significant. The sustain nerfs and the lunge nerf, even before perks, put him in like 3rd place, honestly. Okay, looks like they're gonna take the Malgamir. The Ultimates are going to ban Ana, which is strange. I think it's because they don't want any foolishness from Irony. But Twisted Minds banned Genji, and I think that's because they want to force a Malgamir with a DPS duel that they think favors Psycho. So they're like, hey, we can still play Malga, but we want to play the Malgamir with the DPS that Psycho Quartz are better at. Sojourn, probably Quartz is better than Kai. I just think that's straight up the case. Maybe not today, but generally that will be the case. And then in terms of Pharah or Echo or whatever else you might see, Psycho is going to like his chances. So, sure. I mean, I don't think, on paper anyway, Twisted Mind should be that much worse than Malgamir, so we'll see. Do you think there's a clear meta right now is a bit more flexible here? It's pretty flexible with characters. Off the top of my head, I do think Ramantra, Winston, Ana are all pretty strong in a vacuum. And that's the kind of stuff that matters more for ranked, in my opinion. If you guys want to understand the Malgamir, the simplest way of looking at it is how good is my Malga cover? How good are my DPS angles? Those are like the two things you can really pay attention to. So how little damage can my Malga avoid? Or how much damage can my Malga avoid? So there's going to speeding, going to walk forward, versus how much damage can my DPS apply on the enemy backline or enemy Malga. You can see a lot of this comes down to DPS duels in the flank, which then allows the DPS to focus the enemy Malga. So the ultimates just cleared out Psycho in the flank, and so that then they're able to pummel Hadi, which then pummeling Hadi means that your Malga can walk forward and apply point pressure. You kind of see what I'm saying? And Hadi just is taking a lot of damage, but that started with clearing out the angle first. They're going to pop Juno ult, and Sky responds, but it's too late. Oh, he gets a trade, though. Quartz pops ult, but he is really isolated, and that's not going to matter. I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, and in a vacuum, I do think Ana Brigitte are really quite strong right now. Suravasa is an inoffensive flashpoint map. It's pretty straightforward. If you're the better team with good macro and good comps and good angles, you're going to win. There's not a lot of instability. There's not a lot of weird points. It's pretty straightforward. And I think that's why it's preferred. I think New Junk City has a little bit more instability, a little bit more, a couple more weird points, and the same reason like why they don't like Potter ESO. They don't. If they think that they're the better team, or if they execute better, you're gonna win. Rallies pop for early space. Cage fights use. KSA disengages, and that is a disaster for Twisted Minds. Because even with, oh wow, they layered a more. I don't know how I feel about that. They literally blew 3 ults because they're at 99% to cap. Literally 3 ults, back to back to back to back. They layered well, but you capped, but you are going to lose the next 2 fights. So you will likely lose this next point. So Quartz has to hit a shot, or Twisted Minds has to bait an ultimate. So how are they going to posture for bait? Hadi's going to go in. Irony is also going to go in? Why the frick did Irony go in? Why? Why would you go in, Irony? What was the plan? Like, you can let Hadi take the punching bag there, and then, okay, fine, reset. But good response to the ultimates. They only blew 1 ultimate there. And that's kind of what I talked about, right? So why would Irony go in there? I don't quite see the spacing there, so maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, but you would like, if you're going to go in aggressive there to try to force 2 ultimates, you'd want like a flank brig, not a straightforward brig. What is going on? Why are we doing this? So they do build a Juno ult, so that's not terrible, but they should still probably lose this fight. Cage fight should be enough if KSA can lock down Hadi. I like the high ground control there from the ultimates. Pharah on the angle with Psycho, he gets cleared. Hadi pushes forward, early Sojourn ult. I like this angle there from Kai, repositioning, he's going to kill Hadi. And the cage fight's used as well. Juno ult for Juno ult. Ultimates are probably okay with that, actually. Or Twisted Minds, rather. Probably okay with that. And because they even get the trade. They might get a touch here, guys. They might get a touch. That was a pretty expensive fight. A little messier than you would have liked for the ultimates. So I thought this was just going to be a guaranteed cap. Yeah, Kevser knows it. They're going to try and do something skanky here. Or ganky or slippery, I don't know. They scout him out. They need to hustle. There's the overrun. There's the counter slam. Quartz on the angle. Quartz is going to slide, and he gets the barrage. Wow. Huge play right there. Huge play. Huge play. This is not a fight that you felt comfortable winning there. And really well done.
Yeah, clean. Clean as you like.
They play Farah to barrage the Malga cage. Farah's just really good right now with Cardiac. I think Farah's really good with her perks as well. So I think Farah's another one that's pretty good in an isolation. And also, you don't have a Mercy Pocket, but Brig packs are really nice for Farah. Yeah, Farah, since her rework, has a lot more flexibility than you guys think. Yeah, they countered the enemy Malga rush, which was huge. That meant that kind of Sojourn had to touch there. Twisted Mind should win this one. It's a bit awkward there. Maybe they might actually catch KSAA here. Okay, they don't quite. That's nice. Quartz pops ult. He needs healing. That was a really early ult from him, though. They didn't really get anything out of that. I didn't see when he popped that, but it felt a little early. Okay, that's a good play. I don't know what KSA was planning there. I think there was a bit of a miscommunication, because if KSA is going to do that, they need to push from the opposite side to kind of pincer, get a trade. But that feels a little cheap. Well, hang on, I say that, and then Astro gets pulled out, so that's messy. Rally for rally, weird. The Farah perks are the moving barrage, which is really good in pro play because it just makes you a lot harder to kill. You don't get traded near as much. And then the suck is really nice too. But yeah, exactly like Sarah Lee said, the other two are also like pretty good and ranked in other situations too. Cage fight. I don't know what KSA was planning there. Did he think they had Juno ult? Or no, they went for the angle with Kai. Weird setup. Tell you what, these are some weird setup plays. Like, oh wow, Psycho, nice job. License contract, I think was a sub. How do you play Farah with little resources? You just play discipline, play cover. You have, with your dash, you're not as vulnerable, you're not static. You also move faster using fuel than you did in the past. So you're like a good old off-angle flanking, half-flank DPS here. Twisted Mind's going to go in hard with Juno ult. Are they going to connect? They don't connect. Juno ult's mirrored, and then we're going to layer Barrage on top of that. It's fine. That's fine. Maybe a bit cheeky there from Twisted Minds. That was always going to be a bit cheeky, though. That would be a situation where Hottie needs to land a slam on somebody for that to work. Good response with this guy. Rasputin. But like I said, you don't worry about Malga too much. I think depending on how this series goes, we'll probably see a non-Malga mirror next map, and then I think the future series not as much. How are Twisted Minds going to retake this? Probably off of Sojourn angle with Sojourn ultimate. KSA is going to try to catch with Cage. He sees overrun and he catches backline. That just can't happen. It just can't happen. When they have Cage fight, you really need to not get caught with Cage fight if you're a backliner. It just can't happen. It's 75 shields, but I get your point, Porcupine Zebra. I do think it's situational. They're going to go in hard. If they get a trade now, they cap this point. They don't. That's huge. Twisted Minds, can they get the touch? 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 Touch, 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 touch. Who's going to touch? Oh, they go Tracer to touch. Okay, that's huge. Oh no, Kai catches Psycho. Oh no, they don't even get OT. Oh no, Psycho, no. All he has to do is touch and not die. It's literally the only job he has. And Kai just rolls him. Yeah, Kai has been hitting some nice shots today. I have not seen the Sojourn differential that you on paper should be there today. Cupcake on my head, not likely. From the pro Marvel Rivals that I have watched, early on it was a little bit more interesting, but from the pro Rival stuff that I've watched, I find it incredibly boring. I would literally rather watch a Marvel Malga mirror than most Marvel Rivals mirrors right now. Okay, open the angle there from Kai. I don't know where Quartz is. Hottie gets caught with his pants down. Irony's stuck on the mount. This is just really bad spacing from Twisted Minds, right? Like, why is my Brigitte stacked behind my Malga? Why do we let Kai swing wide there?
Yeah, quickly a reset here. You know, I'm really feeling the moment here, Jaws. I mean, 2 points for the ultimates. Drop 2-0 in the series.
This is rough, man. And now you're going into a fight where you're not going to win. Like, you're losing the neutrals. You're losing the ult trades as well. I'm telling you, man, the ultimates just look better kind of in every single facet right now. I think this is going to be, like, real damning there for, okay, he's got to play cover. He's got to play cover. He can't live. Juno ult 2 OP. I think this is going to be damning for Twisted Minds. I think you look at this and you're like, okay, we're not winning Malgamir. We can't take it. We can't take it. Quartz's overclock was fine. It was the rush to hurry to touch point and to win the Sojourn 1v1. But I don't know if Psycho got picked, distracted him, and he had to worry about point touch, but... Wow, they're going to go in hard. Barrage is a little early. They are able to catch it. And they are going to be able to win this fight. So Twisted Minds squeaks it out. They're going to be able to get touch. Pretty cheap fight win, all things considered. One ultimate used for one ultimate, even if it is a support ult. Who's the best Sojourn? I don't know. I haven't watched enough. I think Quartz, on a good day, has an argument for being up there. I don't know. I wouldn't trust my opinion on best Sojourn, because I would have an opinion from, like, 2 years ago.
But really, I mean, this is about as close as it gets here. There's a rally on the other side, Jaws.
Yeah, this rally is just
Okay. They're going to go in hard. They're going to isolate. They're going to trade cages. He should have traded cages. Surprised he didn't. Maybe they just take the L, and then they win the next fight? That might be smart. They'll have time. And so Twisted Minds, you have to win this fight. What are you going to do? Quartz, flank? You got to be flanky here. I think. Maybe. You know, your ult pink's not that bad. Sojourn ult for 2 is not terrible. But yeah, they're going to go early. They're going to go early. Where is Quartz? Does he have a good angle? He does. That pops rally. He hits his shots. Gets him low. Hottie's going to disengage. He needs to stay alive. He does. Huge suck, though. There's the cage fight, and it's going to connect. Oh, it connects. Wait, it's traded. Oh, man, Irony had to space better there. If Irony lives there, I actually think Twisted Minds could have won that. That was really well played from Twisted Minds. Really well played by the Ultimates. That last little fight, that was just a skill check. It was just, Twisted Minds had to do something crazy, and they almost made it work. I mean, you have to move on from Amalgamir, man. You're cooked. It's over. You have to avoid Amalgamir. It's not going to happen. You played, your map choice, which is like not that big of a deal, but your DPS choice of the matchup, and you lost again. Yeah, Ultimates are going to be better. Why not cage Hottie to split him earlier? Because he's overrun. He'll overrun it. You have to be really careful. So KSA waited until he ran away from the rally and then got him. But the problem was, it's not that he got Hottie, because KSA actually took a lot of damage to get there. The problem is that he caught 3 people with the cage fight. It's the second time that happened that series, where the cage fight caught more than it should, which wins the fight for TU. Wait, it's oh, you're right, Chad. It's over. I'm dumb. Yeah, Twisted Minds are cooked. That's it. They probably should have played Echo there instead of Pharah. I don't know. Like, Echo, prior to perks, yes, I think Echo probably better versus the Pharah and versus the Malga. But 250 HP Pharah with moving barrage and suck, I don't know if Echo is better anymore. And then you also got to think comfort. Like, I mean, I think Psycho's historically had a really, really good Echo. I don't know what it's like anymore, but I think I'm not so sure anymore. I get what you're saying about the ult bank, but I don't think barrage is necessarily worse anymore. I think perks really shakes up their understanding of like which DPS you're playing in here. You get what I'm saying? And that's it's a fine enough line where I think that I have to admit ignorance here. You know, you still might be right, but I don't know. So yeah, I mean, credit goes to the Ultimates, just the better team, I think. Better in Amalgamir, better in dive stuff as well. Yeah, Echo perks are not great. I think I don't know how useful the massive amount of, what am I thinking of? Stickies may be useful in the Amalgamir. I know the 3 seconds. What is the chat? What is the Echo minor perk with not copying your teammates? It's the other one. That one I think would be pretty useful in the mirror. I think. So for some reason I can't remember what it is, but I feel like it would be useful. I don't know how that works, but in my brain it's useful. Extra 3 seconds on copy. Is that how it works? 3 more seconds of dupe after using an ultimate. Yeah, that's useful. Yeah, that's definitely useful in the mirror. Definitely useful in the mirror. So yeah, it would be fun to see. But it might also be a map thing too, where the 225 HP and Echo there. Maybe actually Pharah feels better. I don't know. Actually, Pharah's 225 too. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, they just look good, man. I think, and I will say, I'm normally the guy that freaks over Amalgamirs. Like, if you're not taking them, if not good at Amalgamir, don't take it. I get taking the Amalgamir here, because if it's like, all right, we're gonna have to win at least one matchup with Amalga. It's what we've practiced. I think it was relatively competitive, and in theory, they were able to get the DPS mirror that they wanted, right? That they feel that they're better on. But I mean, Quartz just wasn't there today, man. Not as much. Ultimates looked better. Like the problem with the ultimates is I kind of always have faith that the ultimates are going to be a little bit better, coincidentally, with the ultimate traits, right? Like the macro, right? I trust that team to do better with that. But you'd want Quartz or Psycho to kind of have the advantage, but it just wasn't there. It just wasn't there. 3 fluxes with copying Sigma. That's crazy.
Seems like their scrims from the last week maybe led them astray in terms of thinking the meta.
Should more teams experiment with different Sigma comps? I don't think so. I don't think Sigma's matchup with what's going on right now. Sigma's odd. Sigma doesn't have great matchups into a lot of compositions, and I think it's relatively... let's see what Chris says. Chrissy.
Hello, Christopher. Welcome back to the show once again.
Sorry for the echo if it's there.
On the W.
Yeah, Kai played well.
Let's talk about the mindset coming into this. So we talked about...
Kai had more neutral fight wins than
a bit of an up and down
did.
stage. One, we had obviously high hopes and high expectations for it. But you gotta go down in order to go back up, right?
this direction.
But now the trajectory is back up again. What was the mindset
like a slingshot, you would say? Would you not say like a slingshot? You pull it back and then...
Very much so.
Yeah.
But hey, you turn it up. You turn it up when it matters the most, which is of course in the playoffs. You had to start your playoffs run in the lower bracket. So, was there motivational issues for the players, or was it just business as usual?
Motivation? I don't think so. I think one thing that we as a team have struggled with is we struggled to find our identity a little bit, maybe struggled with like the weight of expectations. I think everybody thought, TU, like this roster's insane, this team is going to win everything. And we probably, if we're being honest, also thought that. And then when you don't win everything, I think it's really easy to be hard on yourself. So I think for us, we kind of had to, like, a lot of it was about finding our tempo, like understanding, like, teams I've always coached in the past have been historically very slow teams. It feels like the players I have right now, that's really the opposite of how we want to play. So there was a little bit of push-pull from me and the players at the start, but I think we're kind of more or less on the same page as of right now about how we want to play.
Chris, I'm just curious, talk me through like the mental side of this game right now for the teams, right? For you guys to come into playoffs in the lower bracket, facing elimination in each match you play,
hundreds of hours of that
to
man's
go
voice.
to potentially qualify for China.
You can do a pretty good Chris
how do you approach that from a mental perspective, getting the players to play their best under that kind of pressure?
I think one thing that, whilst maybe the weight of expectation hurt is in the regular season, I think the experience of this team probably helps it compared to most of the teams on the other end of it. Like a lot of teams, like maybe like VP and Alcad, they didn't have much expectation. So for them in the regular season, it was really easy to play their best. But now in playoffs, it really matters all of a sudden.
That's a good point.
And I think for us, we kind of had a little bit of a chip on our shoulder, something to prove. But I don't really worry about the mentality in game in terms of like how this team acts. Like there's no issues with performance. It was just, we just had to kind of unburden ourselves from that. And then I think now we start to have like a real identity.
Yeah, the identity was on display today. You guys seem to find your stride. We hope to see more of that in your next match. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next one.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Yeah, I agree with Chris there. I think like this is why if you guys have ever watched any sport and everyone's got like their super team theory, like, well, imagine if this person played with this team. The Ultimates is a great example of why that doesn't always work, because just to prop up super players, you need supporting casts. You need people that are really good at doing their job. And when you have too many cooks in the kitchen, it can just be a really difficult point. And you look at kind of like the Ultimates here, and you're like, the roster's really strong, but like, how are they working together? How are they synergizing? How's their planning looking like? Because that stuff affects even like the micro and the macro and so on. So it's like, I think kind of growing into that and growing to be a community, like there's a reason why teams under and overperform, and it's usually based off of that stuff. It's not just based off of, that player's actually not as good as we thought, although that sometimes can be the case. It's a lot more complicated than that. Like building a good team roster is not just something that is like more art than science potentially, but it's also something that it can take a lot of time and honestly a little bit of luck to kind of get right, you know. Hottie's been with team the whole season for a while now. So, yeah, I mean, good for the Ultimates. I definitely think like they were the better team here for sure. So, hey, Saber. Moth, the FD God, and Shock. Yeah, exactly. Because they're like, oh, FD God is just a straight up mechanically better Lucio. That's objectively true than Moth, right? It is. But, you know, was FD God incorporated? Did he understand their system? Were they able to play around him? Was he able to play around them? What intangible value did Moth bring to the team? It's just really hard to say, you know? Yeah, I did. I heard about it. And it makes total sense. It's nothing new, you know? Expectations to win, you don't, you know, so it's way easier to work with a team that has very low expectations and punches up, and I think Chris kind of pivoting into that a different role is definitely new.
He will indeed. For now, we're heading into a very quick
yeah, Hottie's problem is that it is such that it is the flexibility of things, I think, but yeah.
You do not want to miss it.
Yeah, the episode was good.
Final loser will be facing off against the ultimate.
You don't know Smash? Smash is the one that got, was it Funny Aster that got toasted? Smash was the guy with the glads, so. I think my sweet potato, bro. So. Let's go back and look at that bracket really fast. Hang on. This one will be good. You know, definitely favors the VP for how they've been playing. And yeah. Top two makes China, I think. So. Yeah, I'm not sharing sweet potato with you. Shut the frick up. Have I seen Severance? Yeah, I watched Severance last year. Or whenever it came out. It's definitely up my alley. I enjoy it. No, no sweet potato for you. Yeah, I know second season. I've been watching it. It's good. I enjoy creative shows. I enjoy thoughtful shows that take their time and tell a good story. Definitely up my alley. I actually would agree with that, Sarah. Depending, I haven't seen a lot of OWCS, so I can't comment for sure. But I have more. I feel like Ultimate are probably the favorites, which is crazy. Not the all-time favorites, but I think VP or Ultimate's probably in my top two. Magister, I'm not saying anything. I'm not asking. Yes, I've seen Mr. Robot too. Good show. A little campy at times, but the overarching story and the main character is just phenomenal. Really enjoyed Mr. Robot. Overwatch's aquarium. Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know if this is just like generic footage or what. Maybe they have somebody else's aquarium. No, Magister. No, don't go to Twitch. No. Wait, only Thin stream? What the frick is this? No, Magister, please don't subject me to the question. Chat, you don't want to know the question. The question. Oh, man. That was burnt. Mid-season pass will just be a bunch of perk stuff. And they already said on the AMEA that pretty much the perks that you think are going to be replaced or nerfed or buffed are probably going to be. So, you know. Spile's not welcome? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Hang on.
Hello! That's right. It's Face and Puns. They're starting very soon, so make sure to head on over to fce.gg/FaceandPunsBeta to sign up for this beta and get a chance access.
Baby, you gotta have those competitive matches.
Yeah, frick you, Magister. Perfect timing.
Pugs, when I get the chance.
Has Perks made the Winston versus Diva matchup worse or better? Good question. I think better. I think better. I think Heal Bubble helps a little bit. It's not really a matchup that is affected that much by Perks, but Heal Bubble helps a little bit. And I don't really think any of Diva's perks really help versus Winston. Like, I don't even think the big grenades do more that much. I think they're better in longer ranges. It's like a tiny bit more damage. I think the Heal Bubble probably is the biggest thing. But I think overall, I think the Winston perks are more buffs than what Diva got. I didn't go to the bathroom. Best Kiriko right now? I don't know. I would say I think most of the Kiriko play I've seen so far in terms of the off angling has been pretty solid. But yeah, maybe Lucimin. I would trust. Who said that? Sarah Lee. I trust Sarah Lee's opinion. Do you know the day today? No. Is it 53 or 54? Or something like that? Rat Gaming, one of our replacement divas was to make, one of our major perks for divas to make Matrix reduce all damage reduction, melee or beams by like 30-40% at the expense of Matrix duration. Oh, by the way, chat, last night, okay, so I felt bad. I acted like a petulant child for the first time in my entire career, deservedly, about the Sojourn perks, Hanzo perks, Roadhog perks when we did the perk fixes. So... And I was like, you know what? Surely I can come up with something. So I sat in the shower, and I thought of some perks. Because they were the ones I think we skipped, you know? So I came up with some perks that we maybe can look at. I'm always more creative late at night. I don't know why. Not that late, but... I was like 11 or something. Does the Diva heavy missiles give her higher DPS compared to the regular ones? See, I don't know. I've tried it, but I think the difference is really small. 54. See, I knew it. No, not sat in the shower. Not literally. You get what I'm saying? It's a figure of speech. But I did come up with some perk ideas because I really want to... I know it's like, you know, lipstick on a pig and all that kind of stuff. We've said that, but surely there's something we can do. Like I think what inspired me is that we, in theory, came up with a couple of interesting ideas for Widow, which to me it's like, bro, if we can do it with Widow, surely we can do it with Hanzo, you know? You think about Spy in the Shower? Same. Heavy missiles trade better into armor. Yeah, I think that's it, Sarah Lee. So maybe that actually affects the Winston matchup a little bit. It's a good point, actually. Yes, I did know that, Bolins, yes. You regret typing? That's too late. You know, in YouTube chat, you can recall comments. Did you know that? Worst, least valuable perks overall? I don't know. I think Zenyatta has to be up there, but I don't know for sure. Chat, what do you guys think of the worst, least valuable perks? It's weird. I'm like, I could tell you all the perks, but I don't know who has the worst perks. I don't know. Enjoy your vacation, Magister. Like, the worst perks overall, not the worst perk, because some of the perks are, like, really bad. Sombra's a pretty good shout, but she has a really good minor perk, so it's hard to say. Hanzo, maybe, yeah. Hanzo is pretty bad. Hanzo is either very niche ones or very small buffs. Hanzo's a good shout, actually. Ryan's perks are definitely underwhelming, given the fact that a lot of the tank perks are pretty good. That's a good shout as well. They're not useless, but they are very small. Yeah, maybe Ryan and Hanzo are up there. Hazards, I feel like maybe are a little better than Ryan's. I'm not sure. Yeah, it would be power, I think we're talking about. The Ryan healing passive is actually, I think, one of his more useful ones for like the dive style.
Within the meta, as he had, I was gonna say hovering the Queen. Doubtful that was gonna come out. Queen just kind of gets owned.
Okay. Malgamir. Yep, skip-it-a-doo. Who's gonna be better here?
Okay, pretty straight up. You know, when I talked about a lot of different compositions and stuff, like, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's start it off
It's all good.
with a good old neutral little Malgamir. Why not?
Yeah, we'll see if Labda can.
Not a whole lot to say here. We're just looking at the Sojourn angles more than anything else. Yeah, he knows. Well, that was kind of weird from Lebda. Now, I was saying this last stream, but Lebda's really impressed me. I mean, I've been pretty out of the loop with stuff, but I kind of come back from like I guess, a year hiatus of Lebda, and all of a sudden this guy is like playing a good Sojourn. It's a bit of a reality check for me, you know? Guy has just kind of become him, you know? But I say that, but also at the same time right now, like, Lebda's just been kind of thrown into the... Like, they have no space, OWCS, like, none at all. So, like, unless Vistola, like, that has... Something stinks there. Like, I don't know what the frick happened there, but Virtus Pro actually had, like, every angle they could possibly want and still lost that trade, so something stinks. Hazard perks are super strong in your opinion? Fair enough. I think the leap distance one and the ability to get resource from the wall is pretty nice. Surprised by improvement? Well, no, not surprised isn't like, wow, I can't believe that that's possible. More like, oh, wow, that's great. Good for him. You know? Pop Corpse video? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it last night. I liked one of them in particular. One of the other ones I think a couple of the other ones I'd already come up with. I didn't like about half of them at all. But I like the idea that we're doing it, though. I think it's cool. That's a really, really nice slam from Ziad. They actually just cheated that. They just went in first. I don't even know if they had the angles for it. They just went. The hog bounce is my favorite one. That's the one. I actually liked it so much, I'm stealing it. I'm going to credit him in the video when we make the project, but I like that idea. It's actually something... So here's something funny. I will credit him, but I will also say that I think we actually came up with that idea when we reworked hog. We had a trampoline was the term that we used with trap. But I don't know. Like, there isn't a novel idea in Overwatch headspace, so I'm not going to take full credit for it. Cage for cage. Blade inside cage. This is just a giant Herculean mess. Trapuline? Yeah. Why? Enhances the die potential on the slash damage boost and range boost used in seeing everybody. Yeah, that's true. I like the slash damage boost a lot versus certain comps. That's something you have to kind of pay attention to, but it is a big deal versus certain heroes. Like, you're playing versus Bastions and, like, Reapers and crap, and you're like, oh my days, I can actually just ruin you.
Yeah, you might not have the ultimate straight off the bat here, but this is now OWCS playing with money in the bank. They can afford to take these...
I think the tank matchup is easier, sure. But I actually think the resource thing is good too, but it just... If you get... Oh, wow, that was a nice blade. This is what we talked about with the blade stuff from Psycho, like the patience there, right? Just the fact of pulling out blade is a huge... And if you have your deflect, like, yeah. That kind of blade is what we would need to see from Psycho and Root. Yeah, I don't know about the custom games, Yotan. The workshop stuff is definitely something that I've been crying about, and I hope that at some point in the next year or two that they put a lot of resources in the workshop code, because that feels like just a good permanent investment. Weird torpedoes there. I don't even know where Lebda was there. Yeah, Jaywoo's done a good job. Call the blender. Yeah. Juno ult for Juno ult. Shockwave angle needs to be good here. If it is, then they're just going to win. He's going to pop it early. Forces Genji cooldowns. He avoids slam. That forces Juno ult. They then Juno ult second. After forcing CDs, that's going to be a full disengage. They actually got cap off of that, did Virtus Pro, which is... Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I thought... I'm blind. Never mind. This is fine. That could have been a lot worse for Virtus Pro, I will say. Or OWCS, my goodness gracious. Cage fights pop, though. He catches checkmate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a tough fight for OWCS to win. They almost disengaged it cleanly, but I think checkmate just got caught in the cage there from Vistola.
with the win on round 1.
If you have a question about heroes perks, the answer is yes. We've already done it. If you're curious to see what we did with the perks, you check the announcements channel in my Discord. I dropped them in the notes. It was a chat. How many hours did we spend on that project? I mean, at least 10 hours. Probably closer to 12, 13 hours. Because it's actually more than that, because I spent like 5 or 6 hours in Irvine the day it came out, brainstorming. So close to 20 hours between the preparation I did. Yeah, and not to mention all the stream work. So.
My MVP so far in stage 1 here in EMEA. I think the way Shockwave's been playing so far this stage was...
Oh, sorry, Piggy. Thank you very much. That actually bothers me too. So, thank you for highlighting that. Is mid-season patch coming next week? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like it has to be another 2 or 3 weeks, right? I don't know. Wow, Zia just goes. What a deep dive. That's so weird. OWCS, like, they just go. Like, they just run right through chokes. That's something we saw in the previous round, too. I don't know if I like that. In theory, that shouldn't work. Like, if you're going to do that, you have to have another flank set up. You're just running through a choke for no reason. Blade just isn't a bad ult, just isn't the ult well, I remember. Yeah, I mean, Blade is fine. Like, especially with the perk, it's fine. The problem with Blade is not so much that Blade's bad or Genji's bad. It's just that we all have this memory of being the main character with half-blind enemies. And, you know, people just get good. Like, people give you attention. That's the problem with Blade. Like, this isn't 2017 anymore where everyone's not... Like, everyone just panics. Nice rotation from OWCS and really bad rotation from Virtus Pro. There's literally nothing special there. They literally just cleared the high ground and then they just got caught with their pants down. I think Checkmate set up a bit of a nice angle there, as did Lebda, but that's sloppy. Why take Sojourn ammo over rail perk? Consistency of output. It's nice. Fewer reloads, more damage on the Malga trade, which is also a target that you do want to be continuing shooting. I don't think it's necessarily worse or better. It just is. I don't know yet. Is that his actual crosshair? Do they actually show player crosshairs? I think they do, don't they? That's funny. Speed ring, swing left. They need to swing left. Swing left. Lebda pops it. They kite. The pincers. Cardiac there is fine. Fix it gets to cover. It's fine. They're going to respond probably with their own. They do. Shock. They get the stomp. They get the Juno for Juno. Vistola is low. He doesn't have cage fight. Blade is used. And he hits the shots. Cage fight is also used. This is crazy, though. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Rally gets killed because I think he gets caught in cage. Yeah, so he gets caught in cage, and Vistola doesn't have cage fight yet. And they're able to trade it out. Now, that costs them literally everything. But Virtus Pro almost doesn't have anything there. So the cage fight there from Ziad, huge, 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 huge right there.
Shockwave went aggressive with the slide, but it's just a very awkward fight to take. Are we going to go for a bit of a wraparound? They have the cage in hand here. See if Vistola can...
Yeah, I don't think Inspire uptime is a huge problem. I also don't think that they necessarily want to steal ult charge from the Juno. I'd have to hear more responses from main supports, but yeah. Again, they get the trade. I don't know what happened to the cage fight there. I missed it. I was looking at chat. That was a 9 ult fight, yeah. That was pretty clean there. He whiffed the entire cage. Tragic.
You can't get the swap soon enough. Virtus Pro is gonna forfeit this stage right here. Great play by OWCS. Do you think that was bait from...
Rewatch it? Well, chat, we have YouTube. Why would I use the fundamental tool of YouTube here? What do we got here? So they clear high ground. There's speed ring. Yeah, he just missed it. Ziad baited it. That's just a weird cage fight, man. That's like... He wasn't even looking at the Malga. Like, it wasn't even like a crazy bait. It was just dumb. It did feel like a little bit of psychological goof up there.
Yeah, really interesting so far. I do have to say that stage as well, it is really hard to retake, right? So credit to OWCS for getting cap control there.
Zion might be the best Malga player in EU. You think so? Interesting. I haven't seen a lot of OWCS games with the Malga stuff. Hey, Coco. It's going to be close. The problem with what I'm seeing right here, chat, is we're all going to suffer. There's a real chance that we see more Malgamir if it's as close as this, which is tragic. We need somebody to lose, like, pretty badly here on a map so we can get off the Malgamir. Again, do you notice how Kalkazia does do this? They split their DPS angle, and then they run the Malga to the DPS angle on the flank. So Ziad literally runs right to the middle of the enemy team, and they end up on the angle. If it works, they catch one of Virtus Pro with their pants on. They catch, like, a backliner, right? If it doesn't work, they just lose so much HP. It's weird. It's not something we're going to see other teams do very often. So basically, they'll set up like their DPS flank or whatever, and then the Malga goes to meet the DPS flank by running right to the middle of the enemy team. So all of a sudden, you have like 5 people on your backliner right there. Like, here they go again. Look at that. They're going for the brig. And look at how much damage they take if it doesn't work. Look at how much pincer damage they take. Like, it's incredible. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's kind of gimmicky. It could work, but you're cheating the map. Like, for those of you guys who have watched me talk about some of the Overwatch fundamentals, you're cheating, right? You're just running it right down the middle. You're not setting up or wrapping around. You're just running it down. You do have an angle, but it's something that OWCS has done on all 3 rounds. And I don't know if it works as well on this particular point because it is a little bit more open. So you're going to be taking a lot more damage in that setup. So let's see. I've never really tried sushi, so... I've had vegetarian sushi before. I wasn't a huge fan, but it wasn't exactly high-quality sushi either, and that was a long time ago, so I don't know. Yeah, so this is a little bit more honest, a little bit more patient off-angle setup here from Alcadzia. Juno ult's used. Shockwave pops ult. There's a 2-for-1. Can they live? Ziad, again, he's just fearless. He's going to die. But will it be enough? I mean, he gets a lot of space off of it. They don't have... The problem is they didn't have the next ultimate to use. So Haku dies, so that was really the next ultimate that they'd want to use. They do get point flip. And they should probably win the next fight, given the status of the ults there. But yeah, I mean, this is weird stuff from Maokai. I mean, they are just very aggressive in the literal sense of the term. Like, they will take the high risk, high reward stuff. They're just going. I'm not a big fan of fish, so that's kind of probably the problem there. I'm not vegetarian or vegan. I just wasn't so sure how I felt about sushi otherwise. Early rally, Vistola tries to get in there. He doesn't get his cage fight canceled, and it's a pretty good cage fight, actually. Haku does not get caught, but the cage fight allows the cover for Jayu to be able to close the distance with Blade, and that might be it, chat. That might be all she wrote. Checkmate doesn't even get the Blade off. Ziad needs to live, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. That's it. Really, really, really nice job from Vistola there. Big cage, doesn't get canceled, doesn't get baited. I actually think Haku tried to cancel cage fight, and I think that's why he was out of position versus the Blade. I just don't like fish, man. I don't think that's a weird thing. I think that's a pretty normal disliked food. Not by most people, but by a large percentage of people. Good to know, Porcupine.
Great performance by Virtus Pro there, but at least we saw some signs of life from Alcadzia. I think the cope angle here is the fact that was...
No, I don't think you're wrong, Deacon. I don't think you're wrong. I would... Yeah. I am also unconvinced on the merits of Wall Slam, but I'm not sure. Hello, Tetris. Yeah, pretty close. Virtus Pro pulls it out. Alcadzia's really weird style so far. Very flank Malga, always go for backline, disregard the angles, and they don't play it like chess. It's like they're just running it. Chili? Is it raw chicken? Yeah, I play guitar. A little bit. I love all seafood that isn't fish. Interesting. Wall Slam is we're talking about the Brig perk, like the major. What can I play? Just a little bit. I don't really play songs so much as I write my own music. Kind of noodle. Nope, cooked. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, I wasn't gonna judge other cultural things, you know. I don't. But yeah. Yeah, could be true, Celtics. All right, let me know what you guys think of these perks. Let me pull up these perks really fast here while we're waiting for. So let me actually pull up my notes here. So here are my perk ideas for the characters that we didn't like. So we already did the... Where are we? We already did the the pigpin jump perk. I was thinking maybe give him alt fire back at expense of heal resource, so you can kind of play more like an off-angly poke tank. Some form of belly boop brawl choice. We had it kind of at the idea there anyway. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me pull up my rework projects. Rework. You know, we should definitely go through all the reworks and see what I put for my notes. Wrecking Ball, Hammond. Did we have anything that we want to copy here? This is kind of an older video. Yeah, shoot, chat. There's a couple of these things we need to steal here. Burst heal on ult, I think, would be good for Doomfist. You love stealing? Wait till I tell you guys some of my Hanzo perks. I'm curious to see if you guys will like them or not. Okay. Yeah, the shields idea they actually utilized. And the other ones they actually did as well. So actually both of these things have actually been implemented since I've done this project. Which is kind of cool. I will say the whole... Okay, we got to check to make sure we're not missing it here. Okay, we're fine. Old gun concept. Low heat. Tighter spread. High heat. Faster fire rate. Basically allowing her to function situationally as a poke tank, but it's a very slow fire rate, so it's not spammy. You can kind of like the whole heat mechanic of her gun, actually utilizing it. Overheat equals burning javelin. Yeah, okay. That would be a major perk. Control the dragon. It's not a bad idea. Spin restores heat. I actually don't even know if that's going to be a minor. Let's just leave that. Horizontal mobility. If no... Spin. Well, I'll kind of go through and cook some of these a little bit. Hey. Guess what? What? Okay, I'm chat. We're in. I'm sorry.
Not long, apparently. Hey, that was fast.
You did?
That was a fast fire because they got busy.
I honestly can't remember where you were. You were training, right?
That's a little bit of an indication of the playstyles.
Oh, that's right.
So far from these teams. Vestola, we talked about it, did great on someone sitting back. Siad opting to go more aggressive, want to create space for his damage players.
4. All right, luckily a quick recontest.
Holy crap. Nice, dude.
I don't know where it is. It was one of these.
Nice, dude. Congrats. Thank you very much. 60 eggs, chat. We're eating good. You're looking good. I sprinted in trap bar. I realized with trap bar, I think the heaviest we can get is 360. So it's like, ugh. That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, Alkazi is going to take the Amalgamir here. They are not afraid of it, which I think makes sense. Like, I think, like, you know, I don't think the previous map was a Stomp. Could have been close. Yeah, 60 eggs. She, one of her training buddies, he has a farm, and so she went down there and helped him set up some fence posts or something. So he paid her in eggs. Eggs are pretty expensive where we're at. I mean, same as everywhere else. I don't know how much exactly, but yeah, we have a couple of friends that have farms and stuff, so. I think somebody in chat said it earlier, but I will say, I think it was actually Porcupine. I think of all the Amalgamirs you've seen, this is probably one of the more interesting ones. I don't like Amalgamirs. It's boring. It's just boring. But Juno Break are fine. They're not the greatest, but it's okay. Sojourn Genji are fun. Yeah, we eat eggs a lot. How many eggs do we have a day? Like 5 eggs a day? Something like that? 5 eggs a day? Yeah. Bands are Zarya and Pharah. You can see them at the top right, top left. I don't hope maybe I'm covering it. We love bird flu. Is that what it is? Is it the bird flu? I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to a lot of the political things. Not the political things, but like the state of the world. Oh, that's huge. Really nice blade there from Checkmate. Good support as well. Jwoo responds. I don't know what happened elsewhere with the Juno ult and the rally, but maybe it's because of the lack of map control. That was really sloppy from Alkadzia. I think the blade itself was fine. He needed way more support, both directly and indirectly. That's kind of unfortunate. The politics channel soon? Yeah, I'm curious what I've come to realize. Here's what I'll say about politics, okay? There are certain low-hanging fruits, okay? This is bad, okay? This is good, okay? You get what I'm saying? It's not hard. But I've come to understand that the political side of things, it's so hard to trust people, so hard to know for sure, and it is a realm so devoid of nuance, at least in the American sphere, that it is generally not worth talking about, at least with people one-on-one. Oh, wow, that looks great. What is that, carrot? Nice, thank you. Ad starts immediately. Favorite egg dish? I don't know. What is my favorite egg dish? I don't know if you like quiche? Oh, Checkmate gets murked. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is so free. You cannot lose like that. I don't know if the supports weren't in position or not. Yeah, I saved some for you. It's the new coffee, too. Oh, wait. They're actually going to force 4v5. I like that. I actually think that's worth. If Ziad can live, that could be huge. And that's classic Alkadzia, man. They just don't care. Like, you know what? Let's just go. Love that pops it. This is good for Alkadzia. Considering how badly it started, it could be so much worse. A fencer in every department. I understand my limitations. That's the difference. I understand my ignorance in some topics. I'm not a fence sitter in everything. I'm not by far from. There are some things I will very gladly hang my hat on. Yeah, Checkmate just can't die there. I don't even think it was necessarily his fault. Something looked goofy. There may be a miscommunication, but yeah, could have been so much worse there. So much worse, even if it does take an ultimate. Favorite egg dish for me? I don't know. Potatoes, sausages, eggs, and like vegetables, like for breakfast, is freaking amazing. They're like chicken sausages. But they're like Applegate. They freaking taste amazing. I'd freaking take an Applegate farm sausage sponsorship. I freaking love those things. This is fine for Alkadzia. That's classic layering. Juno ult for Juno ult, cage fight stacked on top. They actually popped Rally as well, did Fixa. So Alkadzia is loving this one so far. So yeah, you lose the previous map, but Alkadzia is like looking like they're doing okay here.
You have to imagine taking that fight, feeling the pressure. Against the wall there a little bit. It's a nerve-wracking fight because if you lose that fight, then God.
Real football with your feet? I don't play it. I respect the sport a lot. I respect the athletes a lot. Hang on. They're thinking about Blade. They're thinking about Blade. The rally's there. They're going to stop Cart. He catches Genji. Jwoo has deflect though. They need to turn on Vastola, who has cardiac. He doesn't have bash though. Wait, oh no. Haku misplays that, I think. Haku misplays that. They don't get the kill in Genji, and he also reached with the bash. I think he should have saved bash, pressure Vastola, and then maybe catch the Genji later. That was really well played by Virtus.pro and Jwoo. Really well played. I would love to try that. Thank you. Very good, thank you. I was surprised. Somehow I forgot. I thought it was protein shake. So when I saw Bolos, I freaked. It's a fine cage fight. The problem is they didn't really have the DPS angle to punish it, so that kind of sucks. So this might be a little messy. So it's basically cage fight, but it's just Malga versus Malga. There's no other like follow up there. Partly because they were coming in a retake. Shaco's gonna press Q because he thinks it's winnable, but it's not. I don't think it was a... Okay, yeah, it was not a great read. Yeah. Again, that sucks though for OWCS, man. That last fight was just criminal to lose that fight, man. Criminal. Thank you very much. So that feels bad. It's a pretty cheap fight win though, so you're not... It's not the end of the world, but... What denomination? Non-denominational. I'm very anti-religious structure when it comes to certain things. I think religious structure is anti-biblical. Alright. Juno ult for Juno ult. Oh! I think that was a stomp! I think it was a stomp. Either that or maybe they just one-shot him with a blade. I don't know. Oh, wow. That's huge. So finally OWCS, with all this honesty and superior of play in a lot of aspects, they finally get the gimmick win that they needed. In other words, the fight where things just go kind of right for them. The most unexpected answer. I hope it didn't come across as condescending. Nice. Vastola goes early. He's gonna need to cage fight. He might just take the ult. Oh, they're gonna rally. He doesn't even cage fight. I don't think he... I think Vastola realized that he was cooked there. I don't know what happened there, if there was a miscommunication, but that was a goofy rotation. Religion should never influence laws. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We are not a theocracy. Never have been, never should be. There's a very clear difference in New Testament about government's role and the role, but yeah, so they're going to be able to recontest because Vastola realizes, you know, saves it. Yeah. But OWCS is going to be happy with that. Like, honestly, like that's obviously, to state the obvious, that's huge. Shut up, Aerithal. You're a Symmetric player. Your opinion is washed. Genji Sojourn with the space though. This is so winnable. This could go either way. Sojourn ult probably going to be the opener here. We'll probably see it now. Yep, there it is. He sees it in response to this. Dude, Ziad hits the slam. He hits the slam. He hits the slam on Gala. No way. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, Ziad is like... Dude, put this man on a leash. So many fights just won off of... And lost. But so many fights just won. Thank you, Cookbread. He hits the slam on Juno. Like, that's partly a mistake on Gala for sure. Like, but... Wow. Really nice. 1 for 1, and you kind of reset the push bot. I don't want to hear any push haters in chat. Oh, they didn't make any progress. They reset the bot all the way back to here, and they have favorable spawn. And you have map control. Cardiac, deflect on Cardiac. Lebda's going to pop Sojourn, and they're going to isolate and kill Shockwave. And then now they're going to deepen the angle. So even with the trades here, this is still losable here for Virtus.pro because they have the space. Oh, Landon gets picked. I think that should be it. Okay. Still, OT spawns kind of suck, I will say. I don't know if they're all going to get good spawns. Yeah, so they're stalling the bot here because they don't want to take the fight too soon. Because their team isn't there yet. OWCS will be there first. So the funny thing is, I think if they push the bot, they might have bad spawn checkmate and Lebda, which would have served the same purpose. But pretty heads up play. He catch the cage fight. Vastola's freaking dead. The support ults aren't there in time. Oh no. Juno ult is there, but I don't think it matters, dude. Oh man, that is tragedy. Wow. Well played. Well played by OWCS. That was pretty well done all the ways considered. Second Genji perk. Yeah, Genji perks need some work, I think. But yeah, we'll go back to the perks that I was talking about. I'm always like, dude, we're done with the perk project, and I keep revisiting it. I am going to try to get the video out next week, though. I'm just going to have there's something to say about how your ethics and morality can be influenced by faith, which can influence your opinions. That's true. Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Yeah, I mean, pretty good map. Am I drinking out of a bowl? No, this is this is really good, Beth. Yeah, just drinking juice. Yeah, Genji realistically has 2 perks, and 1 perk that's used fun for clip farms, and that's about it. It's not the bowl. What about changing blade to that projectile thing? They showed that 2019 Overwatch 2, like the slash, and it shoots out the projectile. I think one of the stadium perks has that. I'm pretty sure I played with that. I'm pretty sure I played with that. Genji in Stadium was something else. A deflect was you basically played it on your deflect, because it would heal. You could reflect beams. Like you could do all sorts. It would like heal. You have like 500 HP in deflect bot. It was kind of boring, honestly. But yeah. Perfect perk wise, outside of bug fixes, probably Bastion. Sigma's really close. Yeah, Pharah actually might be perfect perk wise. I actually don't think I'd change anything on Pharah. I think the implosion one might need to be down-tuned a teeny bit, but even that, I don't think necessarily. It's just really good with coordination. But in rank, having the other one, it's really strong too. The melee is stupid, dummy strong. You might be right. You might be right. Captain, thank you for the sub. 75 shield is just very niche. Not very niche, but niche. It's very strong in that niche, though. Maybe you could say 100 shields would be even better. Maybe, yeah. But in that niche, it's still super useful. I don't think you'd want armor. You need the shields. The point of the shields is that you're more self-sufficient, which is really important in a lot of comps. Armor would be more powerful in more situations, but wouldn't help with the things, like shields regenerate HP in 2 seconds. The passive kicks in what, 5 seconds? And that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. So it takes less than half of the time to start regenerating HP. And if I remember correctly, it also stacks with the out of combat passive heal. So if you're like 1 HP, you'll heal back to full faster, significantly faster. So is it as good as Moving Barrage? I don't know. Probably not, but it's there. Yeah. You could argue, if anything, that she could use more shields. I will say the shields idea was another one that we came up with in our rework project. So let's keep going here. We did Orisa already. They did this one too. The armor and Omnic. They gave him that one. They haven't done this one. They did the vortex applying midair. Bro, I am forgetting how many of our... I'm not taking credit for all these, obviously. But they used a lot of our ideas, actually. Or they came to similar conclusions is the more likely thing. And these aren't even all my ideas. This was exactly like our perk fixes. A lot of this was Twitch chat, too, helping me out. We did the same thing, opened up the thing. Okay, what would we think here? Less healing, more damage reduction. Speed boost on Breather, they used that one. Mobility with damage. I'm not seeing that the trap bounce one. Manual detonation, untrap, budget vortex, lunge roll, belly flop. I swear we did a trap jump one. Yeah, I don't see it, but I swear that we had that idea. Anyway. Okay, take a breather, less healing, more damage reduction. That would be interesting. No, I know maybe Yeetle has come up with the trap bounce, but I know specifically we had a long conversation about trap bounce, and we ended up liking it back when we did the tank rework project. There was somebody, it was one of chat's ideas or in the Discord channel. I distinctly remember talking about it for a long time because we talked about first point Havana with it. I don't know, Piggy. I don't know, Piggy. Oh. Okay, chat. How would you give... Okay, so hear me out. Roadhog can give healing to a teammate, a small amount of healing, 50, 60, 80, 100, that takes away some of his resource. Like or some sort of buff or something that takes away his resource. Oh, frick, we have a match. Like, I was thinking, like, how to make Roadhog more team-oriented, but I don't like it being centered on him. I think it's also less interesting. But if you had to, like, manage your resource to help teammates, like, in the same way, like, kind of like a Zarya bubble, how would that work? Like, it's not so much the buff itself, because I think that's easy. We could brainstorm that. But how would we do it to, like... How would it visualize? Like, we have, like, this whole, like... Yeah, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I think the visuals are kind of important in something like that. It'd be like he gives them... Wait. Oh, wait, listen.
I'm looking at VP right now, Shockwave.
Oh, frick, we missed it. Sorry, guys.
Not too much ult charge to his name right now, just hard to get these shots in.
Virtus Pro pulls them to their D.Va stuff because Vistola, Vistola's a freak of nature, so Vistola can play a really strong D.Va. I think this makes sense. Like, you're better in that, you're not better, but you can play the Malgamir really well. But the one thing you do have in your pocket... Oh, Landon, he's a freak! Oh, Landon! He needs to keep running, bro. Just run. But I don't know Ziad as well, but surely he's not Vistola tier in D.Va.
What's going on back there? Alright, Nano boost onto Ziad.
Ziad's best pick is D.Va? Oh, well, frick, dude.
Another nice sleep there from Landon. But they are straight back in this. As soon as that Nano just separates from Ziad, they're good to go again. And you got positioning available as well.
Targeted ban on Genji, targeted ban on Kiriko just based off of pools. Relth idea? What was Relth's idea? Can somebody tell me what Relth's idea is? I'm honestly not as familiar with Relth's rework or whatever principles at all. I really like Relth, I respect Relth, but I have been woefully ignorant.
One of the hardest things, right? Because the Torbjorn is set up, you got the Pharah raining down poke, and we heard in the comms as well, Shockwave calling like, hey, I need to take this.
We're talking about the Roadhog range support idea, either heal or buff or something that he can spend some of his heal resource to heal or support a single target. I don't the heal share and breather, but is it AoE around him? I don't like that. I think that's what they have currently with the major, and I think that's pretty darn weak. It's very niche and it doesn't add a chain. I don't like it. Tracer's pretty good here. They're gonna drop with Rally. Barrage is fully eaten, but not quite. I jinxed it. Tracer's really good in these Deval fights, especially when things start to spread out here. The pulse isn't quite going to hit. Break shield, but it doesn't matter. Checkmate will be able to die in cart, so there's a bit of a stall. But honestly, not the best trade here. They're actually going to go Tracer Mirror. Interesting.
Yeah, and it's not too difficult for them either because they're kind of stacking on this payload. They got
yeah, okay, that's it. Cooked bread. Would it be? It wouldn't be an aimed resource, right? It would just be. Yeah, dude, I think that's it. I think you chuck the breather. You chuck one of your cans, one of your canisters. Sojourn ult. Shockwave is cleared though, and so that's gonna shut that down. The nade is eaten. I don't think they can win this. Yeah, that's an active. Yeah, they don't have a lot of space, does Virtus, but neither does OWCS, so. And they have Juno on top of that.
You know, secure and aggressive push into the backline, but you lack that overall, like, team oomph to put it into a word, you know? You need that orbital race.
Yeah, so targeted can, and let's talk about what that can would do to make it unique in a second, after this map is over.
It can be quite tricky. You don't always have the sight line, you gotta keep track of the cooldown, of course. But so far, Vistola has been killer on the D.Va.
Oh, rally's there. It's just in time. That should be fine. That's just barely enough. Ziad is gonna potentially get demagged. Haku's on the floor. They disengage it. Rally for Nano. Can they clear Checkmate? They should be able to. Checkmate's out. So then that means with Pocket, they're going to be able to deepen their Tracer angle, which is important here because he has Pulse. Bomb is used. Should be fine. No isolation found. Vistola gets caught. Vistola gets caught. Vistola wasn't able to disengage, but they're able to push off of the bomb. And they're able to get 2 kills off of it. What? Checkmate with the trade. Lebda pops the Sojourn ult. He needs to live in spawn. He desperately needs to live. He does. But this touch is not going to be easy. Lebda really doesn't want that. Oh, Landon gets 1 clipped on spawn. Oh, wait, Fix is dead? How? Or Fixa, sorry. Yeah, Fixa, sorry. My brain is bonked.
Yeah, and now hopefully you got some high ground here. You can just take 5 seconds.
Does it boost the other player? Good question. I don't. Wait. Oh, I see. Classics Philo. Speed boost, guys. Speed boost. They're gonna go Venture here. I think Venture's pretty good in this point, especially towards the end. A lot of congested areas. They're gonna go for Landon. Landon does not get in. Rally! Landon's killed. Solo kill from Vistola. Solo trade. They're trading. Gala's hit as well.
It did cost them a rally, though, in this fight, but you're happy with that, just holding on this last point.
Yeah, honestly, Ziad finding that pick is huge. Like, that's saved.
I think Raven Pines is just to push cart faster or cap points faster. I think the utility of it's fairly useful. But I agree with you. I don't know how long the overrun has been exploited.
A minute 30 to go here. You still have a chance to hold Virtus Pro off here.
Alright, Checkmate trying to check the flank angles right now. Sees a small pack for his trouble.
Speed ring on D.Va. He doesn't quite get the high ground thanks to the boops from Brig. The Juno ult is used. They're going to isolate Landon again. And really, Juno, the spacing from Landon has to be better there with the support ults that they're being utilized. Like the D.Va, I just don't think that these guys are used to playing Juno Brig into D.Va. And how fast with speed ring, with Juno ult, you can just immediately die. You get what I'm saying? Like you're used to be able to reacting with your speed ring and your disengage versus Amalga, but the D.Va is just connecting with that damage boost, and the damage boost also lingers a little bit, so the D.Va can even fly outside of the Juno ult and still have the damage boost for an extra second or so.
I mean, you're an Ana player. You know this, Jack.
Raven Pines, you might be right. I actually think we're at a point in time now where pro players don't guaranteed I would make perfect perp choices. Let's put it that way. We're still in the experimentation phase, and pro players are not 100% guaranteed making the right choices right now.
There's no condition on which you can engage on, right?
So don't feel as if your opinion is bad.
Diva's gonna eat those, like, what, 9 times out of 10?
Salmon Joe, I don't know if I want it to be an AoE effect.
A lot easier when Diva's not on the field.
But maybe you're right. Maybe he throws a canister on the ground and it leaves like a healing station kind of effect. It could be either targeted or it could be AoE off of a specific thing that you aim, almost like a Baptiste lamp. That might be better, but I just don't know how consistent AoE abilities work if they're targeted. Like, you think about Healing Station, you think about Immortality Field. It would have to be like Suzu, like a burst, you know? And I don't know. They could be a little tweaky with Overwatch 2 at 5v5.
I'm going to go down very fast. Yeah. We'll see how Gala wants
at generating ult charge, what do you mean?
Side of things as he ends up running out with Ana on the defense.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's one of the best maps in the game for it. So.
What does the text for Double Heart say? You don't get healing for objective, or ult charge for objective healing.
If you want playtime, come to Dorado. That's
come to Dorado. I love Dorado.
Or Gibraltar.
Oh, it goes to ult charge? Wait, what's the text?
TP for checkmate though, running out on the sim, Johnny.
Sim is kind of cool here. Little cheese for high ground. Yeah, this is just a cheese for first fight because this point is hard to break. But that anti-nade from Gala is crippling.
Exactly what we were talking about. With a nice double. We'll see if they stick on the main.
She's a single teammate and will redirect some of the damage they take to him.
I mean, because of the changes to Dorado, you know,
maybe, yeah.
Added there as well to the rooftop.
It's stacked objective. Okay, I have to look at the text again to see what it clarifies, but yeah.
TP to the high ground, and what you're seeing as well with the Juno and the Lucio, right? You TP to the high ground, you speed in, you get your Symmetra charge up. It should theoretically be a decent comp here for OWCS. It's a bit of a bet, don't get me wrong, but the idea.
Yeah, fake TP there. That's gonna force some Sojourn or Diva boosters rather, and they're gonna then take the teleport to control high ground. I mean, this is just OWCS trying a little bit of a cheese here. Man, you just have to eat literally every nade though, otherwise it just feels horrible. Like this requires, so checkmate's a really good sims, which is why this can work. But this really does require like mechanical execution, I think, from both your Mei player and your Symmetra player. And I think that's why they're running this, because I think they have the heroes for it. You know, Checkmate and Lebda are probably quite good at these characters. But this is not something an average team could pull out. So is it 20 healing plus the 10 healing? Plus the 10 healing of the cart? And wait, does that count for capture points as well? Like when you're on capturing Koth? And does that count even if you're contesting the objective?
Blizzard on the point. Rally deployed by Fixer 2, getting a nice little bash there, but here comes the soundbite from Haku.
Yeah, because Koth shouldn't heal, but does it heal anyway?
Self-destruct does get deployed. Can he actually get the remake? Oh no! Labda dies to Turret and Jwoo. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, time for a reset.
That's okay, that is pretty good. So you just go in King of the Hill and you don't get healing for King of the Hill, but you just get 20 healing per second anyway. Yeah, okay. Sure, that's useful. How does the idea? I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out this perk because I didn't know that.
Could still be a decent composition if you want to get on top of the enemy.
Sim wall's good. That wall's messy. Sim wall for Torb. You need to swing wide. Juno ult. Brigitte needs to die, and they do. They're able to connect with backline. Good Torb ult though, but shouldn't matter. 20 armor per second. Yeah, I mean, okay, I see it. Especially if that feeds ult charge, that's pretty decent there. Yeah, so if it's on any capture point, even if you've already captured it, and it gives you ult charge, okay, I see it. I see it a little bit.
Come on, do you see it? I think this is a need.
Not to mention capture percentage as well.
In mind at the start of the series, they're capable of bringing out these fun little strats, fun compositions, and certainly making life difficult for Virtus Pro now.
Venture probably for the Symmetra Mei.
You gotta make the old school references, Johnny, otherwise they
die.
Oof,
those turrets. Is he gonna pop Sojourn ult to take top? I think so. They're trying to clear a little space out. They're gonna wait the wall out. This feels so hard. That's probably your chance now. This is probably your chance now. Yeah, they're gonna take that opportunity. Venture's also creating some space on backline.
Basic positioning, right? You just poke them away for a little bit.
Oh wow, nice shot from Shockwave.
Exactly what you delivered. Shockwave takes down Labda. All right, now they can move towards the point. I like Jwoo switching over to the Venture, Johnny.
Yeah, that's true, Sarah, because 20 armor per second in Amalgamir is a lot more. Like, how much DPS are you doing versus Amalga? You know, like how much? It's not a ton, right? So 20 armor per second is a big deal.
Can bowl people off the edge as well. Use that Jero dash, hit the burrow.
In mirrors, anyway.
TP, more of a bait once again.
Virtus is doing a really good job of really patiently controlling this high ground. I think this is really pretty fun to watch, honestly. Whoa! Fixa is in. He's got rally. He's going to pop it defensively. The turrets are there. The blizzard is there. The zoning is there. You're literally just using that for zoning the blizzard. This is a mess. Rally. Nano. There's the wall bang. There's the wall bang, guys. There's the wall bang. That's 180 damage.
Yeah, and this is a much tougher kind of round here to make.
You guys see the kill feed there? Cheers, Deacon.
To have my doubts because now Virtus Pro, they can play.
Shut the frick up.
Long high grounds. They have the Venture as well to kind of counter this right and get on top of the enemy team.
To be fair, it's the perk and the nano and the whip, but yeah.
Kinds of different ultimates, but they're gonna stick with it.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, see, the problem with this comp is when you're playing versus Ana and you're playing versus Sojourn, especially in spacing like this, the chances of things going wrong are just really high. You don't get Sim Orb 2 taps. You don't... I mean, I guess Lebda has that with Icicles, but Sojourn just does that better. Lucio doesn't provide anything, like, unless you're going to go for some crazy boop rollout. Like, if you are really disciplined with the objective, there are just so many things that can go wrong here. You know? And I actually don't even know that your ultimate game is better. Nano's freaking broken. And you have your rally, you have your nano. You have, that's just bait. They're just trying to push cart. And Ziad's trying to contest high ground while they push cart. That's it right there. There's the nano, or there's the nade, and that's just it. Simwalls use it, doesn't matter. Just live. Wait for the Simwall to expire. There's beat as well. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. I actually think it was fine maybe for first point, but maybe OWCS just didn't think they could take the mirror on attack. But it is the worst comp. It just is. And it's fine if you think that that's what you guys needed to make this function, but... So I'm not going to hate on it. They just probably didn't think they could take the mirror, but... Yeah. You took the risk. It was a good try, but it's not going to work. Because I don't think they can take the mirror, man. I don't think they can take the mirror. They clearly don't think that they can. And so they try to kind of scam it out. The comp has logic. It just requires you to basically play very, very well. I thought it was just to break first point, but I guess they wanted to give it a go in second point. But it is a lot worse on second point. Stuff starts to expand and it kind of went as well. So.
One map away from qualifying.
Yeah, that's reinforced. Not Grondok.
China.
Toss can at allies targeted or AoE like lamp. What would you guys say? I don't think it should be damage reduction. Heal or honestly, dude, would damage boost be cancer? Like it will cost his heal resource to use this. I would say a third of his heal resource, maybe even half to use it. I don't know about damage reduction. I think we have a lot of that already in the game, and I'm hesitant with it. But making a small heal and like a 10-15% damage boost, either targeted in terms of the one target gets it, or area, reload speed, yeah, sure. Or attack speed, yeah. Basically, it's like you're giving them like methamphetamines. Yeah. I don't think move speed. I can't believe I'm saying that. Maybe move speed. I don't know. I don't think it has to be. Okay, I think that's good for Hog for now. Oh, who is that ugly son of a gun? With so much...
Right now, I got really confused. Wait, why is he wearing a shirt? Can I make you a little snacky?
You can make me a little snacky. You have my permission.
How about some bolos?
Bolos? Oh, I don't like bolos. Those are gross. My least favorite food ever.
Can you wait 1 second? I really eat nothing.
Yeah, take your time. They did a lot of our suggestions, like the hack damage multiplier, increasing damage, no permanent stealth. Yeah. They gave the Pharah the horizontal mobility, guys. And they gave her shield HP. and they gave Barrage free movement. They did a lot of our things with Pharah. And they also nerfed her splash, too. Like, literally, I think, like, half of these, or over half of these, they did. I don't care about Bastion. Bastion's fine. They did a couple of these already. They did a couple of these. I think Reaper's fine. Overhealth? Yeah, maybe. Okay, that's fine. No, I have a couple of Sojourn ideas. Okay, we'll come back to this.
Let's get a quick OWCS listening. Of course, match point for VP right now.
Guys, that's all you know is getting paid. No.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Listen in.
Come push to the main, okay? Here. Yeah. I go from inside.
I think Ziad calling.
Everyone push, take vision aggro.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm bottom right. I bring you still.
No close. Get
Love the Sojourn angle from left there. Really good. They're going to be able to isolate in theory Pistola. I like the setup there from... Mario, I will definitely check your DM. Yes. When we get to Sojourn, remind me.
40 beam. We're equal beam right now.
Good first fight from OWCS there, John. Clean, honestly. A good early pick, and then they just forced the issue, and VP just fell over.
I told you guys, Malgamir, man. We're kind of screwed. The good news is there's a chance that we don't see a Malgamir if Alcadzia wins this. So I don't know what you guys want. Do we want Alcadzia to lose, or just in the pain? Oh.
They're going to lose Haku too. Checkmate still trying to get the job done, or at least find a couple of picks. They've only found one so far, and here comes a late raid from Gala. Ooh, not sure.
Yeah, so the Reaper one is they were talking about TPing through walls, but I think they chose not to do that, and the effects of it were just really hard. Because these teams want Malga. EMEAs are filled with Malga cowards, you know, that don't have the tanks for other hero pools. And for these two teams in particular, I think they're actually good at it, right? So it's not like... Some teams I've criticized for being cowardly. I don't know these teams are. I think that... Like, to beat Malga, you would... I mean, I don't even... Oh, wow. Lebda. He's got the overclock damage perk as well. I missed the Ray. Honestly, the Ray must have been so bad that I didn't even notice it. Well, yeah, I don't know about Zarya, Jarl. I'm not so 100% sold on Zarya this year. I think most teams don't know how to play Zarya. You might be right, but I'm not sure. Maybe in ult fights and messy trades she can't live. I don't know. Zarya definitely doesn't disengage near as well as Malga. The push-pull... Malga's vertical or horizontal, mobility is a huge deal versus Zarya. But you may be right.
So Land and Haku support advantage in terms of roles right now.
Yep, they have that advantage still from Gala's early Ray usage. But if you're versus pro, you can get creative here.
I thought that they were doing a listening in. I think I missed it.
See if we can get some value from Shockwave's overclock.
Shockwave swings wide, pops Sojol. They dodge the cage. They dodge the cage. They dodge the cage. They dodge the cage. Checkmate's screwed. There's the cage. There's the rally. Landon dies and Juno ult. The trades are there. Vistola gets the stomp. That's going to keep the Fixa alive. And that's it. Good trade. Good stuff there.
Yeah, and you force OWCS into a pretty difficult spot there, right? Because you utilize an ultimate. You feel like you want to capitalize on the back of that. You want to keep the momentum going. But you overrun straight into Vistola, who drops a defensive cage, and that is Virtus Pro sitting back.
What was the discussion about Malga? In defense of Malga, he requires skill right now. He's the bottom right in every rank. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess, like, the problem, and I think that it just needs to be a larger conversation. Oh, wow, that's unfortunate. He needed some help there. Is that people assume that bad heroes require skill. And you require skill to play at the highest levels, sure, but, like, that just means a low value floor character. It doesn't mean a low skill floor character, you know? Like, you could be a low skill floor character that is really hard to play because it's impossible to win games in gold. But that just means the character's undertuned. It's not difficult to understand the basics of what you're supposed to do with Malga. I don't think Malga has a very low skill ceiling necessarily, but yeah.
Make it even more difficult for OWCS. Just poker for now. Seems like they're gonna fall back. This would open things up for Lubda for a flank.
Sure. Well, notice that it's always tied with Ziad doing something clinically insane. I don't know if it's going to work, but yeah, it's just not going to. It's maybe the spacing there is not very good. I don't think Malga's that polarizing, to be honest with you guys. I think that there will always be Malga apologists, but I think Malga apologists are like very few and far between. Like, I think there are more somber apologists than there are Malga apologists from like the average player base. I think Malga falls into the Widow category with most people who are pretty much okay with hating him. I don't think he's more difficult than another Brawl tank. Skill ceiling wise, yeah. For any argument you can make with Malga pretty much applies to every other tank as well. He's weaker than a lot of the other Brawl tanks, but yeah. Yeah, they just don't have any ults. OWCS. Haku dying there is a huge deal. It does cost 2 ultimates. This is the top finals before the grand finals or the third place finals. This is like higher upper bracket semifinals, whatever. Yeah, I mean, no character you can sleep in your keyboard and win. It's the same thing with Bastion prior to the perks. Bastion was really bad, so you couldn't sleep in your keyboard and win, but the complexities of Bastion just aren't there prior to the perks, I think. Upper semis, yeah, that's what I meant, sorry. I forgot. Ah! Yeah, that's the one. Ooh, Landon with the snipey. Damage boosted torpedoes. You hate Hazard more than Malga at this point? I mean, that's just recency bias.
Quick disengage though, Johnny. Only lost Scala, no one else. So this is a very, very swift re-engage. OWCS, they do an abuse.
Roadhog is definitely. I don't know. Roadhog versus Malga is tough for me. Well, I find Roadhog way more interesting to play, but it's hard to say. Flank rally, they connect, Fixes melted. The cage is pretty good because it does catch the Brigitte though, but the question is did Haku live long enough? Ziad's able to live long enough to disengage. And Checkmate's by himself. Checkmate's by himself. Oh no, miscommunication. Miscommunication. It will be the death of us all. Oh no. Ziad runs out. Checkmate goes in. Lebda's going to press Q just to live and hold pressure on point, but I don't think it matters, man. I think they're cooked. Oh no. Lebda hits another shot though. Wow. That's actually crazy. They could actually walk forward here.
Yeah, 79% here. I didn't quite feel the need for that overclock because yes, you gave up the point here anyway.
All of Malga's entire skill ceiling is recognizing how to take an angle that doesn't get you shot by 3 trillion different people. So a lot of it is disengaging and rotations around cover. It's a very important skill, and it's very punishing if you get it wrong, but it's not complicated. Hitting the slam, though, is relatively... I guess that's the one micro thing that's worth pointing out. Yeah, this is just rough, man. Like, it just... Oh, man, that one blade disengage sucks. You use an ultimate in a guaranteed one fight, and you lose. Hey, Wacky. Yeah, this is it, man. This is it. Old Bank isn't looking very good for OWCS. Landon's got close, but I mean, it's really all on Landon. If Vistola can hook I mean, honestly, Cage Fight versus Juno ult's not great because, like, you damage boost your Malga with the Juno ult, and he should be okay. So this could be tricky. Vestola really needs to catch somebody that isn't Malga for the Cage Fight to work. Or he's going to catch. No, they just annihilate Shockwave. I should know, Alcadzia. That's how they play this game. Yeah, it's more about timing and avoiding taking damage. Yeah, agreed.
And case in point, right there, they end up using the Ray early. They get the fight win, and the cap. There it is. Yeah, and this
Malga, they've done a really good job with making the character like lean into the more healthy aspects of his kit. They've done a great job. It's still just a very difficult design to balance. It's the weapon design that's very problematic, which is hard because it's like that's kind of part of the hero fantasy. But we had this conversation with Sojourn the other day. It's like some hero fantasies just don't work in first-person shooters. Sombras doesn't work. Widows doesn't work. Malga's doesn't really work. Huge Cage Fight. Huge Blade. Sojourn ult on the angle is great if they can break that cage, but the cage doesn't break until it's too late. And that's it, man. Why? I kind of agree. I think Roadhog's a better example, especially old Roadhog. I kind of agree with Rel's whole concept that Roadhog was just the selfish tank created to hook in DPS players, no pun intended. I just don't think this hero design works, and especially in Overwatch 2, I don't think so. They're going to speed in with Blade. Of course, they're going to go aggressive. And that's going to isolate backline. Ziad's going to have run, so he's going to run in here, catch Cage. They're going to use Juno ult, but that's exactly what I was saying. They Juno ult, but the problem is that they catch the Juno. Because you would damage boost the Malga, you'll live in Cage Fight. But, yeah. DPS player switching tank. That's what I mean. Same thing with Roadhog. Roadhog is a DPS player's tank. But I know what you're saying. Yeah. It's a really good fight there for Alcadzia. I mean, that was really well played the last two fights, honestly. Landon may not even need to use Juno ult here. Like the impetus is on Virtus Pro to touch, which means that you can kind of position your Malga anywhere you want. So they are going to live. He does have the crit perk, which is pretty nice, I think, versus the Malga. It's kind of interesting to see the crit perk being utilized because I can see pretty good arguments for both perks, but yeah, good stuff. It's fine for Virtus Pro. That was actually pretty well done. They almost pulled that one out there. But all of a sudden here, as reinforces stand, like this ult fight is not so clear anymore. You know, that's a late death from Shockwave. Probably not going to matter, honestly. But double DPS ult, Cage Fight, and to rally Cage Fight, Sojourn ult. This is tough, guys. This is going down to the wire. Where's the support player tank? That's a great question. I have no idea.
They're in such a good spot. Alcadzia right now can shoot VP on the entrance.
Not even Zarya, man. Zarya, you need like a lot of ego with how you play. Like how I play Zarya is whenever I can. Depending on the comp, I'm pretty good with bubbling teammates, but you can't not do damage. You know, like you have to do damage, otherwise you get outvalued. Counter bash, Pistola Cage Fight is not canceled, but Haku should be fine based off of the angles that they have. They mirror Cage Fight. Shockwave should die. Yeah, I'm surprised Jwoo popped Blade there. So it expensive fight for Alcadzia, but honestly, Jwoo popping Blade there does mean that this isn't not necessarily a guaranteed fight win there for Virtus Pro next fight. They do have double support ult, but I don't know what a support player's tank would look like. Tank and DPS have very similar roles. I think support, I guess Zarya would be, I mean, I don't know. Zarya's not a bad example because you do have to think about, it is useful to think about teammates. And in Overwatch 2 support, you are thinking about damage as well. So yeah, Zarya's not a bad shot. Zarya's not a bad shot, where you're basically very focused on putting out pressure, but you're open to assisting teammates. Pistola angle, Juno ult, rally. Oh, he hits the stomp! He hits the stomp! This is still winnable for Alcadzia! There's no way! Oh my gosh, Shockwave is annihilated. I think that was a damage boosted stomp. Somebody in chat can run the numbers. I don't remember how much stomp does. Oh no, they missed the trade. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. All right, well, this is going down the wire, man. 140. So damage boost is what, 30%? So 182. Is it, or is it more? I don't remember what Juno damage boost is, frankly. Sojourn ult's going to be popped here. Is the angle going to be good? They need to force point pressure and then Sojourn ult at the same time. Jwoo needs to find a close angle here. And here it is. Point pressure. Oh, he's going to go flank? The Brigitte goes with him. They isolate out Jwoo. Sojourn ult's popped. Cage fight again, but I don't know if they can keep Ziad up because the Sojourn ult, the angle is shut off by the cage fight. Virtus.pro are going to China. Oh, no. That's tragic. Honestly, pretty good execution from both teams today on the Amalgameers.
It's been a dominant stage so far for Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro had a, yeah, exactly, a dominant stage, honestly. But honestly, I don't know. Katze played it well too. Like that was like even that going down to the last fight there. It's pretty good setups, pretty good timing. Just wasn't quite there. You see that? Yeah, no, I don't think so, Eladidu. I think it's a good question. I don't know, man. If Korea gets sucked into Amalgamir, maybe EU NA's chances there, but there's no way, right? Like I think Korea whoops out the Diva, pull the King Row, the Dorado, the Route 66, and I think they just dumpster, no? But I don't know. Jwoo takes dash bleed. Thoughts, don't like it. Don't like it at all.
Well, taking them this close on Saravasa, and it could have potentially been a map number 5 against the best team in EMEA.
Yeah, look, they were a 3v3 fight away from winning this map and forcing a map 5, right?
TU versus Alcad, yeah. Yeah. You need 4 bans now? Yeah, that's definitely an interesting conversation, is how are hero bans going to be handled? Hang on a second. Okay, let's go back to our thing here. How are hero bans going to be handled with the new bans, you know? With the actual bans? I don't know the bug with Blade and Bleed. Chat, does Skiesti have a video on her thoughts on the perks? I might watch that really fast. Nagol, well, yeah, thank you for the sub. I don't know old Genji Bleed, to be honest with you. That was way before my time. Got it. All right, Skiesti, Tommy.
Sorry it's been so long, but we have lots of Mercy stuff coming, and I have many thoughts, so let's get into it. We'll tackle perks first, starting with the first minor perk, Angelic Recovery. Mercy receives 15 health per second, while Caduceus Staff is attached to a full health ally. Angelic Recovery is the only perk for Mercy that hasn't been featured in previous events, such as Pickable Passive, Junkenstein's Lab, or the new Stadium mode coming in Season 16. Or at least, I think it's Season 16. It addresses a major pain point that Mercy players have mentioned here and there about Sympathetic Recovery only being applicable when allies are missing health. Since her original Regeneration passive was replaced with Sympathetic Recovery, she heals less out of combat than she used to, and has to supplement with Sympathetic Recovery to self-heal. I can't imagine ever taking the other minor perk over this one, and I'll tell you why. Winged Breach is the second minor perk available for Mercy and increases Guardian Angel's range by 30%. We've seen this perk in Junkenstein's Lab as Wicked Opportunist, and it returns in Stadium as Guardian Range. We're seeing it once more, and I actively dislike it. I much would have preferred to see a Caduceus Staff beam range increase instead. Now you might be thinking, you're crazy for not wanting a 30% Guardian Angel increase, but Mercy players know instinctively how far her current 30 meters is. Winged Reach gives you 39 meters. Not only are you fighting against hardwired muscle memory, if you run prefer facing target, which you should by the way, and if you're not, you're really putting yourself at a disadvantage, you might run into problems where you have your beam on a target, but look to fly to someone else, misjudge the distance, and get pulled back to your beam target. To be able to take complete advantage of this perk, you'd likely have to take it consistently to learn the range and then have to adjust between the two of them if you ever decide not to take it. Personally, I think instead of increasing Guardian Angel's range, a small beam range increase would allow you to better keep your beam on targets while while offering slightly more survivability via safe distance and additional flexibility without having to fight your dual Guardian Angel cooldown too much because for some reason, they still haven't bothered to get rid of it even though it continues to be an absolutely frustrating piece of garbage mechanic. Chain Boost is the first major perk from bothered to get rid of it even though an additional flexibility without having to fight your dual Guardian Angel cooldown too much because for some reason, they still haven't bothered to get rid of it even though it continues to be an absolutely frustrating piece of garbage mechanic. Chain Boost is the first major perk for Mercy and extends damage boost to the nearest ally of your current beam targets. We've seen a few similar perks in Junkenstein's lab and unfortunately, I'm disappointed to see it here for the same reason that I didn't like it in the lab. It feels out of touch for Mercy's general playstyle and once again, I can't imagine taking it instead of the other major perk. Let me explain. Typically when you play Mercy in a game, you choose between 2 DPS to play with. In an ideal situation, you either get 2 pocketable heroes and play between the 2, or you get 1 hero you can pocket like a Soj, alongside a flanker like Tracer that isn't as easily pocketable. Your DPS should never stack angles, pocketable or not, meaning they should be playing in different—
The argument is even if you open up the concept of like Mercy can pocket core instead of an angle, which is fine. The problem is that doesn't scale very well in higher ranks because if you're pocketing your tank, it's the same reason why like the Zarya perk, the Lance, doesn't work in higher ranks because you don't stack around your tank if you're playing in any rank other than like gold, you know? So it's something that doesn't scale very well with ranks, which I think is really weird with perks, to be honest.
different areas.
And it would also make more sense if your impact on the tank trade actually mattered because your pocket needs to be speed boost or cooldown reduction or something that's more useful for tanks, not damage boost.
Turn, you as Mercy are likely only ever going to be close to one other person until the middle of team fights. And even then, the DPS you're pocketing should be taking some form of high ground or distance, which brings you further from anyone you could potentially chain the second beam to. Now before you say, but Ski, what about double flyer? I'd ask why your Echo and Pharah are playing that close to each other in the first place, and then I'd ask how you even got an Echo and a Pharah. Because personally, players in my games are actively picking or swapping to idea feeling counterintuitive to what this hero wants to do. Of course, part of her hero fantasy is assisting others and having them do the damage instead, because she is a pacifist, which dual damage boost beams can feed into, but with the way the character's playstyle actually is, it's just a complete miss. That leaves us with our last major perk, Flash Heal. The closest Mercy has come to having a burst heal over the course of the game's life was Triage. We all know Triage, we all love Triage, we're all not sure why Triage wasn't included.
I don't see, the thing is why, coincidentally, why would you have a low elo perk option? To me, that just tells me that you've run out of ideas. And I don't think that I think there's enough ideas out there that are okay in all situations. You know, it's like, it's not evil or wrong, but it's more of an opportunity cost. Why have a low or bad elo thing when you could, or a high elo thing when you could just have one that's good for both? Like, you know, I know what you're saying, like for low and high elo, but I don't know if perks is the way to do it.
But oh well,
Triage means prioritization of healing targets that are low HP.
Drawn. This time, we're seeing a burst heal with a small spin on the sustained servant perk from Junkenstein's lab. When you use Flash Heal, your current beam target ally heals for 150 HP, but Resurrection will be put on a 15-second cooldown. The animation on Flash Heal is incredible. I think the way it looks is very accurate to what it's doing. I really applaud the team on that. However, the animation has a small cast time like Res does. I'm not entirely sure how much it is, but it feels counterintuitive to activate burst heal and have it not be instantaneous. Additionally, if memory serves me right, your ally doesn't receive the burst heal if you remove your beam before the animation finishes, but will obviously still be put on cooldown. They put a lot of ridiculous things in perks, which I'm going to be talking about later, so I feel like having this small cast time animation is just sort of unnecessary. Similarly to Angelic Recovery, Flash Heal is actually a solution to a few frustrations Mercy players have with her kit. The first being how her healing is single target, while other supports tend to feature some kind of AoE or burst heal in their ability kit, not including their ultimates. Speaking of ultimates, this is a good time to say that Flash Heal only heals your primary beam target in Valkyrie, not anyone attached to the chain beams. The second frustration is Resurrection having such a long cooldown and not allowing for more active gameplay. When I was playtesting Mercy's perk—
No, I know, Willoop. I'm not talking about the ability. I'm talking about the concept of Triage, which yes means that you could heal boost allies that are under half health.
Flash Heal was activated by pressing the same button as Resurrection. An incredibly common thing for Mercy players to do is hold down Resurrection while their beam is still on a target as they fly in range to start the res instantly. This increases Mercy's uptime, but with Flash Heal activated by the res button, that no longer became possible. There'd also be a few times where I'd be in range, I'd see the res indicator on my screen, and I would res, but it would use Flash Heal instead for some reason. Needless to say, it was incredibly frustrating whenever that happened, because I'm not really sure why it happened. However, I'm happy to share that it should be moved either on release or shortly after that to whatever your reload is bound to when you have your staff out now, instead of sharing a bind with Resurrection.
Yeah,
obviously, using it will still put Resurrection on cooldown, but at least you won't be accidentally flash healing anyone anymore. Yay! Alright, now—
You don't want to accidentally flash anybody, that's really important, guys.
Comparing any of Mercy's perks to that of other heroes, unfortunately, in my opinion, leaves so much to be desired. Some of the perks are downright ridiculous. Like, what do you mean if Manga runs me over, I get set on fire? Or Iliadi hitting you with her ultimate that's literally already the size of the sun and borderline kills you on detonation also sets you on fire now. Like, sure, why not? Then you've got stuff like non-support heroes getting healing abilities for their allies, like Winston, Roadhog, Wrecking Ball, Zarya, and Sombra. Annoying as how Genji over there gets 2 abilities that gives him health because I guess he's still—
Shut up, Ski! Tell me
not
what
getting
you
enough
want!
healing. And then some
What
heroes
do
get 2
you
charges on
want?
abilities like Sim with her turret, Widow with her Venom Mine, that also gets increased damage.
Shut
2
up!
resurrection charges only limited to Valkyrie would just be too much. Just too much. Oh, and then don't even get me started on Ana, who gets absolute 2 explosions or headshot, meaning she can literally become my second main. I actually really don't like for her. Oh, and then if some of that wasn't bad enough, Dwarf's turret gains even, and you can stick it to walls, so that's like super chill. I could keep going all day, but if that small taste isn't enough for you to think Mercy's being shortchanged as per usual in anything other than the skin department, you should read the list itself, then compare them to Mercy's, and you'll see what I mean. It feels like the team is open to really experimenting, having fun, and being creative for so many heroes. They're really pushing the envelope, and I wish that Mercy would be included in those heroes. There's a greater discussion to be had regarding how safe they play it with her and video. I'm sure you all know well what I mean though. But enough of that. Back to perks. Keep in mind, we know that perks will see adjustments and probably even be replaced over time. What Mercy has now is not what she will have forever, and hopefully this feedback alongside your opinions in the comments is not to have something more creative or boundary pushing for her. Now, I'm not really sure what that would look like, but maybe Mercy could do something like set down a soul somewhere that she could fly to temporarily since her movement is so dependent on her allies. That would give her some agency in that aspect.
That's a good idea. What are you saying? Cooldown to manage for repositioning. It'd be a cooldown, and it wouldn't be permanent. It'd be like a 5-second duration, you know? 5-second duration? No. Yeah, Mario, when we get to Sojourn, I will. Jobby, long time no chat, man. How's it going? How's the support? Yeah. That's interesting. Especially if we did the whole soul detonation idea. Yeah. I just want Skissy to tell me, like, what she wants.
Or they could do something where, similar to what we see in the Storm Rising cinematic, where she, like, blinds enemies that she flies by. Maybe upon activating Valkyrie, you restore some of your HP. Or, heck, what if Mercy's pistol got some sort of alt fire that takes a moment to charge? Listen, though, I'm not a developer, so maybe those things would be flawed and
Maybe.
would need restrictions. They're very quick, not fleshed out ideas, but they're things that would feel more refreshing than just having reused stuff from Junkenstein's lab that doesn't really feel good anyway. Speaking of creativity, I've...
What? What? I don't know. They're cool.
But they're things that would feel more refreshing than just having reused stuff from Junkenstein's lab that doesn't really feel good anyway. Speaking of creativity, I felt it was also lacking when it came to her stadium trades. Less so, of course, since there's many more options, and some actually genuinely good or fun ones, but it was still slightly underwhelming compared to, like, Kiriko, who can literally clone herself. Like, hello? But on that topic, let's get into Stadium. There's so many trades in Stadium, so we'll talk about the ones I have concerns or feedback for, and the rest you can either see on the screen or linked in the description below. I was incredibly caught off guard by Stadium in a very welcoming way. For the short time
Do you guys see any of these that you like? The ones on the right I can go ahead and tell you that I don't like, so I know my face cam's covering it, but you're not missing much. What are you guys saying? I know these are stadiums, so they're going to be sillier, but... Yeah, I don't know if I love any of these. Protective Beam is kind of interesting. I love you too, Sanskar. No, that would be Cancer. Keeping your damage boost attached for longer, just buffing your damage boost, I think would be kind of Cancer. Let's look at... You guys said Neandra had a video on it as well?
Hey there, my name's Neandra, and I just wanted to quickly talk about Mercy's perks and how I'm feeling about them. I'm going to split this video into sections for the perks and begin with some general thoughts.
Everyone gives Mercy mains hard time, but I actually really like Neandra's and Skissy's feedback.
Overall, I'm mixed. There are things about Mercy's perks that I really like, and they grow on me a lot the more I get. The damage boost builds both your ultimate and your perk charge a bit slower than healing does, which I've always found kind of annoying. After my team wins a fight and that tank is critical, I feel like I'm fighting with my other support in the downtime for a bit of extra power. Anyway, let's talk about the minor perks. These are Angelic Recovery, which allows you to heal from full health allies, and
We're
Wind
looking
Reach,
at-
which extends
we're
your
doing
arm's
a couple
range.
of reworks for bad
Initially, I
heroes.
was just taking Angelic Recovery every game without really thinking about it. I felt like both perks were niche enough that I didn't particularly care about either. And even now, I don't think they're super exciting or have the wow factor that some other minor perks do. In my mind, by their nature, it was probably going to be hard to tell
Remind
if
me,
either perk was
Coco.
really doing anything. That being said, one thing I realized about Angelic Recovery is that it works in Valkyrie and can make Mercy pretty durable, which is quite nice. It also made falling back to an ally like Widow more comfortable as I'd heal while doing so. Anyway, I then saw a few people on r/Mercy mains and Twitter and Discord who felt that Wind Reach was better than the self-healing perk. So I took a moment to ask myself, is Angelic Recovery really doing anything? There are moments where I notice that my beam target is full and I'm healing off them, but is 15 health per second making a difference? Especially when you consider the support passive and your other healer on top of that. Also, personally, I am very much someone who will push damage boost when my allies are hurt, and I've said in multiple guides, knowing when to do so is one of the more critical Mercy skills. So I started taking Wind Reach instead. As I said, I wasn't particularly attached to Angelic Recovery in the first place,
Dr.
and to be
Manhattan?
honest, I actually quite
Not
like it
yet.
overall, definitely a lot more than I expected. It's good for getting
Now
back from
it
spawn
is.
quicker or potentially catching an ally before they go around a corner. There were definitely moments where I noticed I could position more freely or aggressively thanks to the extra range. Like maybe I would push up just a little bit further than normal because I knew I could fall back. To be honest though, I think whatever minor Mercy perk you choose, it's probably fine. I'm sure there were multiple times where Angelic Recovery would have pushed me above a breakpoint that gave me the opportunity to fall back behind cover, and I'm sure Angelic Reach helped my team win a fight by allowing me to assist someone I otherwise wouldn't have been able to get to. Both of them seem to be on that same, slightly underwhelming power level, so if you have a personal preference, I think that's fine as long as you give them both a chance. I know in Skiesti's video she mentioned that she would have preferred a longer beam range perk instead of Guardian Angel. This I very much do agree with. I would have loved to have seen either that or the beam length of when LS is broken to be increased by, say, half a second. Also, I forgot to add this into the script, so I'm just tacking it on at the end. Mercy's healing has in Overwatch too. Sometimes an ally will look full health when they're missing a very tiny amount of HP. Like almost every review I've ever done, there have been one or two moments where the person doesn't notice their beam target is missing like 5 HP, and I still do it sometimes as well. Anyway, keep this in mind with Angelic Recovery because it might be
What's
inaccurate
the
when you think it should be.
Doctor Strange
Moving on to the
hand?
major perks, let's start with Chain Boost. Okay, I kinda love this perk as someone who's always really been into pushing damage boost super hard. I had a game on Havana where I had like 4,000 damage amplified in 10 minutes, which was really fun. A niche benefit of this one is that if I'm behind cover and my ideal damage boost target isn't in sight, I can maybe do an indirect line to them while keeping myself safe. Also, I mentioned earlier that Mercy gets more ult charge for healing than she does for damage boosting, however blue beaming 2 targets at once can sort of level things out. Plus that's 2 allies also getting slightly more ult charge. When I do find myself healing allies for long periods, I'll try to flick onto damage boost here and there for half a second if someone else is nearby,
Alright,
just to try and improve the uptime.
What does Dr. Manhattan do? I know that name. I needed a good hand gesture from Dr. Manhattan. Something preferably not profane. Oh, he touches his forehead. Okay.
Where I can. Now, this perk can conflict with how Mercy plays and positions. If you have someone like Sojourn or an Ashe who's playing from an off angle, Mercy thrives from pocketing them rather than playing with the rest of the team. However, I think for most players, especially those not at the highest level, this doesn't matter too much. Plus, most major perks don't have 100% uptime. Even if you're hanging out a lot with your hit scan, there will be a ton of moments where your team comes together due to the choke pointy nature of
No,
those
you
perks.
can't
Also, if you
get
see the average player user cares
subtitles.
about brawl versus poke comps or whatever,
Listen
no, they're pressing
better.
W down a straight line while they watch a video essay on their other monitor
Be
and
more
guess your game you're never
skillful.
gonna play. The way I see it, Valkyrie thrives off multiple allies playing together, and rarely do I have a game where I feel like my ult couldn't be utilized in some way. So think of Valkyrie, then think of a mini Valkyrie, then think of a mini Valkyrie, then think of a mini Valkyrie, and you have Chain Boost. Moving on, let's talk Flash Shield. At first, I really did not like this perk, and the implementation was off-putting in multiple ways. My first match with it was such a mess. Res was on cooldown when I bought the perk, so I didn't immediately have it. Then I had to res someone again. Then when I went to use Flash Shield, they got fucking anti-naded during the animation, so I didn't even do anything. My next few games were all just kind of like this, and I'd already had good luck with Chain Boost, so I was like, I'm just gonna put this aside for now. Eventually, I had a few comp games in a row where my damage amplified each game was really good, like consistently 5,000 in 11 minutes sort of level, but we were still losing. So I thought, fuck it, let's experiment with Flash Shield again, and I ended up kind of loving it, which again, as someone who's so passionate about damage boost, I kind of didn't expect. I will say though, Flash Shield could definitely be better implemented. The cooldown being tied to res can lead to some interesting decision making, but it also adds a lot of limitations as well. It is frustrating to Flash Shield someone, have it not really do anything, and then not be able to res them when they die. Sometimes I felt like I got punished for experimenting with Flash Shield and using it in unconventional ways. Plus, because the cooldown of res doesn't reset when Mercy respawns, neither does Flash Shield, which is a very minor annoyance. So why did I end up liking it? Well, for starters, it's the only Mercy perk that isn't just something she gets during Valkyrie. Like, it actually addresses a weakness people have always talked about. It's the only perk I would notably miss when a new Rambo game started. I soon noticed that in the matches where I took Flash Shield, my damage amplified per 10 minutes was still really high. It wasn't as crazy as with Chain Boost, but still way beyond 2,000 per 10 minutes. Picking Flash Shield does not mean you are a heal boss or a heal-focused Mercy. In fact, for me, it was kind of the opposite. You can activate Flash Shield while damage boosting, so if your ally is playing aggressively, they can provide immense pressure without needing to fall back. It is pretty nice that you don't need to keep your beam attached after activating Flash Shield. If I'm pocketing a hit scan and my tank or other DPS needs help, I can flick my beam onto them, then immediately go back to blue beaming, Sojourn or whatever. I also like that Flash Shield gives you a small chunk of ult charge since res doesn't, and occasionally it can like push you in a Valkyrie, which is a nice combination. Also, Flash Shield does work in Valkyrie, but only on the main targets. Because Valkyrie's Mercy double beam rank, you can sometimes pop ult and Flash Shield to save someone far away. Now, this might be a bug that gets patched, but because Flash Shield's cooldown only starts after the animation finishes, you can actually use it then res someone before it goes off to use both. This perk requires a lot of restraint though. I have definitely lost my team multiple fights because I did not have res ready, and I don't blame anyone who just sticks to Chain Boost because they don't want to deal with this. It can be so tempting to just use the ability on anyone who's critical, especially with tanks in the beginning when it's still a novelty. However, keep in mind, Flash Shield restores 150 HP, which Mercy can do herself in just under 3 seconds. As time went on, I began to gauge when to Flash Shield and when to just let someone fall back for manual healing. I could be completely wrong here, but a theory started developing in my head. I think Chain Boost might generally be better, but Flash Shield will end up with a better win rate overall across the general player base. The thing is, Overwatch 2 and 5v5 specifically is so heavily based around the tank, and helping them has never been where Mercy thrives. Lastly, I just want to give some thoughts on perks in general. I noticed that before the update went live, there was a lot of hero-specific communities that felt like their character was getting screwed over compared to everyone else, which I try to keep in mind. That being said, obviously not all perks are completely equal, right? I think it's unfortunate.
Which is hilarious because half of the people on this picture don't have like actually good perks. They're just crybabies.
Character was getting screwed over compared to everyone else, which I try to keep in mind. That being said, obviously not all perks are completely equal, right? I think it's unfortunate that there's a few instances of already strong characters getting strong perks while niche characters got niche ones. I'm not super upset with this though, since you can't expect the devs to get everything perfect, and they really said they're willing to change things. Overall, I really like the perk system, and I feel a lot more happy with Overwatch now than I have for.
Okay, well, a tragedy. I would have liked some ideas. Chat, how can we get Mercy to freaking move? I don't know. Well, that's good enough for Mercy. We put enough thought into it. Dude, Mei's are really good, I think. Mei's just not a very popular character. You know what the problem with Mei is? Chad, you know what the problem with Mei is? Everyone freaking sucks at Mei, man. Everyone freaking sucks at Mei. Mei is fine. Mei has been fine for a long time. People are just bad at Mei. They don't know how to play her. This is even prior to the perks, dude. I freaking one-trick Mei to the highest rank I've ever reached in DPS. Just perma off-angling. Blizzard for zoning. Splits. People are just bad at Mei. People have always been bad at Mei. What's another character that has actually been halfway decent for a long time, but people just suck at them? Dude, Mei is like gotta be up there. Sem to an extent. Yeah, Sem is definitely underrated for sure. Torb? Yeah, Torb low-key, true. Well, Torb was also people didn't want to play Torb. Yeah, Torb, Sem. Wrecking Ball is actually a pretty good shout. Yeah, Wrecking Ball, yeah. Kiriko, actually not a bad shout. I agree with you, actually. I think Kiriko's win rates in mid to low ranks are tanked by bad support players because she's like one of the few supports that you can't just like sit in the back and heal and do anything with. Everyone thinks that you can, but you can't. Venture, maybe? Yeah. It's kind of tragic. Kiriko's the real tragic one. Kiriko might be the most misplaced character in the entire game. Now that I think about it, I think I did a video on that at one point. The most misunderstood characters in all of Overwatch, and I think Kiriko is up there. Kiriko is maybe number 1. Oh, Lucio. Actually, Lucio, chronically underrated as well. He's hard, but also underrated. People literally act like you can't play Lucio in rank, which is crazy. Jake is partially responsible for what?
And so much commitment to the game and excitement, and then when the LAN finally rolls around, you kind of just get to have it out all at once. Everyone gets to show up and be there together. So I'm just happy
for Kiri being misunderstood. Oh,
I mean, there at Hangzhou.
Yeah, yeah. I will say, but when he talked about Kiriko, to be fair, it was a little bit more forgivable to play like that. But yeah. Oh, my Hanzo perks. Idiari, true. Widowmaker? No. Widowmaker is fine. No, she's not misunderstood. She's just hated and bad. Hanzo. Okay. Storm Arrow resets lunge. Minor. No, who cares? Explosive Arrow instead of Sonic. Situational, when you want the scouting versus snipers versus more anti-dive, whatever. Probably immediate detonation, I think. Diva into counters is misunderstood. Yep. You guys are going to like this one, though. Double Dragons. Narrower. Less DPS. All right, check it out. Confessor, thank you for the sub. Check it out, boys. Or whatever he says. You know, and he fires one in one direction and then another. You can actually aim one and then two, like a small second delay. So there's a little bit of a longer wind up. You get what I'm saying? Major perk. And the dragon itself does less DPS and or is shorter or lasts as long. So you're able to, so the thing you think about what's bad with dragon, it's like a really good zoning ult. The damage it does is fine, you know? But people are talking about like controlling dragon. I don't know if you'd want to control dragon. I think that'd be too difficult mid-fight. But what if you did like bam, bam? Talk about like the space control and the plays that you can make especially if you nerf the damage. It would be like way more consistent in output. Way more Ryuga Wagateki wo Kara. You get what I'm saying? That would be so cool and way more useful and wouldn't be completely broken necessarily if you lowered the DPS and whatever. It would be a really good map control, zoning tool, and way more flexible in how it's used. Frick it. I don't give a frick. Yeah. Just got chills. Yeah, same. That's deep. You know? Yeah. Okay, and then Sojourn, I freaking was really upset about Sojourn. But, okay. Sojourn, frick off. Mario, I'll get to your things. But what about Bionic Stomp? Landing damage on slide. Think about the different ways that you could use slide with that. Like, I don't know how much damage you do. Probably not that much, but that's like something you never think about with slide. Like, you gotta be, Sojourn has so much of her kit tied into rail. But dude, seriously. Check it. Balloons tower to 6 defense. guys. I don't know if this is a perk idea so much as just something I want to see tried. What if Sojourn? Okay, you guys want to conserve the railgun hero fantasy? Check this out. Okay? Tight spread. Fast projectiles, tight spread, and primary fire. The thing that we've been asking for. You know what I'm saying? Not quite hit scan, but tighter spread. You get what I'm saying? You saucing with me? Okay. But the higher railgun charge you get at certain thresholds, I don't know, 50, 60, 80, whatever, 100, the worse your spread gets. Okay? For Sojourn. Okay? So, if you want to play... Okay, so if you want to play for rail, you want that fantasy and or that's what the situation demands, your primary fire damage becomes way less consistent. So basically it's an opportunity cost if you want to play for the rail. And I think the delay post-rail scales with the charge of the rail you just fired. So in other words, if you blow your rail early, you have at 50, 60, whatever charge, you are able to primary fire sooner. So you're able to charge up for the rail one shot. But if you want to fire at lower rail charge and layer it, you're rewarded with faster fire rate and tighter spread. So there are situations where you will charge rail on enemy tank and use on backline. Yes, but you're losing out on neutral pressure on squishies. What about during ult? Nothing changes during ult. Your spread we could say that your spread could be your zero charge spread, so it tightens your spread and rail fires as normal, just like it currently does right now. How would you choose not to play for rail this idea? You would still play for rail, you'd play for lower charge rails because it would layer way more comfortably with your primary fire. And there would be certain situations when, for example, there's something other than the tank to shoot where you would choose to not play for a full charge rail. So you could hold rail for forever like you do now, but basically the difference between current Sojourn and this idea of Sojourn is that you would be punished for holding rail at 100 charge. It basically do the exact same damage that it does right now at full rail, but your primary fire is much worse. And honestly, I think the delay after railing could be even made a tiny bit longer than what it is right now.
Riker may have streamer mode on as the audio medic lining up here for Timeless. But so with the Brig Band, you can actually play like Winston on setups. So we're going to see like basically a full...
Right, nerfs your consistent pressure, exactly. There needs to be a real cost for holding rail, and there would be. Also think about the situations in which tighter spread is useful, longer ranges, right? When do you want to use and hold your rail? Longer range situations. So it actually becomes not just a situation where like, oh, I would hold my rail anyway. Well, no, actually you would really like your tighter spread in longer ranges. If you're in closer ranges, you're more likely to blow your rail early anyway, but you're also not worried about the bigger spread. Right, exactly. It feels like this. You're able to keep the concept of like this rails, like, you know? It was similar to my idea for Orisa, where you actually utilize the heat mechanic of the weapon to actually make it more effective, just worse for spread. NA stuff. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, we gotta lock in a little bit here. Right, that's exactly it, Waloop. You'd have to use it. Right. You'd have to use the rail. I don't know. To me, it's like it leans, honestly, maybe even more into the railgun fantasy, but there's an actual opportunity cost for it. So I'm like, all right, frick it. They're never going to take it away, so we have to make a... Is this the worst map ever? I know. I think this map's okay, honestly. I think it's just one of the better Koth maps. I think pretty much every hero was viable here. I don't know who Timeless's tank is. I think that's streamer mode. I'm not even joking. Is that streamer mode? Yeah, I know what you're saying, Waloop, but I think that's just the downside of the character. Coach Lemons, I think we're done with Genji perks. If you want to drop them, I'll look at them maybe, but I'm trying to at least give a little bit of attention to this here. No, Aspilo is gone here. I'm sorry, Foxy. The Ram is kind of interesting. It's just basically turtling on point under that high ground there with the double support. So basically, because they're running Kiriko, they can kind of just vomit damage into that. But you're basically literally just playing for point. You're not actually playing to win the fight. I wonder if Audio Medic here swaps or if they play. I think they could make it work. Scroll up. Oh, is that wall of text? Yeah, we have the same idea with the Swift Strike and Wall Climb resetting Double Jump. I already have that down. 75 HP converted to shields. Not a terrible idea, honestly. These are interesting ideas, Coach Lemons. I think we're already good with perk ideas, but I like them, yeah. I'm not sure what you mean about empowered melee during Dragon Blade. Like, as in you have a melee ability that you can use? Okay. Brigitte banned from Nightmare, I think, is kind of why we're not seeing Malga here. And last time, I'm curious to see. I feel like... I don't know which team... Yeah. This is going to be fun to watch if this has to do with the series that we're moving forward. Like, if this is the kind of stuff that we're going to see. Lucio is going to be played here because there's a more compressed map. I think Lucio can work just fine. You can look in my announcements channel on my Discord if you want to see the Genji perks. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against an empowered melee. What would you say would be a good damage for a melee with your blade? It would animation cancel your chop, I assume. But then be a slight delay to punish you for going for the burst. Like 60? Something like that? Forcing point with Bob. They're going to get the flip. Actually, wait. No, they had point. What am I saying? I'm so distracted right now. Huge sleep. And that buys time for the beat. Lethal does not get the beat, but they're able to get the trade. And that's two ults that are going to be shut down there. Both Ramatra ult, I think, by the disengage and the nano boost. They're going to stall Kuffa is just long enough to keep point progress. And he's also going to have primal, Rocket and Lucamino going to hit squad. They're able to catch Ultraviolet, but this is still okay for Nightmare. Admiral gets picked, though. That's not good. Zero gets picked. That's not good. They get the trade on Lucio. I think he needs to kill Chopper here. Go to point. No, they say they have point. Huge plays. Riker gets the trade on Lethal, but Lethal has to touch. Oh, no, the pulse bomb. The nade's there. Can they keep him up? OT's touched. Admiral on point. Huge defense there. Lethal goes Sombra. They actually get Rocket on the trade. That's it, man. Nightmare holds this. Wow. Wow. Huge plays there from Kuffa. And the communication there to know that he didn't have to touch so that Lethal could get the touch so that he could get the kill there. Yeah, great support. Dude, this is why we want Malga. Banned. Get the frick. Go away.
Forcing like Riker and Rocket to take these like awkward angles underneath the point, and then the primal there towards the end. It was just him and one other player alive, I believe Lethal, who was on the Ash. Lethal was actually able to get on there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if you melee, you can't deflect because you can't cancel your melee with deflect. I see what you're saying.
That's just nasty work there.
He did allow the point to flip, but you're right, man. There was some.
Oh, well, you gonna take points off? You're gonna take points off?
Sojourn or Symmetra for TPL, and then we're going to see a sort of a dive mirror in terms of the Sojourn Tracer because they're really strong in this point because of the wide open angles, wide open space, and then really a playstyle difference here where you have Luke Mina, who's very confident on the Kiriko, on a Kiriko for more open space. Nice shot there from Lethal. And the Lucio is tough because you're not going to do much around the open space, but in that kind of congested space out there, he actually gets the boop there. The Lucio is really good at winning trades. Lucio is just as good, if not a better duelist than Kiriko in terms of very enclosed areas, in terms of enabling and booping. It's not like in a raw 1v1, but the utility provides is better. But Kiriko is better in wide open angles there. I think it's going to be a playstyle difference here. I think the Lucio is also really useful for rotating your Ana here. I think I like the Wrecking Ball better on this point, but I think I might like the Ana Lucio better than the Ana Kiriko here, unironically. Even with the point. Maybe with perks, Kiryu is better. I haven't seen enough to really comment. Yeah, thank you for your input, mate. Lethal gets picked. I don't know what happens here. This angle from Rocket's nice. That's going to force Lucio to peel back, which is going to isolate Kuffa, who will get traded. Sleep is hit, so Riker... Thank you very much. Okay, it doesn't matter. They're up too many. Yeah, this is good stuff. Dive is the best comp, man. You can't convince me otherwise. In terms of non-dive mirrors are just thrilling to watch. So much variety of stuff that you can see. Map control is so important, so there's always a clutch potential, even ultimate disadvantages. That's a nice little boop there. Double boop there for the damage. Kuffa's going to lose a little bit of extra HP. Nano is forced. That's the double Nano perk. Great sleep, but great engage. Huge sleep there. Zero with a follow-up. And that's it, man. That's a cheap fight win. Wow. They're not even... I guess they didn't really use an ultimate, so it's not the end of the world, but yeah. One slam buff away from being meta. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think Doom is another one of those chronically underutilized characters at high ranks just because he's freaking hard in terms of like pro play. I think his ultimate being kind of bad is also not great. I think if his ultimate had like a burst heal or something like that allowed him for more uptime, that's one of the perk ideas I had where it does like 200 HP or 150 healing burst on entering his ultimate. Kind of an early jump there. They are able to hit the nade. They're saving Suzu. That's the Nano. That's the Suzu. That's not good at all. There's going to be no value from that ultimate or Suzu, and he's going to get the kill anyway. So that doesn't feel great. And that's the fragility of the Ana Kiriko. I don't like the way Luke has been playing it now. It feels like he's gotten bullied just a little bit, and it's kind of, out of pulse. And a sleep dart. We might even kill him. Yeah, wow, crazy. I just think like you have to trust that your Ana's going to live as long as she can, and Kiriko's going to get offensive value elsewhere. What the frick am I looking at there? What was that? If your Kiriko's positioned like that, you're cooked. Like, and I mean that. Wow, yeah, Nightmare clutches it out. Nightmare with the dive stuff, man. I think historically, what I've heard, I don't know if this is true, that Nightmare is one of the better dive teams, maybe the best dive team in NA, so...
I'd love to get a look. We kind of saw Rocket fall asleep there, but that sleep from UV had to be like a
his ult is not great in higher ranks. It's overrated. It's underrated with Lu, but it's still one of the weaker tank ults in high ranks.
Still of the Tracer kind of carrying through the doorway. But man, that is as good of a map.
Zebra and OWCS team? Yeah, yeah, I don't know if any team would be willing to do that.
It definitely seems like though banning the Brig.
You would, yeah. It's hard. It's like you have to like. It's the same kind of thing with like Chasm, you know, back with ball stuff. Like it'd be like a low tier 2 team that you'd like squeeze them into and then prove that ball is actually good, and then you know what I'm saying. It would never happen. I don't think. Doom would have to get some sort of buffs to where people would be interested in the concept. But yeah, I agree. Like, more value into his slam and ult. I think with a parry perk especially. Oh, wow. That's huge. Are any of these ideas that we want to steal from Moira? I wouldn't mind less direct heal with Moira and more heal, a longer heal over time. That was an idea from here. This video is, I think, 2 years old. Yeah, it's about 2 years old. It's not quite 2 years, but it's approaching, I believe. Ah, frick it, man. I always thought this was kind of an interesting idea. Stick with damage orb. Speed boost orb. Yeah, nah, I think we're okay. Auto charge heal. Yo, that was our idea. Yeah, they did a couple of these ideas actually on our Lifeweaver. Yeah, okay. Weird. Dorado from Timeless. That's a very dive-oriented map. Maybe they're going to force some D.Va stuff. So Timeless bans the Ana to weaken the ultraviolet dive stuff. And they ban Torb Pseudo Cringe stuff. So we might see like some D.Va stuff, like some D.Va Juno Brigitte or D.Va Kiriko something or another. Yeah, could be. Could be. Sticky, do you think for the sub? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see. What's Timeless's tank lineup? Can Riker play D.Va? Yeah, probably Genji here. Yeah, I would agree. At least for first point, maybe?
Not being able to be banned again by that same team. It's a lot of question marks here for me, and questions that'll be answered pretty
But the question is, will you play Winston with Ana banned? You can. You absolutely can.
And like, just thinking about these two teams, right?
Yeah, yeah, they played Malga. No. No. Oh, that's crazy. Do it. You dirty son of a gun. Do it. Anti-dive, baby. This comp is being enabled by the Bastion perks and the Lifeweaver perks. The passive healing and the Bastion perks are going to carry this. Nah, straight up. Straight up. Kaffa can't play D.Va. That's why they're doing this. D.Va destroys this. Ana also destroys this. This is good. Life Weaver's really freaking good in this point. This can work. It's silly, but it can work. I do think the Widow's really good versus this, though. I actually like what Nightmare are on, minus the Kiriko. I think Admiral needs to get... See, this is the other problem as well. Like, what does Admiral play here? I don't think he has the hero pool for this. Widow's so freaking good versus this, though. Widow's so good versus this. You would need you need some hog plays here. Jeez, man. Lethal, chill, daddy. Look at the space that they're taking here. Brigitte on point with Tracer. Oh! That shuts down that space for a second. Forces some CDs. Turret's used. Chopper needs pocket. He's gonna get it. He gets gripped. He gets... Oh, that's unfortunate. That's double CD. Admiral's literally just angling on point. Like, he's just angling, just tanking on point. Yeah, I don't know. The Widow's just too good, man. The Widow's just too good. You have no dive presence on that super long angle. Ay. I like it. I think the Widow's without Widow, this would have looked totally different. The problem is that Chopper and Luke are basically AFK because of the Widowmaker. That's tragic. I think they'll play for maybe. I think Luke. I don't know what Luke go Kyria here maybe. Yeah. Yeah. He misses the pulse. Yeah. It's a good strat. That's really unfortunate though. This is really snowballing because Squid's gonna stay for tree, but then they have to win this freaking fight. Yeah. So then we go Widowmere. Can Kaffa play ball? Because ball freaking dumpsters Timeless's comp right now. Yeah, the Widow is just oppressive here. You can't out the whole. Yeah. Oh, Chopper gets down, and Lethal gets the trade. And Squid still has not used tree. Wait. Oh, he has the parting gift perk. I was gonna say he is. I was like, I think I had the wrong perk, but no, the parting gift perk is the heal over time, which is the correct perk. Luke on the flank. This is what we need. Yeah, this is freaking disastrous. I would freaking use tree just to get out of the choke. Like, you need to pop tree now. 3, 2, 1, tree. Tree. You need tree. Tree, use it. Use it, Papa. There you go. Nice pulse from Rocket. That's a big one. And Luke on the assassination. Finally doing what we needed him to do. That's used. That's blocked. And that's the fight Timeless needed here. Kaffa... Okay, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think it should be okay. Yeah, it should be fine. And yeah, and this Squid just goes back to spawn and swaps. Yeah. Okay, so Chopper goes Sojourn. Now we're kind of an honest compositional time. Kaffa will probably swap here. Yeah. Yeah, the tree was good. Tree was the fight winner there. Yeah, okay, here we go. Mirror comps here. Brigitte, pretty good here. A little bit more open, so not a great, but it's pretty good.
Well, you do have like Kitsune Rush Primal, so an opportunity for maybe Timeless to get some hold here on D is you see they're gonna.
What was that? He didn't want to pop the Primal, and I think he just beefed it. That sucks. Luke also dies with the Kitsune Rush. I think he really tried to greed for the Mega and just miscalculated. Disaster. And then now the Brig is actually good again. I'm gonna eat a little bit. Because Anna's banned, that's why.
In response, right there's nothing to respond to from Nightmare. They've already lost their tank.
It's good, well timed Infrasight. You're gonna get a lot of free cart progress off of that, or yeah, you'll just straight up get the kill. Like this AFK stuff from the backline is like really uncomfortable. And Zera even goes for the one clip there. Oh no, Riker uses a Primal. No, Riker! No! No! No. Oh, they missed the bolt. Oh no, it wasn't him.
headshot, and we're on the road again. Cut for a little bit low, but of course has that primal in reserve, so doesn't need distress. UV's just hit another one.
This is a freaking cap, bro. This is a freaking cap. Like, not like, you know, the cool kids, but like cap, as in like they're gonna cap. Well, maybe not, because they needed to get the kill there and they didn't. That should burn Winston Bubble. It doesn't. Kaffa's gonna pop his primal. Kind of a whiff, though. That's not terrible for Timeless there. That could have been a lot worse. Riker needs to freaking die. Riker just... Okay, I was gonna say, he was literally like 5 HP, man. Oh, my flip. Nice clip. Yeah. Yeah, too many ults beefed, man. I mean, obviously the first point was disastrous with the Widow, but there was a chance to stabilize that, but that... Just a really weird fight. Winston's just a better dive tank than Hazard. Hazard's not very strong right now, at least in comparison to Winston. On the maps where Winston's good. If this is more of a hybrid, yeah. If this is more of a hybrid map, thank you. Maybe Hazard, but no, this is just straight up dive. Really big. Yeah. Not the best. Your gluttony disgusts me, so do you. In fact, why do you think I'm eating? It's to cover my illness of having to be in the same.
Or something along those lines, but like we haven't really seen them played at all. Like I mentioned, when we've seen Bash being played, it's usually like against those Maga-based compositions. But Nightmare, we know.
So Break Jericho is kind of weird, you know, on his band. So, but I do get asked this question like, why don't we see Break Jericho more? You just don't really have a lot of consistent pressure. Like you can live a long time and support off angles really well, but you just don't do a lot of damage. And the range deal is a lot less reliable than on a.
Losing this second map here with like 2 minutes plus in the time bank for the other team, you gotta feel pretty terrible going in that map.
Yeah, the ultimate Sigma move would just be to mirror the comp.
Seeing that time bank for the opponent's map, no doubt about it. Timeless are gonna.
Okay, true mirror situation here, basically, just with different support lines.
Reasonable. The Admiral Brig though feels like a raid boss even with that nano. I'm not gonna lie. It is crazy what he was able to do to basically negate Riker's impact.
You have a lot of individual survivability. Oh wow, that's unfortunate. And the other capability of supporting DPS, but you don't really help the tank out a lot. You lose range heal, you lose anti-nade. It's not great. It's too much of a thing. It's like running double, like running Moira BAP. You know, it's like, well, we have a lot of healing for a tank if they want it, I guess. You know. That was unfortunate. Just basically just died to Genji shurikens. That felt a little unearned.
Normally it's always a hit scan of some variety, but now we actually see at the same time. So such a
actually pretty good there from Zera. If he can live, and he should, that's really good. Free retake here.
Typically likes to play a lot of the hit scan, but just like how every damage dealer, like at the highest level, is extremely flexible now.
Oh no, he got flanked by the Tracer? That doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, Zero just ends up taking him out. His chopper just was.
I think like.
I mean, nobody there really kind of help him out. So
Sojourn Tracer, Sojourn Genji, Ana Brig Winston, probably the best comp for the defense here. Something for Cart. Good dive tank. Ana Brig backline with a more of a range hit scan. Really good. But obviously it's meta dependent. Kitsune Rush. Nightmare doesn't have anything. They beat as well, and Kappa cannot get primal. Nightmare clearly planning for the disengage and then the re-engage, but they didn't have it. Kind of fortunate timing for Timeless, honestly. That they hit 2 support ults before Nightmare hit 1.
Primal there, I wonder if you would have just seen him pop it, right? But the sound barrier there just pushes Timeless on through. Also a Kitsune rush there. They know that they probably need the time bank here and getting control of this high ground quite massive. If they're going to have a chance of even, I know, getting close to having this.
Oh no!
Oh, that's the blade.
They mistimed the push badly. He was expecting bubble, but they messed it up. That was like a 3K blade if he gets bubble there. Oh my gosh, disaster. Hang on. That's a pretty bad stagger.
Yeah. Well, the blade. Look, I don't think it would have gotten a ton, but.
Sorry, chat. I'm almost done. I'm finishing my lunch.
Or something along those lines. Right now, you allow Nightmare to get the setup basically at your choke here with all 5 ultimates, right? So you should be able, if you're a Nightmare, to like burn a minute and a half off the clock.
I mean, in moments like this, sometimes teams sort of are inefficient. Sometimes with their
Primal, Kitsune, Bob, Timeless disengages. Timeless needs to get out. Okay, they force skills. That's fine for Timeless. 3 for 1. You almost disengaged that too. That was close.
You need one good pick to give Lethal a lot more room to breathe up there because this double dive plus Winston setup here.
Yeah, not the best. Timeless now can just basically push cart and live. Beat is not offensive enough of an ultimate, probably, to break Timeless here.
There's not a lot of space for these flankers to kind of like.
There's just force point.
You're gonna have a great idea where all of them are. It's gonna be 3 that go to the high ground.
No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I actually don't think you should force point because the Ash is on high. This card's too early. It's actually pretty smart from Nightmare to force fights early in front of their Ash. So that's gonna force Timeless like a deep dive. Forcing point is easier once the card has progressed further, but it's not. So yeah, it was a good call by both teams.
Nightmare can reset up here around that checkpoint itself, but they've got to find a way to re-establish that high ground control.
And now you can force card.
Earlier though, like you were going to get like about 1 minute and 30 off the clock, and they do get like exactly 1 minute and 30 basically off the clock here, just from the top, high ground defense. So this is setting up pretty good for Nightmare. As
Riker gets pulsed.
Nice help
No.
from Admiral, whether it be on the brig or the Lucio.
No kitty. Okay, sorry, chat. We're locked. Trade. Card has rolled back. So okay, so they think they can still force card. Yeah, so they're gonna distract high ground a little bit. Riker will drop. That will push the card a little bit further, They really just want a big, juicy last fight with like Kitsune Rush Blade. Oh, that's really nice. That takes so much pressure off of cart. So now, okay, so that's going to be Kitsune Rush. That's going to be beat. Admiral's traded. Riker's going to be fine. They might not even need the Kitsune Rush here. Timeless. They just need to keep getting trades, keep moving cart. Yeah, and see, they're going to get the trade here too. They're going to get Kaffa. That's really nice for Timeless. That's like best case scenario. Ult for ult, free neutral fight, and you don't even need a big messy fight. You just take the cap. I don't like this. I'm surprised. I'm surprised from Nightmare here. I mean, yeah, it forces Kitsune Rush, but you should in theory force more. Yeah, so that's gonna force Suzu. That's gonna force Bob. They turn on Bob. That's 1 for 1, and the cart is still moving. Yeah, this is good for Nightmare or Timeless. Zero's gonna get forced out. There's the beat. Luke doesn't have it. The pulse lands. Yeah, I don't know. Timeless posturing there should have expected double beat engage. I felt like they were too close. Still not bad for Timeless, but that should have been a little bit better. Oh, hey, they have beat. Let's just kind of take this a little bit more cautiously. I think On a Brig is way more fun to watch, personally. I think Lucio is fun, but Kiri's a little... What am I having for lunch? Well, I just had hamburgers, just beef, and... Oh, he's going to force an early Primal. That's not good. That does force Suzu, though, so it could be worse. So Primal for Primal being forced. Riker needs to live. He's going... Riker's got a death wish, bro. What are these in... This is crazy, man. Feels just a little... Honestly, Riker looks a little shaky on the Winston at times. I'm not going to lie with you guys. That shouldn't have... This should be a comfortable fight win there for Timeless, and that just feels really uncomfortable. Soldier 76 has some decent perks. I just don't think he's ever going to be pro-meta because he doesn't have the sharp spikes of value. He's more just like good generic, but he's okay. He's another character that's chronically underrated, I think. Yeah, I just think Nightmare's probably better here, honestly. The Winston stuff alone has been huge. Suzu's forced, teleports forced. There's the pulse. Riker's freaking dead. Again. Somebody's dead. Squid's dead. Somebody, Chopper. Somebody's going to suffer for that. Somebody's going to suffer for that. Yeah, so there's recall. And then Rocket. Okay, that's going to force Kitsune. Okay, they didn't suffer for it. That was awfully close, though. Kitsune, they're going to kite the Kitsune. Kaffa, he doesn't get beat. He doesn't get beat. That's a huge mistake. That's a really, really, really egregious error there from the Nightmare frontline and backline there. And now we're in a situation where this is not like a guaranteed fight win. Lethal has to be really careful with his OC here, his overclock, because they might just beat engage on top of him. So we might see a focus on the Lucio here with this primal from Kaffa. He gets the beat off. Riker's isolated again. Honestly, just too deep of a dive from Riker there. He just needs to live while his backline's getting zoned. Like Riker just is making. Riker's just not a Winston player, man. Like that dive right there. You need to control backline there. That does not mean jump into the backline there. It's just not there. Nightmare's the better dive team. So if you're timeless here, you got Flashpoint, I think, coming up next, so you shouldn't have to worry about banning Winston or doing anything crazy. You can just kind of play your game. But you got to be really careful of anything where they're going to be playing any sort of dive. What do you think of Junker Queen this season? She's okay.
Nightmare puts themselves in a fantastic spot. A 3-0 would be a huge statement from them that they're ready to kind of go out, whether it be SSG or...
Yeah, just got a little messy there at the end. Chat, are we done with all the perk ideas? I think we are. Did we want to do anything with... I think we're good. Oh, Sojourn. Mario, are you still here? Yeah, the map pick is confusing. I felt like... I thought it was like a diva thing, but maybe that's not Riker. Energy conversion, reduce your ammo to 50, but your railgun never falls below 25% once gained. That would feel a little strange, but it's an interesting idea. Damaging an enemy regains ammo? Maybe, yeah. It might be abused on tanks, is my only concern. Yeah, I had the same thought with Disruptor Shot in terms of sucking people in. But they seem like they don't want to give CC to people that don't have it, but I agree it's certainly worth considering. Yeah, these are good, Mario. These are good. Yeah, that's what Mario was saying, Contractor. Is landing a rail reloads ammo, but again, I don't know how. Mark, get down. Get down. Sign shoes, slick and simple. What is this? Why do I open my Discord to this? What the frick? Freaks. Baldlow. Seriously, okay, so let's think. Are there any other Sojourn perks? You have a unibrow? Yeah, it's perfect.
What's happening in Twitch chat here? Leaves coffee.
Set up against the Maga. Maybe we see them try and run something like that.
I was thinking, like, how could we use... Is there anything we could do with the Disruptor Shot to make it, like, more utility? And we already have the suck idea. Wow, they're actually going to play Winston on Survivasa. That's crazy. They ban Hazard. And they're gonna they ban Juno, so they think they've banned Malga. But they're gonna play it with Kiri Lucio. I don't know, seems okay for me. Probably Thomas's best chance. But Ana, I don't know, like Kaffa, what would Kaffa do? Oh, I forgot. I don't want to go on Twitch. Twitch sucks. Rami, freaking look at Twitch. Look at Twitch. Look at Twitch. It's already lagging. Freaking Twitch is cheeks. To detonate it early? Wait, why is everything lagging? YouTube is lagging. Wake up! Holy crap. Okay. We missed the first two fights, y'all. I apologize. I don't want stuns, and I don't want more CC than it already has. The suck idea was interesting, but like I was thinking, like, could it be like a self buff that she puts in herself? Like, so you lose the. No way Lethal stays. I feel like Ashe is such a strange choice.
And I think what you also see from Nightmare though is like the Lucamino and Squid on a lot of the maps have had a tough time dealing with Kaffa.
Permanent Fire is hit scan. Slide boops enemy to listen damage.
That is going to be UV falling, Admiral falling as well. So now it's both supports gone at the hands of Rocket and Chopper.
Yeah, that was tough there. You saw UV busting out all the stops here, but against like a world-class Tracer in Rocket, it's still going to be.
Nightmare's comp is so strange. It's so strange. Like they're really strong in the dive. And the Ana Lucio Tracer, I think, is all cool with me. Even Winston, if you want, but the Ashe just, like, I just feel like that's just something you can compress. Like right there, Admiral dies because he has to go bail out Lethal. You know, honestly, just let the freaking Ashe die, man. You know, and let Admiral do his thing. I think Lethal needs to swap Sojourn. 100% needs to swap Sojourn, bro. 100%.
It just seems like what
yeah, there it is. I actually think. Wait a second here.
But not able to really kind of win anything after that. So Admiral will have a sound barrier here for the next.
I think if Lethal is at Sojourn in this fight, I think they actually win it. I don't know. Yeah, would healing and Disruptor Shot be a bad thing?
The thing that's also a little bit weird is like the Tracer. Like you kind of need the Tracer to play with the Winston, but like.
Would it be too strong? What if the healing was really weak? I'm just trying to think of a different way of using Disruptor Shot. You know what I'm saying? I think the suck one is definitely an interesting idea.
Whereas the Ashe like needs a little bit of time. I think like the perk combination. Also, if you take the 150 rail, it allows you to burst that cage fight down a bit quicker, which sometimes is what we see with that combo. Like Sojourn literally.
I guess it gives you an energy boost that makes your next slide go further.
I definitely think it probably gives Nightmare a bit more equity. I just think Lethal might have a preference for that Ashe here.
Yeah.
Lethal and UV don't benefit, but all the relevant players.
All right, I need a lot. We'll think about it later. I need to go think in the shower or something. You know what I'm saying? I need to take a shower. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. What would Kaffa go ball? Like, does Kaffa have a good ball? Is ball even good on Survivasa, or is it too compressed?
Like if you use sound barrier there, Kaffa most certainly dies probably before you get it off. So.
Dude, I'm legit OP in the shower, man. Oh!
just sitting in a bush, just assassinates Rocket there. I mean, no chance for Rocket to even react. I mean, that is a huge pick.
No, this isn't the finals. This is the upper bracket finals, I think. Or no, this is the lower bracket. Yeah, this is the lower bracket. Fighting for a chance to fight for third place, I think. Right, chat? Or am I trolling?
It's still contested, mind you. So
Yeah, this feels like a skill matchup now. Like Sojourn, Ana, Lucio, pretty good in this map. Ana's a little slower, but with Lucio, she's cooking. The Winston's still definitely weaker, but like Kaffa's freaking good at it, and it synergizes really well with the comp. I didn't spit on the Fang. I spat. Like, you guys got to get get your brain out of the gutter. You know what I'm saying? It's a show of disdain. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's a huge nade. Sojourn plus Ana bails the Winston out a lot.
no Suzu available here for Squid. It did its job though, as that was an opportunity I think for Kaffa to go forward.
I just want Nightmare to win, bro. No offense to Timeless. Oh, and that's brutal. That's beat used as well. Lethal is just casual 4K. Here it comes. I call it. Check it, chat. Check it, chat.
I mean, this is a fantastic performance here from Nightmare on the second point. There's look at me.
Okay, well, disregard.
No soundbar.
Well, I spit and it was a disdain. Meme going.
Go to the next point as one player gets a touch. Rocket will get a touch here. Trigger OT. I think Lucamino's back here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to touch, but that's cooked.
Is there rush? They're gonna.
Yeah, it's used to get Riker back into
I don't understand the rush either, to be honest with you. And Nightmare just keeps UV alive, and then everything is fine. Angle coin? Yeah. Somebody in chat, I missed it. Says something about like I'm scamming people for off. I'm the off angle peddler, like the snake oil salesman, but like it's off angles instead. Yeah, frick you, buddy.
And also, like, I think
you benefit from my theory, even if you don't even realize it. You freaking kidding me? Yeah. Ooh! Early dive. That's a nice little one there. That's a nice little one. Like, you can kind of see it here. Winston versus this comp, the Amalgams could be a little tricky. But honestly, like, you just don't take any freaking damage, like, at all. Like, Kiri Lucio just basically tickles you.
The sleeps from UV have been quite nutty throughout this one.
I agree. Like, I think without Juno is where.
Yeah, that's right. Not even a theory. That's right. That's right. Speak your truth, Porcupine. Speak your truth. As long as it's my truth. Beat engage. Admiral. It's a bit late. Ultraviolet might die of the cage fight. This is the fight I think that you lose if you're Nightmare. I'm surprised they even try to. Like, they were playing around the Malga at all. Like, that's a situation where you just take your wares and sell them away from the Malga, you know? Just let them cap point, you know? Rail scatter. Imagine if Sojourn just exploded. Like, her biotic stuff just exploded, but there's like a big explosion around her, you know what I'm saying? I'm not asking AI for perk ideas. Squid dies, that's really sad. That's unearned. Oh no, this is not a fight that Timeless was expecting to win, but you'd expect it to lose a little slower. Or at least force Sojourn ult out. Hi, girl.
Dude, absolutely filthy stuff.
Torb Sim with the Malga? Because this map is not good for Torb Sim as much. Torb's okay, but it's a very wide, broad map. A lot of moving, a lot of speed involved, you know? Dive heroes are also anti-dive, if that makes sense, you know? Torb Sim might just get run over. Really nice shots from Rocket, or Chopper and Rocket, really. That pulse home is huge. And Kaffa is just... Oh, he doesn't get the Soj. Okay, it's fine. They get the trade. Just messy enough there, but Nightmare dumps a lot into that.
That's a shot from Lethal.
Nade's really good. That forces Suzu. That puts them in a situation here where they don't really have anything for Nano now. They Kitsune early. They Kitsune for touch. Double Nano here. Tracer recall force. That clears the off angle so they can hard focus backline. Squid Suzu's again. He's going to teleport out. Nade is used. Beat is now used. It hits 4. It's fat. They're going to go in hard, but they don't really have full scouting. So the Beat's actually going to be fully disengaged. Malga flanking around behind. He's on Winston. Winston's bubble dancing. The nade hits. There will be a Suzu for that. If they need it, they get it. Kaffa dies on the disengage. They connect. Ultraviolet's going to rotate away. Will it be in time? No, he doesn't get nade. And Riker lives. And Chopper hits the shots. This is insanity. Chopper with the clean. That's actually tragic. Nightmare had that one in the bag. Riker living is crazy there. Really sloppy there from Nightmare, uncharacteristically so at the end. And that's going to be 2 points here, boys. Nightmare's going to want that one back, man.
Yeah, a close flashpoint. A really exciting one, honestly. But it's going to be Nightmare forced to give
Pretty exciting stuff, as long as it's not Amalgam here. Amalgam's still pretty thoughtful here. I think Riker's doing a good job.
Looks a little bit stronger, and they're walking into the next fight with basically every ultimate at their fingertips.
It should be a fight that they absolutely do not lose, right?
Yeah, I agree with Matt here. This is definitely a fight that you should win. Double supportal, cage fight. You're basically playing for anti-nade and pulse swarm here. So, you know, force a Suzu, win the fight kind of a moment, you know? Yeah, see, they're all really deep on backline. They're really trying to cause some chaos here. Flank Ana, primal early, cage fight, and beat used. Kaffa is actually really, wow, that's really smart. He almost, that was nice. He at least stalled for a little longer, but this is exactly what we talked about. You open up your angles, Chopper gets picked off on the flank. They're even here. 2 ults down for 1. Angle from Lethal's wide open. No Sojourn to contest the Sojourn. Early Sojourn ult pop. Tracer's isolated. Cardiac's used. And that's it. Kitsune's rush is used as well. Suzu's used. Pulse Bomb's used. Riker's won. And Nightmare, clinical performance there. Knowing the fight situation and the setup, defensive nade, slides out. That's unfortunate. Sojourn ult's used in response. You hate to see both use. Oh, and Chopper. Chopper, my friend. Zero gets the kill on Luke. This is still winnable for either team, and no longer. So that was really, really unfortunate for Nightmare. They really played that one well and should have won it. But honestly, Timeless clutching it out. Crazy. Last fight scenario here. You like Nightmare's position for this one for sure, but this is no gimmick. This is not a gimme, excuse me. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Double Nano here, super strong. Nano, Sojourn, Nano, Ana. Lucio's dead. Malga should be dead. Tracer dead. Malga, maybe? No, he's going to disengage this, I think. Yeah, they're going to disengage. Not the end of the world there for Timeless. Could have been better, but... Okay, never mind. That is pretty bad. That's a nice little stagger there. First to 3, yep. Yeah, Chopper clutched up at the end there. Got picked. Wasn't necessarily his fault, but yeah, he clutched it up. All right, where are Nightmare going to take fights, man? When you're running Lucio, Winston, Tracer, bro, like, you got to be ready for anything, Timeless. Nade's there. Not going to use Suzu. Going to clear the rotation a point. They're nervous. They need that Kitsune rush just in case the dive happens. Okay, they have the Kitsune rush. They're ready for beat engage. Amp speed on the rotation. Lucio gets there. Malga gets the point. They're clear the Winston. Winston jumps out. Beat engage comes in. It's a good one. Lethal on the deep flank. Kitsune rush is used. Winston is used. He doesn't hit the pulse. He doesn't hit the primal. He's dies at 99% on primal. 0 with pulse on, but Suzu's still available. Sleep dart on the Sojourn. I don't know where she is. Lethal gets a trade, but Ultraviolet falls after the sleep dart is used. Kuffa's going to use primal to touch. Admiral gets a trade on Luke Mino somehow. Kuffa should get the touch here. They're going to get the kill, but I don't think they have the kill presence there. Admiral's going to die. And that's it, guys. That should be it. UV's going to go more for touch, but that's it. That's point. Oh, that is a tragedy from Nightmare there.
Nightmare just want to run it down on this audacious Winston comp. It doesn't work, but it gets him pretty close.
Really, really good matchup there. Honestly, what a map.
Is that hazard-based composition, but it's a timeless ban on the hazard here. So they completely remove that.
Brutal, man. Brutal. But honestly, well played. Well played.
Timeless with just the better comp overall end up taking
Ashe on first. I agree with you that Ashe on first feels a little weird, but Lethal's a really good Ashe, and that's your best point for setting your feet and shooting. The other point's not so good. Dude, I freaking love Ultraviolet, man. This guy, look at this guy. Oh my gosh.
The sleep obviously was, something that most good Ana players can do, but the rest of it, no, that's just completely unreasonable. Like you're taking space away from an Ana, you're putting pressure on her, and you don't expect an Ana to be
that was
able
fun.
to have such a big impact when she's on the back foot like that. I'm glazing. I'm an Ana main. This stuff really gets me going. I need the Kenny G music back on for this. I'm not gonna lie, it was sublime.
Yeah,
why didn't I spit again? Well, okay, that's true. I missed my opportunity there with the one clip.
it's just as soon as he pops it. I mean, the extra.
That's so tragic, man. If they primal, I think they win this game, or they win that round anyway.
They get a map on the board. Obviously, they're not going to have the ability to select any more maps throughout this series, and now it kind of swings things back in Nightmare's favor. That they go with a push map here, obviously, right? Probably Esperanza. You can probably lock that one in. They could ban the Mauga, right? You could definitely do that, right? We haven't seen the Mauga ban just yet.
Yeah, a legitimate option for you. Did we not? We did not see it on Smo, right?
No, I don't believe so. I think we saw the Genji ban.
I think Winston was okay. He did a good job. You're not playing Winston to shoot the Mauga, you know?
Isn't it? But, you know, what an option, Nightmare's options.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Sojourn Contractor.
Trying to put myself in their headspace.
Cardiac arrest just dies, yeah.
Even playing that Winston style, especially if they have like.
Wait, the thing is wrong. Look at the fine. It says 3-0. It's not 3-0, bro. Uh-oh.
We've got one of the best Ana players in NA. You know, maybe even.
They could ban Tracer, which would be quite interesting.
You watch on both YouTube and Twitch. Yes, that's it. Good. That's ad maxing. One on him, son. Well done.
Hazard can beat the Mauga. So curious. I think the safest is to just get rid of Mauga.
Here's what you do. You watch on YouTube. You watch on Twitch.
If you like lose this, right, then you don't have a
you send me your social security number, accounts, and sell all of your assets, and then donate through. Well, PayPal might take a cut, so I think you just ask me what I just get my PayPal, then you go from there.
I mean, Timer's banned DeLucio, so we just go on
Esperanza. I think it's push map force, so they just chose the push map with a little bit of verticality. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Mauga ban here by Nightmare, and then either Ball or Winston. I think Riker's a pretty good Ball, to be fair, from what I've seen, but frick you, YouTube chat. Uh-oh. Hey, Ball. YouTube chat. Twitch chat's trying to start something. Are you gonna be the bigger? You gonna be the bigger person or what? Yeah, they banned Mauga. Winston Ball. Okay, here we go, boys. This is gonna be exciting. This is gonna be exciting map, boys.
Looks like though.
So between you two and chat, so which one you're being nicer to? Exclamation mark allegations.
Curious if that's kind of their response.
Yeah, that's true. Twitch chat does not have Ball. Twitch chat doesn't have game either. We'll see Mira DPS, Sojourn Tracer almost certainly. Ana Kiriko because more open space, and also Luke Mino probably better on the Kiriko, like not as good in the Brigitte. Yeah, this is gonna be a skill check. I do. Oh, we're listening.
I don't see anything. Tracer, Carry, Soj, maybe Ball, yeah.
Okay. I don't see Ball. I don't see Ball.
Follow.
All right.
I
can't see Kappa.
Yeah, I have to chill.
Ball looking at it. Yeah, I can
get the high ground soon.
That's lethal. Oh,
I need top.
That's all the
Ball split left side. Ball stuck left side right now.
That's Kappa.
On you.
Zero.
Carry off. I don't know, they're looking. Need to chill. Ball left still. Yeah, can you push it? I'll work out right side. I'm all right. I'm all right. Clear to right. Curly. 3, 2, 1.
Wait, no way Ball dies.
Live.
Nori.
Yeah, I'm working back.
That's huge. No nade, no Ball CDs, we walk.
Clear one, no speed.
Swing this side, I'm going slow. Go this way.
Okay, you can see there, right? I'm going back to the UV glaze because this. No wasted movements, no jumping.
They really good job cycling their CDs in and out there. And dude, UV is just such a freaking hack, man. I'm not trying to. Guy is just. I mean, that's another huge anti-nade. That's gonna force an early Suzu. That's gonna slow down the base space creation. So once again, Nightmare being down one, they might actually be able to disengage this. I say that as his Admiral's on cart. Admiral's freaking dead. Malga's not good again. Malga's just popular and provides team play with Cardiac. Lethal's gonna pop OC? No way, he's freaking dead.
Okay, so
what tank do you play when you get a Mercy TP in your game every game? I don't know.
Like gonna be a switch? Do you play maybe like a Sombra here potentially?
No. You play Soch.
That overclock was just a waste.
Yeah, it's a question of like whether you want.
I don't think any of these teams are gonna swap at all. Maybe Luke gets. If things go really poorly, I could see Luke swapping to maybe Brigitte Mirror, but I would not be surprised if we don't see a single hero swap outside of like really late can't panic situations.
Rocket definitely has stepped up so far on this map as Cup has taken some of the high ground away. Must-win fight here for Nightmare. Feels like.
Are there callouts with player names? I'm not sure what you mean. Nano's there. Bubble comes just in time for Sleep Dart. That's a good Nano. Good space. Peeling Minefield, but Riker... Oh, man, like, Chopper just hitting the shots, man. That was Nano and Sojourn, and he just hits the shots, bro. Like, he just freaking hits the shots. It was also kind of unfortunately timed that they actually popped the Nano, and he just jumps right past Sojourn. What tank do you play when you get a Rhino TP in your game every game? Aw, man, you just can't play tank, bro. Roadhog.
This is going to be checkpoint. You have Kitsune Rush here. You have Overclock, so you're in a fantastic spot if you're timeless to kind of keep running this one down. As this
oh no, Riker headhunting, man.
20 minutes ago, and then now it looks like timeless is very much in.
Is your stream today? Should be. My YouTube stream? Oh, actually, good question. True. It is not. Thank you. Kitsune Rush is... I saw the vision. You get some free push. You get it around the corner. It's not terrible. It was a good disengage.
Looks for a dive, but no one is there. He's at least able to take some control and establish a way to move up. There's a sleep on Riker in the back.
Primal, he connects. Slide is out, but he should be enough zoning value here to win this fight. Chopper, jeez, dude, mid shuffle or juggle, it just hits those. What is this man doing? This is not even necessarily won by Nightmare either. Like that, he can hold this high ground here. Yeah, see, there's the slide, there's the bubble. Holy crap, dude.
Nightmare from pushing this car any further up as you see now you have Riker here in the mix. So
yeah, Chopper is just getting everything, man, and deserves it. Even there, like lethal Mert. Kaffa's gonna get cleared. Kaffa might die here if he's not careful. Okay, so they're gonna have Nano. Yeah, he full disengages. Weezer. Rally used. Double chain stun onto Riker just to get him low and out. Nano on a Chopper again. They don't quite have the Nano perk. Nano defensively here. He should be okay. Card is still moving. Deep jump. Doesn't have Primal though, but I don't know if Sleep was used there. They're able to isolate. Oh yeah, Chopper. It's on Chopper. Chopper has to hit a shot right now. Doesn't. Oh no, Kaffa. Oh no, a little too early. Okay, I got Cat here on me. Chat, I'll be right back. Don't make sure nothing fun.
And I think they're going to have to deal with a Wrecking Ball in order to do that. They want the checkpoint, but they can't push any further.
I was going to say, is there a possibility of checkpoint? But most certainly not. I think without your tank and then the ball still in the mix here, you can't really kind of control that high ground like we were watching Chopper and Squid able to do. So Lethal has to fall back. Puts a railgun shot in here into Riker. It's going to be a minefield here. Nice good? Sleep there. Be the disruptor shot.
Oh,
he gets sucked into the mines.
It's not even clear really how lethal.
Shut up, Penning Paul.
Riker is on the other side of him. Regardless, caught up by somebody. Nightmare though, as the dust clears.
Yeah, bouncing nade over Groggy is surprising. Bouncing nade's really good, but it does feel like Groggy is the play here if you can. Luke really trying to greed those cooldowns. That was nice. Kaffa has not been playing well this map, I will say. There's just been a lot of cycles where like Kaffa is getting traded first and it doesn't feel like it's backline related. It feels like more like he's getting caught with a bubble, like even this, right? Like was there just a miscommunication with the push there with the advantage they have? Like Kaffa's died so many times when they've had an advantage and it just feels unnecessary there, right? Like that's just, you play slow, man. Like you don't force it, you know? It's a misread on the situation of the battle, and like Kaffa's at least 3 or 4 of Kaffa's deaths have felt unearned. Yeah, he does feel like he's trying too hard. His initial dives are fine, and then these like second and third dives, he doesn't have his bubble yet, or he does, and he doesn't realize that he like it's not great. His mechanics are fine. Yeah, he does have bouncing nade. Groggy would have killed Riker there. There's the Nano. Kaffa controls space, forces the slide out. No bubble, but pressure's still there. Chopper again, man. This Kaffa kills Luke Mino. This should still be a fight when... Oh, no, Admiral. No, Admiral Squid gets the trade.
still have a foothold on the map. They're not just going to be shoved out, but this total is very close. 9 meters separate these two teams now, and Rocket's on the back foot. We'll have to give it up.
We're not Daddy Semp. Remind me in a second after this map. I'll take a look.
So they're going to get very close to end up taking the lead.
Gosh, UV. Oh no, Chopper again. Dude, Chopper is just
and with the rail guns takes out UV.
so many free fight wins. He's getting a lot of resources, but he's paying with it, man. He's paying for it. Like, oh. I mean, Rocket was always going to win that one based off of the cooldown set.
The timers have control, and they're looking to reset the bomb back towards middle map.
As Arrow is trying to, I mean, both Tracers trying to make a beeline for that health pack, right? Both of the perk that ends up giving them a blink when they go through the health pack back.
Why is Kaffa because I think the bubble breaks pretty fast.
That extra blink makes the difference in that 1v1.
But yeah, I agree. I don't think that Chain Lightning is always exclusively better. Like, you can even see the range limitations on it right there. I think everyone's using Chain Lightning and they just say it's better, but they don't really know. Like, it's just like, it's like the thing people do, but they don't always like think about it, if that makes sense. Like, it was like Korean Winston's use it, so now like everybody uses it, and it's like, well, there's the Kitsune, there's the Primal, it's fine, there's the Mines. Like, even that jump right there is just no-no. I mean, his Ana's dead either way, so it doesn't matter that much, but like, you just need to drop bubble on yourself and live. You don't jump forward to contest the Sojourn who's already zoned out. Chain Lightning for Primal makes no sense because you're feeding a support ult charge just as fast as you're using it, and if anything, your heal bubble also grants you ult charge. That argument just doesn't hold up for me. The only exception is if your bubble is getting shredded.
Any chance of coming back, you need to win this fight. You can't allow that bot to go deeper and deeper back into your territory. You can't lose this fight for that high ground.
Oh, this is crazy, man. Timeless have the slight lead advantage here, and they have a like competitive ult situation here. Lethal's taking a take top. That's nice. That's gonna force Riker off, or could have, should have. Kaffa lands. The Nano is lost. The Nano's last shot. They lost the Nano to Chopper. We didn't see it, but they lost it. Kaffa needs to not die. Oh gosh.
They're down to a singular Tracer, and Nightmare are making one last push for the map.
Okay, so they're only down 4 meters. You're gonna get this Winston back in the action quite fast.
I just don't agree, Weezer. I think it's very situational on the composition you're playing. It's like one of the, if everyone's grouped, I guess, but I don't agree necessarily.
You're probably good to end up taking the lead. We'll see Riker go over the top.
I don't know if they're gonna take the lead here. I'm not so sure. Like, maybe with the old advantage that they have here, possibly. Like, we might see a Sojourn ult being used. Yeah, you can see this angle from Lethal. It's definitely Sojourn ult, right? I have the advantage. I have the space. You have to respect. Oh. The pixel. That's it, game. That's it. That's the series. That's incredible. No, Karki was wrong. Karki was wrong. Karki, first off, didn't check whether it heals yourself, which it does. But Karki also tested the heal bubble on a target that took self-damage. Karki already said in the comments he's going to myth bust his own myth. Yeah, well done. Well done. Great series. Yeah, you heal yourself and allies, but you don't get ult charge for healing self-damage. That's why using it with the Pharaoh wasn't the play. To be fair, chat, I think it's really hard for Timeless to win that fight regardless. But yeah, that was a really nice shot. Hey, can we go for Karki in that one? He admitted it in the comments. He was like, "Oh shoot, I'll do another, myth bust. I'll do it my next myth busting one."
I mean, dude, if Maga didn't exist, I don't know who's beating Nightmare right now. I mean, they look.
You're right, Poop Kip. You're right. I'm actually curious. Did Karki like pin a comment about that? Because I just know that I'm gonna be actually peopling for like the next month.
Yeah, in this OWCS Stage 1 bracket, Liquid and SSG have got to be put on notice because Nightmare, again, a team that kind of missed out on the glitz and glamour of partnership here and still put together a roster.
It's gonna be like, yeah, but Karki's there. Like, gosh. Oh, perk suggestion. Yes, the Sojourn one was used something with your disruptor.
Certainly is. Thank you so much, Mitch.
What if distributors shot an allies? It converts half damage received? It's an interesting idea, Daddy Simp. I can't. Why am I saying that? It's an interesting idea. I don't know. It's maybe too unintuitive or too clunky. But I know what you're saying. Jeez, dude, Ultraviolet. I like this guy's. He's the white boy on him, man. Dennis says my bad. Yeah, I don't know, man. I want like one more Sojourn perk, like even if it's just a minor thing. I think it's okay if we don't, but I would like to. What if OC... What if overclock reset your dash? Would that be too minor of a perk? I think it'd be pretty useful, right? Like, it's not the most useful, but... The problem with using slide for anything is we keep thinking about, like, wouldn't it just be used defensively? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Are resets cooldowns even? What are Sojourn's weaknesses as a character? Not the most mobile, not the most ranged. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe OC resetting cooldowns would be way too strong. Dude, honestly, Ultraviolet freaking earns it, man. Freaking Ultraviolet earned this one. I don't know. Whatever. People are not going to like Sojourn, but I think we hang our hat in that one. Poopkip, send me the... Or let me open up the code here. No, not OC. Not Coach OC. Sojourn's weaknesses are just not being the best at everything. But she doesn't have any, like, major egregious weaknesses in the same way that, like, Hazard doesn't have any major egregious weaknesses, or the same way that, like, Tracer doesn't really have any major egregious weaknesses either. Widow loses versus Sojourn. Map situational. Very map situational.
Ready for battle.
This guy sends in a quick play game, man. I hope this replay code crashes. Ash on the high ground. Chat, basically this is my freaking project manager wants me to look at his Ash game, so we're gonna all point and laugh. Dynamite. I respect it. Doesn't quite hit. We need to rotate back left top, I think, as we've lost one. Especially now that they've respawned, so the rotation comes a little too late, so then you don't have the coach gun to actually disengage. Shots are fine. The dynamite's fine as well. It's actually a really nice dynamite. Coach gun top based off of hitting the dynamite because that means that they're going to be forced off. So a lot of Ash rotations are reading what they're going to do before it happens. You know, kind of predicting based off the information that you have. This guy just used dash, I think. Nice. Because she's kind of a slow rotation character, so you kind of have to read the room. How the frick did you hit that dynamite? Is that bap dumb? I wouldn't mind coach gunning up top sooner. Like, case in point, that's a great situation where, like, coach gunning top earlier would have meant that you would have been in a better position to disengage there. Good dynamite. Very nice. Repeat. I like this angle as a whole, though, like the distance that you're playing on left side. Yeah, this is nice. Force deflect early. Bap is focusing you down. Don't need dynamite at that range. You could probably just dynamite Genji above you if you wanted to. I wouldn't have dynamited that. That actually killed you because it slowed you down, and so you died in the movement there.
I ain't a quitter.
Yeah, Poopkip, this is probably the worst Ashe gameplay I've ever seen in my life. Nobody pull up that at one Ashe game for me in King's Row. I don't love this rotation for you. Probably take top and then make your decision about rotations from there. Better vision, because this is not where we really want to be. You're dead. You're freaking dead. I think you should just die, yeah. Oh, well, hang on. You got Doom. Nice. Grab the Mega. Hold the angle. Good dynamite. He dies. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Cheater ruining the honest 1v1. Exactly. Maybe livable. I love this angle from you. What is this? What is Blood doing? He's dead. Nice long angle. Bob. Oh, Bob third. Oh, yes, yeah, the Bob third buddy. Hey, man, listen. Hater's gonna hate. Strafing too much here at this range. You should just be standing still, especially with that Weaver. Yeah, it's you son of a gun. This angle's fine to start, then as you get more information on Genji's rotation, you need to move back. Like right now, you probably should move back. Bruh. Bruh. You needed to drop and then coach out. You broke your support LOS. Wait a second.
Taking damage.
I knew something stank, but still, that rotation from you could have been better. Far, 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 far better. Hang on, I'm going back to the Twitch tab to make sure that we're not missing the next match. No, this is not GM. This is what, Diamond, probably? Mid Diamond? Just die. No, no, no. No, you're just gonna stagger. You're just gonna step right. You should have died. Absolutely should have died there. This is champ, yeah. This Baptiste is so silly. This Genji is so bad. Spylo Genji. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. And now you have the space, so you're just cooking. Yeah, it's about mid-diamond. Nice shots. Please stand still for crying out loud. They're not looking at you. I don't mind that coach gun early. Get to your effective range really quick. And this is just a little bit of mechanics. Okay. Yeah, this Ashe is smurfing a quick play. Yep. You guys know me. Anybody associated with my brand is a scumbag. Probably rotate left here. This fight was awkward. Or maybe even force top a little bit. No way, you Bob. This fight's freaking lost. The Bob placement is like... This BAP is just a fraud. I cannot believe this guy. Oh, my bad, recently. Everyone except for recently is a complete scumbag. You were the one obvious exception. I think that went without saying. We're just looking at one of my mates' replay codes between fights, Star Jam. Nothing serious. Nice. Like, why is he egoing that, bro? You see the dynamite flying in? Like, you're cooked. Yeah, 50. Seriously, that BAP, like, that's like me on BAP. Do all the silly angle things. His other elitist friends. I wouldn't call them friends. I'd call them, like, not even accomplices. Like, minions. Is that the proper term? Nice shots. I really wish you had a support up here with you. It kind of saddens me, but if you don't have support here, I probably would have. Yeah, you're freaking on a Moira Briggs sitting on a cart. This is classic support gameplay. I have this developed, like, guys, the older I've gotten, the more Overwatch I've coached and played, I have this very rational hatred for support players and the lack of space they take here. You have a Moira Briggs sitting on payload the entire time. Just depresses me to no end. Real men hate support players, right, guys? It's really important. It's part of your personal development. Coming into manhood, you know, and just saying, I hate everything that I don't understand. It's really important. Make sure to teach your kids that. Yeah. What if there's like, you know, like freaking like God of War-esque, or like what's the zombie? What's the zombie show or whatever? I haven't seen it, but is there some like sort of like kid and dad relationship thing going on there? But it's like the God of War thing, but like instead of like growing and maturing as a person, they just like slowly learn to hate support players together. Honestly, that would be really endearing. That's a nice dynamite there. Clunks right off the thing, and then you die anyway. Is the Last of Us have that, or is that I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it. Maybe you shouldn't spoil it for me. Maybe. So maybe I shouldn't have asked. But that would be like a really great parody that could just like, yeah, we're just entitled DPS players preaching their superiority. Ah! As Elon Musk there. Alright, let's see your angle, Poop Kip. Just a gentle reminder, this guy's name is Poop Kip. Grown man, Poop Kip. Yeah. It's a game, not a show, though. I thought there was a show. I know it's a game, but that's a nice hook. Good bob. Nice angle. The soldier just appears from nowhere because of the pedal. Oh, there is a show. Yeah. There's still, yeah. The problem with support players is that most support players don't understand the basics of first-person shooters or anything. So, like, legitimately, my support play is like a solid 3 or 4 tiers than the rest of, like, I could, or if not a full rank higher than my other heroes. Because if you have good understanding of mechanics and map control and stuff, you can just climb. Like Pepper plays, she's a Widow one trick. She doesn't like play ranked like at all. She hasn't in a long time. She hit plat a long time ago. That's really tragic. Nice shots, but it's tragic. She's like gold 2 or gold 1 or gold 3 or something with Widow and Ashe and stuff. Soldier. She's never played Brig before. She picked up Brig, and this is after placements. So after placements, right? Within like a week, she's like gold 1, plat 5 on Brig, who's not even like a character that she's familiar with. She just likes playing her. Just immediately. She is kind of sort of somewhat calculated aggression, you know? Kind of understands the basic. All right, Poop Kip, this is no longer looking like an ego VOD. You got to hold some corners, my friend. Lord Zen, thank you for the sub, mate. Most people, if they played support, especially support where you can like put out offensive pressure, would be at least 2 or 3 tiers. And this applies to tank players as well, unless you're like a Rhine 1 trick. All right, I'm waiting for it, Poop Kip. All right, hold the Sigma's attention and bleed his HP. All right, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Oh, oh, the dynamite. Oh, okay. Threaten the C9 with the baby. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I thought you were going to go off the map. I was so sure you were going off the map. Nice, Poop Kip. Nice, Poop Kip. Yeah, when people say support players are boosted, it doesn't make any sense to say that. That's like logically not true. But if you were saying that support players are generally less skilled, that is, I think, objectively true. But it doesn't make any sense to say support players are boosted. I think what people mean is what I mean, but like it's important to get our terminology correct. He didn't get healed once. I mean, it's because you're on freaking Moira. Nice, dude. Or unless you're a Rhino. I'm sorry, Pitting Paul. Yeah, their boost isn't maybe lower in any other role. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just there's just fewer transfer. Well, that's not even true. It's not that there's fewer transferable skills to support. It's like our understanding of what support means, I think, is misleading. And I think also a lot of people that go into a support play. I think those are two things that kind of tie into each other. When people go to play, I'm a support player, they generally mean healer. And that just doesn't work very well with Overwatch, you know? It didn't even work well with Overwatch 1. I think that's another misconception, you know? Because I've coached that game a long time. So if you go in with any sort of proactivity, limit test, aggression, yeah. Cheers, Poop Kip. Poop Gap, yep. Oh, Preds? Yeah, we do Preds on Twitch. You guys want to do Preds? We'll do map 1 Pred. It had to be on Twitch, though. We'll do 1... Oh, no, I almost said Nightmare Liquid. Who is this? SSG and TL? This is map 1. Map 1. All right, Preds are live now on Twitch. And I think it's also... Okay, here's a misconception. I don't think support heroes are necessarily overtuned. I know that's going to be a bit of a hot take. I think that might be true sometimes. But I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's a much more complicated discussion. Because you also have to, as a support player, you have multiple responsibilities and multiple. So if you use all of your utility in a 1v1, then in theory you're really good, but that's a huge mistake for your team most of the time. So yeah, because I think like you talk about skill ceiling, I think a lot of support heroes are like up there with DPS or even higher than a lot of DPS. Tracer's up there, Ana's up there, Lucio's up there, you know, and then a step below that you've got like, you know, Zarya's and Divas, Brig, Sojourn, and so on. Lowest skill floor characters, I don't know if I agree. Moira Mercy, maybe, but I think even Moira Mercy, but then there's like Bastion, Malga. I think Ryan has a really low skill floor as well. Pretty high skill ceiling, but Ryan is a very low skill floor character. Yeah, sorry for closing the pred too fast. I'm sorry. I think lowest skill floor characters are probably like Ryan, Mercy, Moira, Bastion, stuff like that. Torb. Well, I think the point, Weezer, is that, like, yeah, we all have brain farts kind of a weight. You know what I'm saying? You know? So, like, saying, oh, my Masters 2, one time I saw Masters 2 Ana die to Bob. It's like, bro, I've seen even worse stuff from GM, DPS, and tank players, you know? It's just an isolated incident. Who knows? Genji lowest skill floor. Well, yeah, Bastion has a high skill ceiling. If you ever watch Herloaf, is a great example of a Bastion one trick who's really freaking good at the character. Can squeeze a lot of value, especially post perks. But like skill floor, like let's be honest, right? Who is the highest skill ceiling tank? Has to be Wrecking Ball, 100%. Winston is in there as well. Prior to 5v5, Diva was in the conversation, but I think definitely a good solid tier below Winston, and then a solid tier below Wrecking Ball. I think Doomfist is also in that conversation. I don't think he's Winston or Wrecking Ball tier, but I do think he's in the conversation for some of the highest skill ceiling characters in the game. I think he's actually underrated. I think a lot of people think Doomfist is pretty punch body, and he can be, but I think his skill floor is surprisingly high, and I think his skill ceiling is also very high. I think Hazard's up there too, yeah. I don't know if... I would not say Hazard's higher than Winston. I think Primal Rage puts Winston above Hazard, personally. Drunk Queen's up there, yeah, but I don't think she's as high. I think she has more limit to Carnage, Shout, Rampage, or if you compare that to like Bubble, Primal, and so on, and Jump, I think those are harder. Hardest Brawl tank in terms of skill ceiling? Maybe. Okay. There's a world where you could actually argue Zarya is comparable. If we're also, we'd have to probably ignore Hazard as well. I think, but it's close. I think maybe Junker Queen's slightly above Zarya. If we're talking about like short range tank, Hazard's probably above both of them in terms of skill ceiling, not in terms of value ceiling, but yeah. Hardest tank to OTP. I mean, just what is the weakest tank? That's the easiest answer, right? Probably Malga, Orisa. To argue that supports aren't overtuned just because they need to properly use their kit. Well, Poke, I would use that exact same argument against you. The reason why we don't complain about tanks being overtuned DPS is because they're punching bags. It's their job to take attention. And if you tie yourself up, like DPS generally have far more resources to disengage duels versus tanks, even though the tanks technically have more tools. You get what I'm saying? It's the exact same argument for support. So your argument works against you. It's the same thing. Tank has more responsibilities, so they're not able to fully lock into the 1v1 and only the 1v1. It's the same reason why support is. And the other thing with DPS as well is generally DPS are equipped with opportunities to not force the 1v1. So generally, DPS often have either the range or the mobility to not force the 1v1. So if they don't like how the trade is going, you force the cooldown and then you live. Whereas a lot of the stronger support characters, like even Kiriko, who can kind of disengage a duel she's losing, that disengaging is a major, major problem. Explain to Apollo. Okay, we're in chat. Wait, did I mute this? Oh, yeah.
In the league here in North America, but how do you deal with this ball? This composition for Team Liquid has been really strong. When the ball is...
I like the comps from both teams. The Brigitte is definitely a unique take. Lucio versus Brig. Brig is better on paper versus the Winston. Lucio, because this is Koth, very congested. Lucio's really good. Bliss is also really good at Lucio. Dude, just every time he hits it, man. And Kellen just zones backline. It's like watching CJ and UV, man. I like the Echo. Very map situational, but very, very strong on this particular point. If you can get space with her on the verticality. Doomfist is definitely not simpler. I would say that a lot of his techs are not as useful, though. I would agree. But that's a very loaded discussion. Knife's going to go Tracer for the retake, though, because it is really hard to retake with Echo is the problem. Stops him from Ajaxing. That's true. So Infected, if he doesn't get slept, he can have pretty high damage uptime here. Kellen's going to get nanoed, zone backline, and he just doesn't force it. And the question is where is Infected? Infected was able to disengage that, so he's not taking trades there. So the interesting thing about Wrecking Ball versus Winston is the Wrecking Ball can disengage the nano engages, and then Infected hits a monster slam off of the Nano Tracer. Oh, wait a second. Primal's used. Tree is cooked. Kellen hits Knife. And Infected's going to get... I mean, Infected's not going to get killed, but it's not going to do anything.
And Kellen's first kind of jump in there with that nano, right, on that right-hand side. It kind of forces everybody back to the choke. It opens up some flanking routes there for Sugarfree. And Sugarfree able to get in there. Does a nice...
Not the end of the world for Liquid, though. You still have the old advantage here. We're probably just going to Mines Point. A little bit of early pressure. Knife's going to deepen his rotation. He's coming in from the side. Mines come in. Huge slam. Beat is needed. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That was perfect. But Knife needed to live. Oh, no. He gets caught before he even gets the beat. I think he peaked for the beat HP, and he gets railed. Effect is not getting... Oh, he does get the touch. I didn't think he did. Oh, wait a second. Huge disruptor shot. Seeker gets Knife again. Oh, my days. Tree's got his ult. Kellen gets picked. He needs a kill now. We need a kill now. This fight is messy. This might... Okay, they get it. They get it. They get it. Wow.
Tries to make a play there with the pulse bomb towards the end as well. Maybe tries to bring the team back into it as you had Seeker and Bliss alive, but Tree gets there with his overclock. That's enough to give them the point flip. But TL needs to be perfect from here on out.
They're going to farm Nano. Maybe even just a Nano and Winston for space here. Adaptive shield, sleep hits, big slam follow-up. Disruptor shot is used defensively, but there's not going to be a lot of damage done to that ball. So that overall favors... Oh, well, wait a second. They might be chasing. Oh, no, the Nano's screwed up. They went for the Nano on Sojourn. They don't... They're going to use it because he gets the trade. They're going to use it because he gets the trade. It's fine. It works. They Nano Tree in response. Bliss gets caught. And Tree's going to get the trade. Oh! Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, bouncing nade, man. Maybe it's just because they don't know if Infected's going to play ball on all points. Sleep misses. Bubbles used. RuPaul needs to hit this sleep. They're going to go to final tick here. Sugar Free, double pulse. They're going to early bubble trade, forces to slide out. Sleep does hit for Infected. Infected's freaking dead. Backline was giving this Primal so much respect. So much respect that honestly there wasn't any pressure on the front line here, and Infected's paying for it, man. I know it's scary versus the Primal, but like you might have to do something of a rotation with your backline there. Like you cannot give Primal that much respect. That's a 3-man zone without even pressing Primal, man. Like 3 people are sitting in the choke, and Infected or Knife are basically 2v4ing.
Because he's just trying to roll around, put down a little bit more damage, because he's at like 99 towards a minefield, right? Would have just dropped that onto the point. No sound barrier. That's what they used to fight through the last minefield.
Brutal.
With Bliss's sound barrier, so you wouldn't have had that in the fight. There's that kill there onto Infected.
I like the Malga here, actually. I think Malga's really good here. If you can avoid getting like 5-man antied, it's good. I don't think he had mines yet, but yeah, they didn't have mines or beat yet. But honestly, like backline had to take a bit of a risk there. Like Winston is so threatening to backline compared to Wrecking Ball when you have like CC involved, but like you can't give him that much space. I think this is a skill matchup. Nade, Sojourn. Nade has to hit now. Has to hit now. Sleep darts hit. That's fine. They missed the nade, but yeah, okay, that's it. CD didn't hit it. I like this angle from Seeker, but he's gonna die. And again, Team Liquid just kind of playing the map. That's weird. Echo shouldn't have died there. That was sloppy from Knife. I think Sugar Free just caught him with his pants down. I don't like that nade either. Like I don't like these nades from C. He missed the first one. The second one just felt a little early. I guess he'll have it when he needs to. Oh, what a sleep. Freaking CJ heard me yelling. Oh my gosh. Sugar Brawn, bro. Get him some milk.
I mean, just filthy work there from Sugar Free. I think that's actually a sleep that CJ hits onto RuPaul.
That was a really nice sleep, I will say. But yeah, okay, so they're going to go Brigitte for more pocket onto DPS and the better denial off of the Winston. You don't need the speed boost out from spawn anymore. Brigitte is not great in Koth. It's a little slow. But it is really good versus what Spatian is running and is good with what Liquid is running because that pack on Juno is really nice. There's a nade early again. I mean, I guess I don't like nading early, man. I don't like giving them this, you know? Like, that's when you need nade. Like, even just a single-man nade now actually matters. So they're going to get the high ground for free. The nade does come out, but they've kind of already gotten the space, you know? Like, they're already on top of that rotation there. And so this is just basically a moment where, like, yeah, so Kellen's going to be in deep, but Kellen needs help. Oh, my gosh. 2v1 hit. I like the hit. The Nano's there to sustain. Kellen will be fine. They just need to not give flip. That pack there is really useful. That's going to keep Tree up a little longer, but in the end, it doesn't matter all that much. Really well played by Space Station. Yeah, Ana is probably the most impactful character right now. And I don't know about in the current meta right now, the pro play. That's funny. Vega getting smoked. But Ana and ranked and like Ana's really strong. That knife is just dying to the Lucio. Give credit to Bliss for, you don't have armor pack straight Tracer, but you got you. You could be with your Tracer, you know? And they got value out of that right now. Like, look at that. There's the Lucio Tracer again. Freaking Bliss wants it, man. He's got to be careful, though. That was a little shaky there. Early Sojourn ult. That's going to be respond with Rally. RuPaul gets low. Callan's going to pop Primal. Yeah, he needs to be really careful of cage fight here. He cannot get sucked in here. He'll die. Where's the nade? Where's the nade? Where's the nade? They get it. They got it. They got it. He can die now. Callan doesn't matter. Oh, no. They got Bliss. That's not good. That's way too big of a cage fight. Okay, huge mistake there. The dive was fine, but then you cannot get cage fight. That was a 3-man cage fight. Nicely done from Infected. That was a really nice dive, but they dropped. They got a little bit too excited after that kill, and then Infected just goes, haha. Spits on him. Probably force point here, and then jump away once they get the Malga to drop. And then go from there. But we're getting awfully close that we do have double nano here, so you could do a lot here with this nano. Yeah, we do have double nano. So honestly, like you can cause some serious pain. Yeah, so they get the space. Oh, he's just on top of them with nano. Oh, that's brutal. Oh no, wait, he did. Oh, he has double slide. I was so confused. Bliss. Bliss is just playing parkour. That's it, guys. Yeah, well done. Really, really well done by Space Station. Love to see it. Love to see it. Really good patience, uses the verticality. Fairly strong ult trades. Not badly played, but... yeah, Space Station pulls it out. Can Malga function without Brigitte? He can. Yeah, he can. Absolutely. You can go Kiri Lucio, Juno Lucio. Yeah, he can. It's just not preferred. So that's SSG pulls it out. Yeah, he can function in a lot of different situations.
The bio difference against the Malga is crucial. CJ hitting those a lot of the time. But Sugar Free basically disrespecting, desecrating.
When have you seen the headshot perk outside of Havana? I don't know. I don't know. I gotta be right back. I'm gonna pee. Give me 1 second.
You notice that like Bliss is teaming up a lot with Sugar Free. Like that Lucio, you know, a Tracer combo. It blinks plus speed plus an extra player for damage. Boops if Tracer does get pressured down. It's really effective.
Not even really kind of having Bliss protect CJ in the backline, right? Using him with him and Sugar Free in combination to kind of roam around the map. This was huge, right? That's where Infected was going to get over towards that minefield. This is a 6 sleep off the start. I mean, he had already killed Knife. Yeah. At that point.
It's just far deeper than your average Tracer is going to go there. Sugar Free just knows exactly how much rope he has to play with there. Oh, we did that. Okay.
Yeah. No, the backs came out. Map number 1.
Look, when Sugar Bron and C Curry are out there, you know, I mean, they're gonna warm up.
Yeah, they're rubbing off on the rest of the team. You know, they're the vibe. And look, you mentioned it, and I think it's kind of funny where it's like, oh well, this team's not serious, like or whatever. Like honestly, like just because you practice like a ton and you tell people you practice a ton doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna have like great results, right? Like most teams who can keep a nice balance, right, where players can actually be happy and also kind of get quality scrim time, not just scrimming to scrim, like just quality scrims. Those teams do perfectly fine. So just because you want to play a little bit more, I guess.
All right, I'm back.
And Seeker, like,
I could do. I don't know if I'll even be able to finish this series. I told Poop Kip I'd play some Overwatch with him, so I may finish stream a little early today. No, Nano does not amp healing. Yes, Potsy would be awesome.
Make sure you join the closed beta waitlist for our OW2 pugs on Faceit by visiting fce.gg/play.
Bum, 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 bum,
So you can head over there to check it out. This weekend, you can sign up for a chance to win 1,000 OW2 coins. And again, the Faceit Pro League is running right now. It's been running for a couple of weeks.
Frick Poop Kip.
We had players invited.
Yeah, same, buddy. Freaking hate that guy.
But these Faceit pugs.
Yeah, I don't think Malga has to play with Juno Brigitte, you know? Like, I think there's a lot of situations in which he can work. It just is nice with Juno Brig because speed ring and having, like, the capability to sustain support that can't be cut off by a Winston bubble alone. And then having a support that can also support off angles like Brigitte is really nice. It just so happens that Juno Brig generally work on maps where Malga is good because they're more flat map, slight verticality, but not these extreme, you know?
We're not just talking to the Overwatch subreddit anymore.
So,
This isn't Disney Plus, guys.
when is my OWCS appearance? Today, guys, actually. I am flying out to wherever the frick they're doing things right now. Just need to pay very close attention. You might miss me if you don't pay close attention. No, I don't think they're going to nerf Malga. I think maybe, if anything, they'll nerf Cardiac a little more and maybe redistribute power elsewhere, but they'll keep working on him. I don't think Fearless plays anymore.
I mean, probably pretty sick. Sugar-free rocking that Bastion. Kind of sitting up there, what, third? I mean, hey, there's a little bit of a gap.
Rinko.
He's on his grind, my lord.
Speaking of poop kip, Rinko used to be called Mudkip. Used to be his gamer tag.
Obviously still in the mix there at 4th place. So check it out. It's well worth it. I do think it's a worthwhile goal to make your way in there, and also a great way to against players of similar skill level. Please go check it out.
Yeah, no.
I don't think Ball will get any nerfs, to be honest with you. I think that like his skill floor is still high enough to where like he can server admin lobbies for sure, but it's not consistent. Like, so I think you'll see nerfs for heroes that consistently server admin. No, Spylo's always been my gamer tag. Like, it was like my Lego thing back in the day, Bionicle thing back in the day. I've had like other gamer tags. Some of them are on Storm and have different characters, but it's always been like my main gamer tag.
Potentially like for Infected, right? But I think we've also seen TL run like a Risa-based compositions here on Sorabasa.
It came from Bionicle. And if you want to ask where it came from when I named my Bionicle, I don't know. I just liked how it sounded. I was like 9. I don't know. It just is. Yeah, I agree, Poke. Okay, here we go. Ban from Liquid is Tracer. They want to yeah, I mean, Tracer, Sugar-Free is just dominating. And so they're going to get a more favorable DPS matchup in theory. Space Station goes, well, we don't want you playing Diva. Which is fine. I think Infected is pretty good at the Diva here for a main tank player. And so they would just want to, Diva's also pretty good in this map because this is a flat map. So Diva is going to feel a little bit better on flat maps compared to most dive tanks. So I think both teams are going to be happy where this plays out, to be honest. On a Lucio Mir, Infected on the ball, Kellen on the Winston. I forgot to do Preds. So I'm not going to do them, I apologize. I don't know who I prefer here. I think Space Station's the better team in these kind of situations, which is nice. But it's really close. I think Ball is the better tank here. But I have a lot of faith in the Genji Sojourn. I think Echo's pretty good here, but I think Genji is just as good. I don't know. This is really tough for me. Nade doesn't hit. Slam does. Good zoning of backline. Infected's done a really nice job. So that's where Ball provides, right? Zone backline, turn tank, and then when tank gets low, just either kill tank or go back and zone backline again. You prefer SSG because of Hunter? I prefer SSG. No, I prefer Liquid because of Hunter. Yeah, that's actually a good way of putting it. Seeker's going to go Cassidy. I think that's because of the Ball Echo. I think I'm actually kind of surprised to see it, to be honest with you. Like, even this is like, it doesn't feel good on this point. I think Cassidy is basically assuming that they're going to lose this point, but Cassidy will feel better on the other points because they're more compressed. This feels scary, man. Maybe they're going to fight gimmick it with the nano, but... Oh! But Cassidy's not great because his matchup versus Sojourn Ana's not great. And you start to incorporate, like, the longer sightlines of this point, and it gets kind of hairy. But, like I said, maybe they're just like, hey, Echo Ball feels too bad. We'll give you nano, we'll give you boot support, and it's going to feel bad here, but the other points are a little bit more congested. It's the same reason why Lethal ran Ashe here. It's the same reason why Cassidy shouldn't feel great here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Cassidy copy here, guys. Like, Knife is going to force this. Oh, what kind of stickies? How do you hit that? Oh, no. Freaking... Dude, we need to do something about Disruptor Shot projectile size. I see so many Sojourns doing that now. Yeah, Seeker gets caught with his pants down. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, dear darling. Oh, that's the other one we blacklisted, darling. I forgot about that one. Yeah, we said, dear darling, honey, babe. Smoochies. Messy fights, beats traded. Infected is asleep. Kellen is in. Kellen has bubble. Point presence is pressured. Nade hits. Nano. Oh, no, we lost it. Oh, no. Oh, that's brutal. But you guys got to see what I'm saying. Like, Seeker's still dying. He's still folding. It will feel better here because of the spacing of this point, but it's still not like Freelo. You get what I'm saying? PG Wade. PGE Wade. That is cursed. All right, Nano here. I don't know if we have double Nano perk, but we must be getting close. I don't think he does, but it's awfully close. This is a really good fight. Oh, the nade. Oh, Bubbles force. That's huge. That's huge. That means you really can't force the Nano anymore. Great boot from Infected as well. I love that from RuPaul. Now they Nano, but they do it from main, and they don't do it from the angle, so he doesn't really connect with it. He's like a good 5-6 meters further out, and so they can fully disengage that. They do get the double Nano, so they will get point flip, but they don't really get a whole lot else. Slam hits, hinders hit, Infected finds the corner, Bubbles force from the Echo angle. That's really nice. This is looking good for Liquid. This is looking good for Liquid. The Echo is not easy, but my goodness gracious, Knife hits like every freaking sticky. That's huge. That was really, really, really patiently played. And even a little bit of the overshields there from the ball. Really patient stuff there from Liquid. That's like textbook.
Yeah, you see, you do end up kind of battling back here for TL, where you get Infected on the corners, he pile drives. Yeah, you probably.
That's really well done from Liquid, honestly. Using their range advantage, cycling CDs, being patient, forcing bubble, knowing the Nano situation. They're gonna actually go for a deep angle with Lucy. We might see a beat blade here. Or not a beat blade, sorry, a speed blade with Primal. Because they kind of need to get a quick trade here. They're not likely to. So there's the shields used. Sojourn ult, Primal. He's going to catch RuPaul, which is crazy. He could freaking die. It doesn't even matter. Knife gets the trade. Ooh, tree. No more rail. Bubbles blocked. Callan's in serious trouble. The blade comes in, but it might be too late. It is. This is it. Yeah, Liquid holds. Well done. And it's a very difficult fight for them to win, given the ult situation. So all things considered, could have been a lot worse. But Callan needs support here, man. Like, Callan is not in a great spot to touch. Mines are used a little early. Or maybe not. Maybe, no, mines have been there the whole time. Never mind, I'm dumb. High Noon. He's looking for Echo. And gets the... Knife is just absurd, dude. Knife is just absurd. Knife is just absolutely popping on the... And this is kind of what I talked about earlier in the EMEA stuff. Like, if you don't like the dive mirror, but you're able to get the DPS matchup that you want, I mean, it really makes things different here. And yeah, Seeker's going to go back Sojourn. This Cassie just isn't it. He's still... I was hoping that maybe the sightlines would be shorter, but it's not enough. You got to play the map, and I think Sojourn's probably just better. RuPaul with a flank nade. They don't... That's huge. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. What a play. I think they knew that they had double support ult, and I think they tried to scam it, which was perfect. I mean, Genji's fine. It's better than nothing else. It's better than anything else. I think it's okay. The way Sugar Free plays it as well, he's really patient. I mean, Echo Ball's not great on this point, but it's one of his better characters. You could argue maybe he could mirror Echo here, but they're looking for the double Nano. They look at the ball. The nade comes in early, and again, that forces bubble, and that just kills so much momentum. Defensive anti-nade use. I don't understand why CJ naded there at all. He was fine. You would like an aggressive nade there off of that instead. Double Nano's used on Seeker instead, and that's going to guarantee the point. And wow, Callan hits the alt fire. That's crazy. He hits the alt fire. Vega gets sniped. That's crazy. Yeah, there's just not a lot of DPS that you would want to run in this situation, right? I could see Sombra not being trash, but you have to be able to play the Sombra really well. I could see the Echo as well. In fact, it's just going to drop mines, I think. Drop mines right. He's going to go up top, I think, and drop mines. Yep. So... Mine zone, Seeker gets hit by a mine and then followed by Knife. What a sleep, but the stick use, again, Knife just doesn't miss, man. Nano Echo and RuPaul's N. Double Nano. And I think Bliss Ajaxed. I think Bliss Ajaxed or didn't get anybody with beat. No, he didn't. He didn't Ajax. Okay, never mind. He didn't Ajax, but he hit it too late. I didn't see the beat, which was a bad sign. And then RuPaul doesn't need to do anything here. Just shoot the monkey. Dude, they've been doing such a good job forcing early bubble. And there it is again. And they just go early. They beat as well. Okay, so it's because sugar-free blades. Okay, now I wouldn't be surprised to see your swap, your poke. I would not be surprised to see an echo swap here. You've reset the old economy. You can reset. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see an echo swap. And they're going to go Brig here. Interesting. And he's going to stay Genji. Okay. So Brig going to be better versus the ball. Again, one of those better for the matchup, better, worse for the map moments, you know? Very wide open map, no longer with speed. Oh, and the nade. Oh, you can't armor pack that, my friend. Knife's going to go in deep, gets his copy burned. Primal's used. That's kind of why the copy didn't get peel, but, you know, it's ult for ult, and he still got the trade, and in theory should still get the kill. Knife is going to go Pharah, probably because of the map, the point being a little bit more congested, less vertical dual options, more just spammy. And actually, no more than that, it's the Brigitte. There's a static card that you can spam on. So I think actually that's the real reason why it's being picked. Nano on the Pharah as well. That's brutal. The pocket isn't there. The pocket on the Seeker is there. He hits the shot with the rail. But based off of the space, hang on, Seeker has to hit this right here. Seeker hits it. Wow. Nicely done. You can see the value of the Brigitte there, you know? Well done. The pocket not only into Seeker, but also the ability to live under that trade. Knife is a better echo than sugar-free? I don't know. He's done a phenomenal job. You're so lonely. I'm sorry, Cheeto. I'm watching you, Cheeto. Well done, Cheeto. Twitch chat, share some love for Cheeto here. Early pressure on the Kellen. Doesn't accomplish a whole lot. We might see big mines here. Yep, big mines. Big slam. Nade doesn't hit. Bubbles forced. Full disengage. There's a nade. And Tree somehow hits a rail off of that rotation. Recently gives you a heart, Cheeto. If that makes you feel any better, it shouldn't make you feel any better. That's a really cheap fight win for Liquid. Really cheap fight win. You love that given the state that your old economy was in. Double support ult. And they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going. This is now almost one fight territory for Liquid. Like that with that late stagger here, and given the fact that you guys don't have, or they don't have speed, we're probably not going to see the fight actually break out in point until 50%, which essentially means last fight territory. Eccentric says Grandma. Don't say hi to Grandma. Say hi to Cheeto. Hello, Benny. Yeah, this is last fight here for this point. Space Station needs this, man. The Nano's used. The Sojourn's ult. Nade hits. Kellen is 1. Beat on Sojourn ult as well. This is a mess. A total dumpster fire of a setup. Rally's layered on top. Bliss should be fine. Disruptor shot's fat. Deflex force. Blade is used. Nano is used on Echo. She might get copied. They sleep infected. Infected's dead. Knife is isolated, but Seeker has to hit a shot. He does. And they clutch it out. Kellen's going to have to use Primal as well, though. And so they'll get the point flip, but that does put them in a situation where they probably won't. They don't have a guarantee off of next fight. Or next point, rather. You eat Cheetos? Okay. I don't. Does Liquid touch? I mean, they do have Wrecking Ball here. They could get this. Yeah, he's going to get the touch. He gets the OT. 96% in OT on Flashpoint. Early Blade, though, and yeah, that's it. Oh, no, the dupe. Oh. Oh, not great. Now you are the one close to support ults. And yes, Mines is going to be really good on this particular point. It is going to mean that you probably cap, but... Oh, my gosh. He's just immediately woken up, but still... They're going to take an early fight here. Like, Liquid wants this fight to be messy. They want this rotation to feel bad. You know, that's really where you're going to feel value out of the Lucio in these more congested hallways. And it just becomes like Dead by Daylight. And it becomes a skill check onto the Ana Brig. And it's a skill check that CJ and Bliss are passing. Infected gets the trade in Sugar-Free. That is really nice. Because Infected will now be able to stall this. Kellen loses a lot of HP. Ow, 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 Kellen. Wow. Nano's used. Catch Vega. Man, this ult bang from Space Station. The ult value from Space Station has been clutch. Wasted. Wasted. Just honestly big stuff. Wasted copy previously. Slam doesn't hit. Zone on the point. We need a nade here from RuPaul, man. just to force the rally. Tree has to disengage. There's Bubble. There's Nade. There's Sojourn ult. Big slam. Primal's force. Rally's force. Tree needs to live. Beat is used. It's a good beat. Great beat. Kellen is low. They're going to slowly take space off of that. Some nice shots from Tree. They're going to open up the angle on left side. It's going to allow a Nano probably onto Sojourn here. Oh, no, Echo. Okay, so Echo's in. Echo cheats down main. She's looking. She can't find anything. She does find Kellen. She has the copy if she needs to. I hope she doesn't use it because we kind of need that ult for the next fight. Okay, so they get their 2. Again, the stickies are decent. CJ gets the kill. Tree is down. There was a sleep dart there on Seeker as well, which is actually kind of huge. Okay. Okay, not the end of the world. You got Lucio's speed. You got Sojourn Echo. You'll be back soon. This is it, boys. This is it. Ult game is really close. Copy feels really good here. Blade is going to feel tough without map control, but you do have the brick, so you will get pocket. So let's see here. Let's see. The stickies are a little wide. Sugar Free is really low. The slam is low. Oh, no, Sugar Free with the angle. Or Seeker with the angle. Knife does not get copy off. Nade is forced. Nano will be used. It is a double Nano. We got Nano Blade. Liquid just needs to run. Liquid needs to run now. 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 No, he gets the kill reset. Copy, but he's not going to... Oh, get the kill. He needs to die now. He needs to die now. He needs to die now. Oh, Infected dies. That's it. Space Station squeaks it out. Oh, no. Dude, freaking... Oh, Liquid had to run, man. Liquid had to run. You cannot give that... Give them point. You have ball. You can stall for forever. Oh, no.
Just started to click, and they kind of steal what feels like they steal Suravasa, and now up 2-0. I mean, they are in a
ouch. What a match, though, dude. Every freaking dive, man. Every non-mirror. Dude, it's so hype. So hype.
But SSG just playing so well as a team, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, the big
favorite caster? No, man. I mean, Uber's always fun, but I think Avril does a really good job. Avril's probably at the top of my list. I like Avril's casting. But I haven't watched... I don't generally... Like, I can't tell you the last time I've watched a match and listened to the casters. Amari, no. I mean, they tried to disengage the blade, but they just had to give it more respect. I think there was this, like, you just... Yeah. Vandrex is good, yeah. I mean, I'm not counting that, but yeah. Favorite is Matt. I think Matt is really good cadence. Matt is just clearly, like... I just don't think Mr. X really understands much. I think Mr. X is, like, really very personable and charismatic and makes his personality really fun to listen to. But it feels like he really has been... I don't know. It's hard. I understand, you know, I don't know. How many animals do I have? 2 cats. Had 1 cat for a long time, and then we saved another cat. I think the brick swap was instrumental. I don't know if it was better for the map. I definitely think it's much worse, but they look clearly more comfortable with it, and it helped deal a lot more with the ball. And it, yeah.
It felt like Team Liquid was, you know, kind of cruising through there, but SSG just kept coming out with wins.
It's the flashpoints that Liquid won were a little more one-sided. Yeah, I feel like that number 2, number 3.
The first fight of last point. I mean, it was in theory. It wasn't a bad idea. It cleared the Winston, and it allowed the guarantee of the cap, which then forced the defensive Nano to clear out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was really mines for Nano there. You'd have to go back and look at it again. It wasn't a bad mines.
CJ, Squid, Rupal, all incredible. All can take over.
I'm just doing random commands now. I really shouldn't do that because I'm going to put a legitimate command there, and people are just going to think I'm pulling their leg. I'm like the boy who cried wolf with commands. Route 66. Timeless.
Okay, so TL will Route 66.
Banning Winston? Or what are we going to see here? Are we going to see a poke mirror? Are we going to see Sigma? Are we going to see Diva? Sigma? Something other? I've seen Necra cast recently. When Necra casted recently here? Where did Necra cast? Somewhere. I saw her somewhere.
So that is gone. I wonder what we end up with here, right? Because we've seen from SSG, it's really just been Kellen on the Winston the entire time.
Yeah, it might be just Sig here, guys. We might see some Sigma. I don't think we'll see a Sigma mirror. I don't know what we'll see here. D.Va, Sigma could see some ball. Could see some ball here. Necro's on super often. Well, there you go, Loof. I also have like ridiculously high standards for casting because, again, I'm gonna bring up Age of Empires again. Malgamir? Nah, bro. I'm freaking gonna turn off stream if we see a Malgamir. But I watch Age of Empires 2, bro, and freaking T90 and Dave like set the standards so freaking high. Hanzo's just for scouting. They'll swap off Hanzo. Necro cast Pokemon, yeah. Yeah, guys, we might see a Malgamir here, like straight up. I don't think Infected's gonna go, oh, let's play D.Va versus that. Because I don't know if these guys can. Okay, I thought maybe D.Va Sigma, but honestly, with Kellen Infected, I don't know if that hero pool is like a comfort pick, you know?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, come on, 3, 2, 1.
Early cardiac. That's gonna be clear. Somebody's gonna pay for that. This setup from Tree is really good. I'm surprised this Infected died there.
Alright, let's get out. Make sure you don't leave me.
Yeah, I don't know what the standards for other casters are, but like freaking Age of Empires 2 casting is like not so broken. Even like I forget who's the Spanish caster for Age of Empires is really good. But yeah, it's because they're like really good casters, but also like really good at understanding the macro and the meta. Like they're really high level understanding, and they play at a high level and analyze at a high level. And it just helps when you're personable, you're a good communicator, and you understand the game at a high level. If you can get that combo, it's like, it's crazy. So, all right, chat. Sadly, I am going to call stream here. I would love to watch another Malgamir, but I was going to end stream in like the next map anyway, and I'm not freaking watching a Malgamir. So y'all enjoy it. We ended on a good note. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. I'm not sure what the plan is. Oh, was there an active pred recently? Was there an active pred? I should probably cancel that if that's the case. Okay, I'll cancel it really fast. I don't want to. I'll delete. Yeah, there you go. Okay, sorry, boys. Yeah, yeah. I actually had to go, unironically, so it ended up working out pretty well. So, all right, loves and kisses. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I'm not sure what the plans are for next week. I will let you guys know. It should be juicy, should be fun. This was a really good week for streams. I think like the whole Perks project, we really nailed it this week. Feel really happy with the end result. Co-stream today was really fun. I mean, for me, anyway. Some freaking banger dive stuff. Yeah, YouTube chat, good to see y'all. Twitch chat, loves and kisses. Enjoy the rest of the series. Is there one more map? I think this might be the last series for the day. I don't remember. But yeah, next week should be fun, or tomorrow should be fun as well. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but definitely tune into Commander X and the gang for tomorrow. So, okay, let's end stream here. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys.